Chapter 593. FF37, FF18, XFF33, FF23, OMU85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Masters here. Head monks here. The monks clamored. Some called out Master while others called out Head monk. At the same time, they heard Eternal Fate's miserable cries in the demon suppression tower. Was a mess. Yuan furrowed his brows and released a formless pressure. The surroundings immediately became silent. Eternal Benevolence, what do you think is going on? A middle-aged monk with an honest appearance walked out. Master, I've just arrived too. It seems like Senior Brother Eternal Faith got into a dispute with someone called Li Qingshan, so he ordered us to capture him. As a result, Li Qingshan summoned this tower and trapped them together. Monk Eternal Benevolence was renowned for his honesty in the courtyard of secular affairs, which was why Distant Enlightenment trusted him the most. As a result, he told him what he had seen and heard. He did not listen to Eternal Faith and describe Li Qingshan as a sinner. Li Qingshan. Distant Enlightenment's heart skipped a beat. In the past, when One Will first entered the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, he was also in the Grand Hall. He had a rather deep impression of this stubborn man. Afterwards, when One Will returned, the abbot personally performed the tonsure, but there was no sign of Li Qingshan. He even thought he was still locked up in the demon suppression hall, but as it turned out, he had already come out. For some reason, he's come to my courtyard of secular affairs and started fighting with Eternal Faith again. Hearing Eternal Faith's miserable cries, Distant Enlightenment became slightly angered. He actually dared to beat up his disciple right in front of him. Wasn't he looking down on him, the head monk of the courtyard of secular affairs, a little too much? With a wave of his monk's robes, he originally thought the tower would be sent flying, but to his surprise the demon suppression tower did not budge at all. Distant Enlightenment was surprised as well. What technique was this? It was actually so tough. At first glance he only felt like it was filled with demon chi. It seemed like a technique of the demons, but it also possessed a completely opposite solemnity of the Buddhist Dharma, awe-inspiring and inviolable. He had actually never heard of something like this before. He separated his hands and clenched his fists. His body shone with golden light, and he conjured a guardian king avatar that stood several meters tall, unfurling a pair of muscled arms. He hugged the devil-suppressing pagoda tightly and pulled it up. The Vajra's immense strength was more than 10,000 kadis. The devil-suppressing pagoda shook for a moment before it was lifted up bit by bit. Li Qingshan put away the whip and coldly snorted. He immediately sat down cross-legged. His demon heart glowed with dark red light, and his demon chi billowed. It soared into the sky as if it wanted to break through the devil-suppressing pagoda. However, the more he stimulated his demon heart and released his demonic nature, the larger the demon-suppressing pagoda became. At the same time, he circulated the demon-suppressing statuary, causing the demon-suppressing pagoda to grow several feet taller. Jueyuan refused to give up. The two of them were locked in a stalemate for a while. Then, with a loud boom, they firmly suppressed the ground. All the monks cried out in alarm. They originally thought that with Juanyuan's help, he would be able to capture Li Qingshan easily. They didn't expect that even after using the Vajra incarnation, he still wouldn't be able to shake this strange pagoda. Distant Enlightenment helplessly dispersed his golden body. Although he had other powerful techniques, he was confident that he could break through this pagoda. However, if he did that, it would cause far too much of a disturbance. If his sect caught on fire, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. This Li Qingshan is actually so impressive. He can actually contend against my golden body with just a cultivation at the first heavenly tribulation. He's not someone to be underestimated. Sir Li, please come out. How has my disciple offended you? Why don't you tell this penniless monk about it? This penniless monk will handle this impartially. You monks are all so full of yourselves. You're bullying me because I'm alone. If I come out, I'll be humiliated by you again. Li Qingshan's voice rang out from the pagoda, and all the monks were furious. Humiliate you? That's probably a little inconsistent with what this penniless monk has seen. Appearance is emptiness. You can't just look at the surface of things. Don't you even understand this principle, Master? Amitba. This penniless monk has learned his lesson. Then may I ask how my disciple humiliated you? If he really is in the wrong, this penniless monk is willing to apologize on your behalf. This master sure has quite the cultivation. He's much better than your lowly disciple. Whatever. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Li Qingshan then told him how he came to be a secular disciple, how he heard that secular disciples needed to give gifts, and how he angered eternal faith by saying, Buddhist disciples also accept bribes. Afterward, he told him how eternal faith had deliberately made things difficult for him. He didn't exaggerate at all. When distant enlightenment heard his frank words, he began to believe him somewhat. He had long since heard about the matter of eternal faith accepting gifts, but as he was focused on cultivation, he didn't take such a small matter to heart. He never thought that such a thing would happen today, but in the end, he wasn't completely convinced. How can this penniless monk believe your one-sided story? One-sided story? It's not like we were the only ones present. You can ask that secular disciple Brother Wang and see if I'm lying. Ever since the monks rushed in, Senior Brother Wang and the other two secular disciples had retreated to one side to watch the show. When Senior Brother Wang heard Li Qingshan mention him, he was surprised. He secretly cursed Li Qingshan for biting the hand that fed him, dragging him into this mess. He made his way over reluctantly and bowed towards distant enlightenment. Greetings to the head monk. Feel free to tell me. There's no need to worry, nor is there any need to hide anything. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has plenty of ways to verify the truth. All Senior Brother Wang could do was say, just right now it's not much different from what this Li Qingshan said. It's just that Senior Brother Eternal Faith and I are only interacting out of courtesy between fellow disciples. We're not accepting bribes. Li Qingshan spoke inappropriately first, which was why Senior Brother Eternal Faith became angry for no reason. Please understand, head monk. Although he was afraid of lying in front of distant enlightenment, he still sided with Eternal Faith. He was annoyed with Li Qingshan inside. Even if we really were bribing him, what does that have to do with you? Distant enlightenment's frown deepened. In other words, Eternal Faith really had gone too far. Sir Li, this penniless monk has already understood the whole story. You can come out. Just understanding isn't enough. Tell me, how should we deal with this? My young disciple has acted improperly right now, violating the rules and regulations of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, so he should be sent to the disciplinary courtyard for punishment. This penniless monk apologizes to you. If you want to become a secular disciple, then it's the honor of my courtyard of secular affairs. Distant enlightenment sighed and bowed slightly. Li Qingshan secretly praised. This old monk sure is magnanimous. He was not someone who would pester others endlessly. He immediately withdrew his demonic nature and returned to his human form before dispelling the demon suppression tower with a wave of his hand. Eternal Faith was already on the brink of death from the whipping. His body was a bloody mess. He did not even have the strength to scream anymore. With a thought, Li Qingshan dispelled the chains of demon suppression, and he collapsed heavily on the ground. Senior Brother Eternal Faith. The monks all cried out, glaring at Li Qingshan furiously. Although Eternal Faith was a standard villain in Li Qingshan's eyes, he was skilled in handling the affairs of the secular world. He had always been generous to his fellow disciples. He did not take all the gifts he received for himself either. Instead, he shared them with everyone, which was why he could command so many people. The disciples of the courtyard of secular affairs all admired him. Even though their cultivation surpassed him, they did not compete with him for the position of first senior brother. Distant enlightenment swept out his hand and swept Eternal Faith to his side. Golden light sprinkled down and Eternal Faith's wounds immediately healed. He slowly opened his eyes and called out, Master. Sigh, Eternal Faith, you've always been clever and sharp, so why did you do something so foolish today? Sure enough, the Master handles matters impartially. I admire you. As for being a secular disciple, it's fine if I don't do it. Li Qingshan clasped his hands before striding out of the courtyard of secular affairs. Eternal Faith stared at Li Qingshan's back. His eyes were filled with resentment. He had never suffered such great humiliation in his life, and it was right in front of so many seniors and juniors. He suddenly raised his voice and said rather shrilly, You can't let him go. We can't let him go. He's a demon folk. What? Eternal Faith, you can't speak carelessly. Distant enlightenment was alarmed. He immediately used his soul sense to examine Li Qingshan, but under the effects of the demon suppression statuary, Li Qingshan did not give off even the slightest bit of demon chi. Eternal Faith said with reddened eyes, I personally witnessed him demonify. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have gotten through my robes and golden avatar so easily? If I'm lying, I'm willing to sink into the unbreakable hell and suffer the agony of eternal calamity. Distant enlightenment's expression changed. If a Buddhist disciple dared to swear such a heavy oath, it basically could not be false. Demon folk were the enemies of the school of Buddhism. If Li Qingshan was a demon, then they would capture him regardless of whether he was right or wrong. They would either kill him on the spot or send him to the demon suppression hall. However, Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to all of this and continued to stride forward. Distant enlightenment called out, "Please wait, Sir Li. Is there anything else you want to ask, Master?" Li Qingshan felt his wrist tighten, firmly gripped by distant enlightenment. If he did not bring up the name of the unraging monk today, he probably would not be able to break free. He sighed inside, "Master, oh Master, you can't blame me for this. There are some things you need to clarify. May I ask, Sir Li, which sect or sex technique is the pagoda you used just now from?" Li Qingshan said, "It's obviously the orthodox Dharma of Buddhism. And it was the supreme Dharma of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. I've been cultivating in Buddhism since I was young. It's already been over 300 years, so how can I not know that my school of Buddhism possesses such a powerful technique? Instead, I feel like it's filled with demonic qi like the magic of demon folk." Li Qingshan smiled. "Master, you're going to listen to my side of the story again. I'm also willing to swear that if I were a demon folk, I'd be willing to sink into the unbreakable hell and suffer the agony of eternal calamity." Distant enlightenment hesitated. He glanced past Li Qingshan's wrist and suddenly paused. He asked, How did you get this string of prayer beads?" The string of prayer beads seemed like nothing special, but distant enlightenment remembered it very clearly. This was clearly the personal belonging of that senior in the back mountains. How did it end up in Li Qingshan's hands? Li Qingshan said, "Someone gave it to me." Impossible. Distant enlightenment understood just how significant this string of prayer beads was to that senior. Could basically be used as a legacy. He would never give it away so easily. If he didn't give it away, did he steal it? Distant enlightenment thought that's even more impossible. Just how many people in the world can steal something from that senior? If that senior really did give it to this person willingly, then don't tell me, Li Qingshan said meaningfully. "Master, do you think I've come to the courtyard of secular affairs to be a secular disciple because I'm bored?" Distant enlightenment slowly let go of his hand and brought his palms together. "This poor monk understands. Please go, sir." Li Qingshan brought his palms together and bowed. "Thank you, Master." He strode off in the direction of Clear River City. "Master." Eternal Faith called out, filled with reluctance. Distant enlightenment shook his head slowly, expressing that there was no need for him to say anything more. He watched as Li Qingshan's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Whether this child is a human or a demon, that person will be the judge. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 594. The new Marquis of Li Qingshan left the vicinity of Great Buddha Mountain and immediately took off into the air. He looked back at Great Buddha Mountain in the distance and seemed to see little Anne's figure on the top of the mountain, but it also seemed like there was nothing there. He sucked in a deep breath and let out a great roar. "The mountains will never change and the waters will always flow." His voice constantly echoed through the mountains. The thousands of believers below all raised their heads and gazed at the sky, wondering what had happened. Li Qingshan chuckled a few more times before turning around and taking off. He sped along the way without stopping at all, returning to the Rui Commandery in a day and a night. He went to report to Gu Yenying first, but he did not go to the Hawkwolf Guard. Instead, he directly went to where she cultivated and called out loudly, "Commander Gu, I Li Qingshan have come to seek an audience." A while later, a gate opened up in the formation, and Li Qingshan flew into the small lake. He crossed over 100 kilometers of lotus flowers and arrived at the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind. Gu Yenying was already waiting on the balcony above the lake. She smiled from afar. "You've been gone for quite some time." Li Qingshan arrived on the balcony and could not help but be interested. He saw Gu Yenying in snow-white clothes, standing in the wind in a graceful manner. She was far more enchanting than regular women. However, when he recalled their conversation last time, he immediately dismissed his thoughts. He had always been a flexible person. He had never been as devoted as Hua Sengzan in the first place. Coupled with the fact that he had already promised her last time, there was even less reason for him to change his mind. He said calmly, "I ran into some small problems, so it took me some time." Gu Yenying could not help but smile when she saw his expression and listened to his words. She stopped worrying. He really was a courageous man. "Looks like you've benefited quite a lot from this trip." After a moment of thought, Li Qingshan smiled. "I think the gains outweigh the losses." What do you think? Do you plan on asking me for help? There's no hurry. It's not time yet. Gu Yenying tapped her hand gently with her folding fan. She seemed like she had everything planned out. Li Qingshan said, then I won't hold back. I want you to help me with something small. Feel free to tell me. I've experienced many battles, big and small, and have accumulated a lot of spoils of war. However, how to sell these spoils of war and convert them into my own strength is a problem. I wonder if you have any ideas? After exchanging blows with eternal faith, Li Qingshan realized that he was still too weak as a human. If he had not learned the demon suppression statuary, Eternal Faith, who had extremely poor battle instincts, would have been able to force Li Qingshan into a corner with just a few artifacts. Demonification and the traitorous demon sword were his trump cards. He did not plan on using them unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to get a few powerful magic tools. In fact, he did not lack magic tools, but he did not dare to use any of them casually. It was like guarding a gold mine but not being able to mine it. That's not a problem. Actually, even if you didn't mention it, I would have wanted to talk to you about it. There are many resources underground. If we can properly manage and utilize them, the profits will be greater than you can imagine. Of course that would be for the best. Li Qingshan smiled. Something that was extremely difficult for him was extremely easy for Gu Yenying. With her connections, she naturally had methods to deal with these spoils of war. However, this was the only way they could have a basis for cooperation. Li Qingshan took out a portion of the spoils of war. Among them, there were 5 arcane artifacts, all of which he had obtained from the 100 treasures pouches of the golden core cultivators in the battle at Burial Mound Mountain. There was no lack of weapons that those cultivators relied on to make a name for themselves. Once 1 or 2 of them were leaked, they would immediately be investigated. Apart from that, there were also many miscellaneous items like pills and cultivation methods. All added together, their value was considerable. Sure enough, you've gained quite a lot. However, that's not all, right? Since you want to trade, take it all out. Little bro Qingshan, it's not like I'm greedy for these things. Gu Yenying said. Even golden core cultivators would be envious of these items, but they were nothing to her. Li Qingshan said disapprovingly, it's not like you know what I want. When it comes to trading, you have to see if the price is right. Gu Yenying unfolded her folding fan and waved it lightly. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Li Qingshan looked at her for a while. All right then. Here, take all of it. He took out all of the spoils of war he had accumulated in one go. Among them there were everything: cultivation methods, formations, arcane artifacts, spirit artifacts, pills, talismans, and everything else. He only kept a few purple talismans for self-defense. Gu Yenying skimmed through them briefly and had a rough estimate of their value. She would occasionally comment on a certain arcane artifact or a certain cultivation method, then accept all of them and put them all into her 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan said, where are my things? Gu Yenying said, I don't have these things on me. Let's go take a look at the arsenal of arms. The arsenal of arms? Surely you can't just buy the things I like and give them to me. In the past, Li Qingshan's first official weapon came from the arsenal of arms. Afterwards, after he embarked on the path of cultivation, he came into contact with them a few more times. He learnt that the arsenal of arms was extremely influential, basically monopolizing the sale of various artifacts across the entire Rui Commandery. If he wanted to find a few suitable arcane artifacts, that would obviously be the best choice. However, if he wanted to buy something from there, the price would be much higher. Gu Yenying said, there's no need for that. The two of them left the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind and arrived at the commandery city of Rui together. As the very center of the entire Rui Commandery, the Rui Commandery was even vaster than the Clear River Prefecture. The city walls stretched for several dozen kilometers, and buildings of various styles towered into the clouds. Most of them were made from wood and stone, giving them a sense of antiquity, but at the same time, they were filled with fantastical colors. They no longer gave off the feeling of an ancient city. Probably even modern cities could not match up to them in terms of advancement and convenience. Li Qingshan could clearly see wooden carriages that resembled trams sliding along the streets, stopping from time to time and letting off a group of people. Clearly this was the handiwork of the school of Moism. At this time it was dusk and lanterns had just been lit. However, what lit up was not candlelight, but specks of spiritual light, as if balls of lightning had appeared out of thin air. The specks of light sprinkled down on the crisscrossing streets and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the commandery city of Rui had sunk into a sea of stars. It was magnificent. This was clearly the formation that enveloped the entire commandery city of Rui. The mortals who lived there all seemed to be accustomed to it. However, it left Li Qingshan amazed in the sky. Suddenly, he discovered that the entire commandery city of Rui was decorated with lanterns and streamers as if they were celebrating something. He asked, "Is it some kind of festival right now?" Gu Yenying said, "Oh right, you still don't know. The new Marquis of Rui has already taken office. You'll be able to see him tonight." "Tonight? There's a banquet in the Marquis of Rui's estate tonight. You can come with me." "Why would I want to join in on the fun? This prince from the imperial family of the Dragon Province cannot be compared to Jiangfu. You better consider it." With that, Gu Yenying flew down. Li Qingshan pondered it for a while before chasing after her. "Then I'll do as you say." Chapter 595. The 5 arcane artifacts. The 2 of them arrived before a building that stood several dozen meters tall. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw that it was shaped like a sharp sword pointing at the sky. Silver-blue light flowed through it, and the 3 words, "Arsenal of Arms," appeared. Gu Yenying walked in, and Li Qingshan followed close behind. As soon as he stepped through the door, before he could even look around, an attendant immediately came up to receive him. When he saw Gu Yenying, he was first surprised before becoming filled with reverence. "Ma'am, you've come for an inspection." He called out loudly, and in a moment, almost 100 cultivators descended from above and below. They said together, "Your subordinates welcome you, ma'am." Li Qingshan originally thought it was because of Gu Yenying's status as a White Hawk commander, but when he heard how she referred to him, he felt that something was off. They were not Hawk Wolf guards, so why did they refer to themselves as subordinates? And it did not seem like they were receiving esteemed guests. Gu Yenying answered his question. "Don't you know that the Arsenal of Arms is my property? You can choose whatever arcane artifact you want. There's no place in the entire Rui commandery that has more arcane artifacts than here. Sure enough, you're well versed in making money. You're rich and overbearing." Li Qingshan could not help but recall that when he first heard Hua Sengzan mention her name, he had heard her refer to him as Boss Gu. Only now did he understand what she meant. "You can all disperse. Old Wu, take Commander Li to the storeroom upstairs to take a look." Gu Yenying waved her hand and dismissed everyone. Afterwards, she gave an order to an honest-looking foundation establishment cultivator in his 40s or 50s. He happened to be the shopkeeper of the Arsenal of Arms who received guests from everywhere. Shopkeeper Old Wu could not help but study Li Qingshan. The storeroom was an important place, so how could he let an outsider enter so casually? Even if he was receiving esteemed guests, he could just invite them to a private room. However, Gu Yenying had personally given him orders, so he dared not disobey. "Yes, ma'am." Under the guidance of that old shopkeeper Wu, they went down to the top floor. On the way they passed through countless alarms and opened a few more doors. Just now they entered the treasury of the arsenal. "With my abilities it's not difficult for me to break through these formations on the outside, but I don't know what these gates are made of. Even with the traitorous demon sword in hand, it'll be difficult to break through them if I pour power into them." Just as Li Qingshan was thinking this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a bright light rushed toward him, almost blinding him. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that it was the glow of countless spiritual tools, big and small, filling up the storeroom. Shopkeeper Wu closed the door and said, "Master, we're here." Gu Yenying said, "Let's go take a look at the artifacts inside." "I'm afraid it's inappropriate." Shopkeeper Wu hesitated and looked at Li Qingshan. "Don't do this and that, go quickly." Gu Yenying urged with a smile. Her voice was very calm, as if she was talking to an old friend instead of a subordinate. "Yes." Shopkeeper Wu had no choice but to go to the wall on the east side. He formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation, and the smooth wall opened another door. He turned around and said, "Please?" Finally, Li Qingshan arrived at the true treasury of the arsenal. Looking around, he saw close to 100 different items placed in the windows. Among them there were common swords and armors, but there were also all kinds of strange items. They were all covered by layers of light, and it was impossible to see their spiritual light. However, Li Qingshan knew that every single item here was an extremely rare arcane artifact, and they were probably worth much more than the countless spiritual artifacts outside combined. Old shopkeeper Wu handed over a jade scroll. Li Qingshan's mind entered it, and inside it was the information of the 100 artifacts. Thinking about it, normal customers could only use this jade scroll to decide if they wanted to buy or not. They couldn't directly enter the treasury and choose the real thing. Gu Yenying glanced around and made her way over to a window frame. She extended her hand inside, and her glistening jade-white hand slowly passed through the film of light. When she pulled it out again, she was already holding a pair of gloves that were almost transparent. They shone with veil-like light. It was a low-grade arcane artifact. Come, try this. Sir, you have a good eye. This light wave hand doesn't have anything special to introduce. It can only increase the speed and power of a water-type battle technique. It's perfect for this fellow Daoist. Shopkeeper Wu introduced the technique as if it was nothing. In a life-and-death battle, being a little bit faster could be the difference between life and death, let alone more. Li Qingshan put on the gloves, and the spiritual light immediately disappeared. He found that this pair of gloves was so light that it felt like there was nothing there. Even the fingerprints on the gloves could be clearly seen. It was like a blue lake, colorful from afar but colorless in the hands. When he held his hands, even his sense of touch was not affected at all. Such a light object, how useful would it be? He once again separated his hands and silently circulated his spiritual energy. He had only just thought when a small water vortex was born. The entire process was smooth and unrestrained, as if the conditions were right. Li Qingshan was delighted in his heart. With this object in hand, he would surely be able to bring forth the might of ocean wielding. It was much more suitable for him to use than the heavy water sword. If he wore this pair of gloves when he fought with Eternal Faith, he was fairly confident that he would be able to destroy Eternal Faith's robe with a single punch. Shopkeeper Wu was also shocked in his heart. Although this water vortex was only the size of a thumb, the whistling sound it emitted was like a tornado, and the strength it contained was probably capable of piercing through mountains and breaking rocks. This was only an experiment. If he were to seriously execute the technique, then how powerful would it be? Alright, this counts as one, Li Qingshan said decisively. He simply wore it on his hand and didn't take it off anymore as he continued to choose. He exclaimed in admiration from time to time. He felt that every single artifact was so powerful and special. Moreover, the introduction of almost every artifact was very long, and it introduced all sorts of information about the artifact. He had always been someone who was good at fighting, so when he saw almost every artifact, a set of battle tactics that could bring out the greatest might of the artifact automatically appeared in his mind, and this consumed even more time. You're too slow. If you continue looking like this, you'll definitely miss the banquet. It's better to let me choose. Gu Yening waited for a while, then closed her folding fan and stretched out her hand. Li Qingshan only felt a gust of cool breeze brush past, and the jade slip was in her hand. He smiled helplessly. Gu Yening examined them seriously. Although these artifacts belonged to her, she didn't understand every single one of them, so her speed was much faster than Li Qingshan's. After a short while, she chose a jade pendant, a belt, a soft armor, and a pair of boots. Every single one of them was naturally an artifact, and each of them had their own kind of strange might. Li Qingshan naturally didn't doubt her foresight and knowledge, so he could only accept it. Looking at her beautiful profile as she pondered seriously, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. It was as if he was being taken by his rich girlfriend to choose a fitting and expensive outfit for a luxurious banquet. Li Qingshan laughed to himself. She really didn't give up on her evil intentions, huh? He tossed this thought aside and put on all the items that Gu Yening had chosen. His whole person looked brand new, and his heroic spirit flourished. Commander Li's attire is really cool. Old shopkeeper Wu had also found out about Li Qingshan's name and identity through their conversation. He hurriedly praised him, but in his heart he thought, no matter who has 5 artifacts, they're all cool and extraordinary. However, whether or not they can bring out the full potential of the artifacts is quite questionable. That's about it, Gu Yening studied Li Qingshan and said in thought. Li Qingshan smiled. He was extremely satisfied inside. As long as he refined all of these arcane artifacts, his strength would basically multiply. He would be able to make up for the shortcoming of being a human cultivator, which was too weak. Many situations where it was inconvenient for him to use his demonic powers would not be so awkward anymore. If he had to go to the demon suppression hall again now, he would even be bold enough to attempt the 7th floor. How many more can I choose? Gu Yening smiled. There's no harm in giving you all of the arcane artifacts here, but wearing 5 arcane artifacts is basically the limit. If you have more, the arcane artifacts will clash with one another, which will be detrimental to your usage. If it were not for the fact that these arcane artifacts all belong to the water element and Li Qingshan's godlike talent in controlling water, wielding 3 arcane artifacts at the same time would basically be his limit. Eternal Faith had accepted bribes over the years, so he definitely had more than 3 arcane artifacts in his possession. However, when he faced off against his enemy Li Qingshan he only used 3. Shopkeeper Wu was dumbfounded. Although Gu Yenying had always been generous to others, he had never heard of her being so generous. Just what was so special about this child that she was so fond of him? Alright, I'll just treat it as keeping it with you. We'll talk about it when I think of what I need. Is this a pill cauldron? Li Qingshan glanced over and saw a pure white cauldron that seemed to be carved out of white jade on the top pane of the wall. That's right. This cauldron is called the Jade Melting Cauldron. It's only a mid-grade arcane artifact, but it's the most valuable one among all the arcane artifacts here, said Shopkeeper Wu. Originally, rare arcane artifacts and pill cauldrons like these were the easiest to sell, but due to their exorbitant prices, many cultivators could only give up on them regretfully after seeing them. I still want this Jade Melting Cauldron. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened and he immediately said. Ever since Ru Xiang gave him the Water God seal, he had been looking for a suitable gift to return the favor. This Jade Melting Cauldron was the perfect gift. Gu Yenying said, I didn't know you knew alchemy. I have a friend who's quite good at it. Gu Yenying smiled and said, she's a medical beauty called Ru Xiang. You're such a sentimental person. You already know the answer, but I only treat her as a friend and confidant. Li Qingshan said. With Gu Yenying's identity, it would not be a problem for her to investigate 3 generations of his family, so it was not strange that she knew about Ru Xiang. From what you've said, are you going to give this to her? Gu Yenying leaped up lightly and took the Jade Melting Cauldron in her hand. It was only the size of a fist and was supported by 3 long winding legs. Cloud patterns floated on its surface, making it look exquisite. Yes. Do you know that this pill cauldron is much more expensive than the 5 arcane artifacts you have on you? Li Qingshan said, what does that have to do with anything? You better refine these arcane artifacts as soon as possible. There'll probably be a fierce battle tonight. Gu Yenying casually tossed the Jade Melting Cauldron to Li Qingshan and walked out of the storeroom. Chapter 596. FF37, FF18, XFF33, FF23, OMU85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. The Marquis of Rui's estate sat right in the center of the commandery city. It was surrounded by high walls on all sides and battlements rose and fell continuously. Soldiers walked on them, vigilantly inspecting the surroundings. It naturally gave off a sense of authority. It was a city within a city. A slightly plump, middle-aged man who seemed to be a caretaker paced back and forth before the main entrance. He constantly gazed at the crescent moon in the sky, estimating the time. His face was filled with anxiety. Why hadn't Commander Gu arrived yet? Just as he was thinking, a figure in white clothes shot through the air and landed before the entrance of the estate. It was a woman of great beauty in clothes whiter than snow. She had a smile on her lips as she waved her jade folding fan gently. As if she had appeared out of thin air, she kicked up a gentle breeze that made her snow-white clothes ruffle gently. A tall man followed closely behind her. He had a bronze face, thick brows and wide eyes. He stood silently behind the woman like a guard, but he did not give off a sense of inferiority at all. Instead, he gave off a natural sense of might. They were Gu Yenying and Li Qingshan. This was the first time Li Qingshan had come to the Marquis of Rui's estate. In his past life he had visited the Forbidden Palace as well. Compared to the Marquis estate, the lofty imperial palace that had lasted through the Ming and Qing dynasties was basically as simple and crude as a dwelling. When he thought about how the Marquis estate that the Jiang clan had managed for several millennia had already been taken over by someone else and had a new owner, he could not help but think of a phrase he had once read. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Only Gu Yenying heard what he said clearly. In the old days, Wuxia was like a swallow in front of a court, flying to the He family. She could not help but glance at him and feel slightly surprised. This kid gave off a boorish aura. She never thought he would have such literary talent. Commander Gu, you finally arrived. Her Highness has already been waiting for quite some time. If you still hadn't come, I would have been punished. When the caretaker saw Gu Yenying, he rejoiced and went up to greet her. Caretaker Zheng 13's rules are still so strict. He actually needs you to personally receive me. It's rare for Commander Gu to remember such a small character like me. It's my honor to be able to welcome Commander Gu personally. Please follow me. The butler extended his hand and led the way. There's no need. I'm more familiar with this mansion than your highness. With a wave of her sleeve, Gu Yenying turned into a white shadow and entered the city gate. The butler hurriedly followed him. Its speed was shockingly fast as well. He followed closely behind Gu Yenying like a shadow as he shouted, "Commander Gu has arrived." Of course, this was because Gu Yenying was not using her full strength, but she could keep up with her usual speed. It was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Li Qingshan was shocked. Just now, he realized that this servant-looking steward Zheng was actually a golden core cultivator. He had concealed his aura too well. Coupled with the fact that he was far too submissive, he did not possess the bearing of a golden core cultivator at all. As a result, even Li Qingshan had misjudged him. Just who was this new Marquis of Rui? It was easy for a golden core cultivator to become a friend or a guest, but making him a servant was basically an unimaginable luxury. Li Qingshan followed the two of them through the city gate after city gate, arriving at the center of the Marquis estate. He saw a vast and magnificent palace in the distance. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it was enveloped by a scarlet glow, like a great fire was burning. On the terrace in front of the palace, a man in luxurious robes and a tall crown stood with his hands behind his back. "Yenying, if you still hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from starting the banquet first." The voice was ear-piercing and even slightly shrill, like a wolf howling at the moon. It cut through the air, making people tempted to cover their ears. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes. The man's face was slightly tanned and his eyes bulged slightly. There was even a faint scar on his right eye. There was nothing handsome about his face, nowhere close to Jiang Fu's elegance and grace. However, just by standing there casually, he gave off a gloomy, domineering aura, which was not something Jiang Fu could compare to. Then he looked at his robes. They were not the serpent of Rui, but 5 true dragons. This was the bearing of a descendant of the imperial family of Great Xia. With just a glance, Li Qingshan knew that this person was far more difficult to deal with than Jiang Fu. If he was determined to make an enemy out of him, he would probably be a rather troublesome enemy. 13th. I'm already 11th. Gu Yenying landed gently before the man like a feather, but before she had even finished speaking, the man interrupted her. Although his gaze towards Gu Yenying also shone brightly, possessing the most natural admiration a man had for an outstanding woman, he would never change his way of doing things because of this. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've advanced by another 2. Li Qingshan originally thought this was the seniority of the imperial family according to age, but now that he heard it, that was not the case at all. Instead, it seemed like some sort of ranking battle. You better just call me Si Qing. Si Qing smiled. His gaze passed by Gu Yenying and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had already concealed all of the light from his arcane artifacts, but it was impossible for him to hide from Si Qing's eyes. The gaze displeased Li Qingshan as it did not seem like he was looking at a person, but more like he was looking at a racehorse or a dog, appraising its strengths and weaknesses inside. This must be your subordinate. Looks like you haven't forgotten the traditions of the Dragon Province. However, your insight has deteriorated after all. He's only at mid-foundation establishment, yet he probably still hasn't adapted to his arcane artifacts yet. Gu Yenying said, I think it's because you've been trapped in the Dragon Province for too long, Si Qing. You've narrowed your horizons. Really? Si Qing stared at Li Qingshan for a while and smiled. Sure enough, your murderousness is well hidden, like a tiger resting in a forest. If you can take a step further and reach late foundation establishment, then you really can give me some expectations. Li Qingshan could not help but stare at Si Qing. He did not show any respect or fear at all. Si Qing's face sank slightly and his smile vanished. Though he's still untamed. You still need to teach him more about the principle of respecting the strong. Not everyone can be tamed. We're going in. Gu Yenying changed the topic and glanced at Li Qingshan, indicating that he should not confront him directly. Li Qingshan lowered his eyes and said nothing. He seemed rather condescending. Please. Si Qing raised his hand. He did not take this foundation establishment cultivator's rudeness too seriously. Were people supposed to care about a dog baring its teeth? Moreover, this was a dog that was about to die. They entered the palace together. Several dozen tables were arranged on each side of the palace. On one side they were all dressed in white. They were Gu Yenying's subordinates, fellow members of the Hawkwolf Guard. On the other side, the attire of the people there was divided into several colors. The seats at the very front of both sides were empty, facing each other from afar. Clearly they were reserved for Gu Yenying and Si Qing, but there was no seat for the host. This arrangement was rather strange. A banquet was supposed to be one where the host and guest enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Instead, it gave off a sense of confrontation and negotiation. Greetings, Commander Gu. When the White Wolves saw Gu Yenying, they all stood up and bowed. Li Qingshan spotted Han Qiongji with a single glance, while Han Qiongji looked back silently. Li Qingshan nodded at her before finding Wang Puxi. However, when he glanced around from the corner of his eye, he actually discovered someone familiar, Qian Rongji. Although Qian Rongji sat at the back, she was dressed in white. She had been promoted to White Wolf Guard at some point in time. She smiled gently at Li Qingshan, as gentle as water. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 597. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. After reaching Foundation establishment, Qian Rongji obviously no longer served as a regular Scarlet Wolf Guard. After meeting Gu Yenying, she was immediately retained as a White Wolf Guard. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. He could sense that Qian Rongji's bearing had changed again. The coldness had basically vanished completely, but Li Qingshan would never forget her madness. This woman has become even more dangerous. If anyone provokes her, they'll probably be in quite a lot of trouble. However, what he did not know was that in Qian Rongji's eyes, his change was even more shocking. His complacent attitude was like that of a tiger strolling through the forest. The word king was written on his forehead, but his claws and teeth were all withdrawn. He would not display his viciousness so easily. Originally, I thought I could close the gap between us, but I never thought he would still be so powerful. Just as the two of them were lost in their own thoughts, a young woman with thick eyebrows and large eyes called out loudly, "Sister, come and sit." Li Qingshan noticed that the young woman wore the uniform of a White Wolf commander, and her seat was only slightly behind Gu Yenying. He thought, "She's Gu Yenying's assistant, the White Wolf commander. I never thought she'd be like this. She still looks like a young woman, but her true age definitely isn't just that. This only proves that her talent is extremely great. She possesses an extremely high cultivation at an extremely young age, so the rate at which she ages is obviously slower, which is why she still looks like a young woman." Gu Yenying said, "In formal situations, you should call me commander or sir. What does that have to do with anything?" The young woman with thick eyebrows pouted. She behaved like a normal young woman. However, with what he had experienced just now at the entrance, Li Qingshan was afraid to underestimate her. He stared at her. Although she had completely concealed her presence, he was still able to probe a little with the senses of the spirit turtle. Sure enough, she was also a golden core cultivator. The girl with thick eyebrows suddenly glared at Li Qingshan and said fiercely, "What are you looking at?" Li Qingshan continued to lower his eyelids and lower his head. Si Qing said with a smile, "Sister Bao, I've been impatient for a long time already. Today is a reunion of old friends, so there's no need to stick to these rules. Please take a seat." As soon as Gu Yenying sat down, the girl with thick eyebrows leaned on her and said, "I'll sit here too." Originally, it was supposed to be one table per person. Then, according to their identity and cultivation, she wanted to sit with Gu Yenying in the back row. Fortunately, the seat was very big, so the two of them didn't feel crowded. Si Qing frowned. "A country bumpkin. It's fine if you don't know the etiquette, but Si Bao, don't break the rules. Humph, you're a prince, but I'm a princess. Why should I be a bit behind you? Si Qing, I'm only calling you brother because I'm giving you face. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up until you call me big sister." Si Bao suddenly stood up and snorted coldly in extreme disdain. Her thick eyebrows were raised high, and the aura she gave off was no less than Si Qing's. Moreover, it was rather similar to Si Qing's. "I'll have a taste of it in the next Rising Dragon Assembly. I'm just afraid you won't dare to participate." Li Qingshan was very surprised. From their voices, the two of them should both be heirs of the imperial clan, reuniting after a long separation. Even if they weren't close, they should be able to get along on the surface. He never thought that just because of the issue of seating, they would clash so harshly with each other and become so hostile. They were basically like street thugs, able to get into a vicious fight with just a few words like, "What are you looking at?" or "What's wrong with looking at you?" They did not have the self-restraint of the imperial clan or golden core cultivators at all. "All right, Bao, you can sit here if you want to." Don't be like a fighting rooster. Gu Yening pulled Si Bao over, and Si Bao leaned against her in passing. She whispered into her ear, I'll take him down a notch first and show him who's boss. Li Qingshan saw that there were 2 seats to Si Qing's left and right. They were only slightly towards the back, below Si Qing and above everyone else. Their statuses were basically equivalent to Si Bao's. Just now, Si Qing and the others had entered the hall, but they were the only ones who did not stand up to receive them. One of them was a military general in armor. His beard was braided into a black and white braid that extended from his chin to his chest. He sat there in an awe-inspiring manner. His eyes were wide open as he glared angrily at Si Bao. The other person was a pale-faced scholar. He supported his chin with one hand while he gently fanned a black feather fan with the other. He stared at Si Bao with a pair of deep eyes in his sunken eye sockets. Please sit down, Your Highness. What's the point of bickering with women? Not only did he not take Si Bao seriously, but he also treated Si Qing as an equal. You're right, Brother Jia. Si Qing returned to his seat before ordering the banquet to begin. However, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. It did not seem like a banquet at all. Li Qingshan was just about to sit down in the empty seat beside Han Xiongji when Gu Yening waved at him. Qingshan, why don't you sit here? You don't look good when it's empty. Li Qingshan did not hold back either. He arrived at the secondary seat beside Gu Yening and sat down casually. Si Bao glared at him again. That was originally her seat. Many of the White Wolf guards behind were taken aback. This was not just a matter of seating. Their cultivation, age, and experience had all been carefully calculated. There was no confusion about who was in front and who was in the wrong. It could basically represent their status in the Hawkwolf Guard. It was also the most basic form of etiquette. If Si Bao wanted to sit with Gu Yening with her status, even Si Qing would reprimand her for being rude. Gu Yening's actions were equivalent to placing Li Qingshan before all of them. It held great significance, so many jealous gazes could not help but be cast over. They communicated with each other through their soul sense. Who's he? I think he's called Li Qingshan, the Scarlet Hawk Commander of the Clear River Prefecture. He's just a Scarlet Hawk Commander? He's only at mid-foundation establishment. What right does he have to be bold enough to sit before us? Li Qingshan? Don't tell me he's that infamous coward, the commander in secluded cultivation? Ever since Li Qingshan became a Scarlet Hawk Commander, he had left all of his work to Wasangzan. Apart from going to Burial Mound Mountain with Wasangzan to investigate, he had not done a single proper thing. He was rather renowned within the circle of the Hawkwolf Guard. Si Qing stared at him. Looks like Yening really does value this child very much. I need to give an order. Don't let him die at my hands later. Before Gu Yening could say anything, Si Bao said, I don't think you have the ability either. At the same time, she communicated with Li Qingshan with her soul sense. Kit, you want to sit in my seat? Let's see if you have the right later. Li Qingshan was confused. What are they talking about? It's like they're going to fall out with each other later on. He could vaguely understand why Gu Yening had chosen this arcane artifact for him so seriously. She had another plan in mind. Alright, then let's decide on a battle to the death. Si Qing's spirits roused and excitement filled his eyes. He was clearly interested from the bottom of his heart. That won't be necessary. Just determine the victor. Gu Yening waved her hand with a smile. A battle is dangerous where life and death are on the line. He might not necessarily have the chance to surrender and beg for mercy. Si Qing drank a cup of wine and smiled murderously. As they spoke, various delicacies that Li Qingshan had never heard of before were served up like flowing water. In particular, the jars of fine wine were faint green in color and did not give off any fragrance at all. However, when Li Qingshan tried a mouthful, it felt like it was burning hot. A heavy fragrance rushed into his head, and a scorching heat entered his lungs. It was indescribably refreshing. It's easy to get drunk on this wine, so don't drink too much. There's still something important to do later. Gu Yening specially communicated with him secretly. Don't worry. The more I drink, the more spirited I become. Just what is it that's so serious? You'll know in a while. At this moment, the sound of stringed and woodwind instruments rang out faintly from behind the curtain. An extremely moving voice vibrated, singing with endless sorrow of parting. Even Li Qingshan could not help but be moved by it. He listened with rapt attention. The fragrance of flowers wafted over. Begonia petals scattered into the hall with the wind. They were pure white, faint pink, and bright red. Slender women in thin clothes drifted over like fairies of the 9 heavens. They arrived with the waves, dancing with the music. When they reached the center of the hall, they suddenly dispersed, producing rings of light that bloomed like bright red. A tall woman appeared in the center, but she wore a white mask, faintly drawing the outline of a begonia flower. The women in the surroundings were already so beautiful, so they could not help but imagine just how beautiful the woman in the center would be. Li Qingshan could vaguely sense that the woman's figure was rather familiar. The sound of the stringed and woodwind instruments gradually became hurried, and the dance gradually intensified as well. It constantly changed positions, dancing through the air in the spacious hall. It was dazzling and gave off an enchanting power. As they tasted the fine wine in their cups and watched the moving dance, everyone present became intoxicated. However, Li Qingshan noticed that Si Qing was indifferent and bored. Instead, the civil and martial figures to his left and right watched with rapt attention without blinking at all. Gu Yenying raised her cup and congratulated him from afar. Si Qing, although this song and dance can't compare to Ganqi's war dance, it still has its own special flavor. Si Qing said, "It's no wonder the Marquis of Rui died an unnatural death when he's so indulgent in pleasure. I heard that he actually has improper thoughts about you too. He's basically asking for death. If you really agree to him, His Highness the Crown Prince will probably descend upon the Rui Commandery and personally kill this toad." Si Bao said, "Royal brother, don't tell me you're working so hard because you want to replace Big Brother Ming and become the Crown Prince yourself. Don't speak nonsense. How can I compare to Royal Brother Ming? I'm already fortunate enough to sit firmly in my position as the Marquis of Rui." Si Qing's expression changed before slowly recovering. In the end he looked at Gu Yenying again. Whether he could sit firmly in his position as the Marquis of Rui all depended on her. After the Marquis of Rui Jiangfu and Great General Han Angwa died in battle, Gu Yenying was the only one left of the three heavyweights of the past. She had already become the person with the greatest authority in the entire Rui Commandery. Gu Yenying had stayed in the Rui Commandery for so long. She came from a powerful background and she was generous and amiable to others. All the cultivators of the Rui Commandery, whether they belonged to the 100 schools of thought or the sects, had to show her some respect. She could even influence the demons and change the situation in the Rui Commandery. For example, the demon of the North Moon who possessed startling strength and had committed all sorts of evil seemed to have some affection for her. As a result, as soon as Si Qing arrived in the Rui Commandery, he invited no one but Gu Yenying first. He said it was to catch up on the past, but he was actually testing and competing with her to determine who was superior. Gu Yenying changed her posture and crossed her legs. She accepted the alcohol Si Bao offered and drank it all in a single gulp. She smiled. "That'll depend on what you're capable of." FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 598. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. The brilliantly illuminated palace overlooked the entire prefectural city as well as the entire Rui Commandery. At that moment, this place was the center of this land that spanned thousands of kilometers, all because of the existence of two people, Gu Yenying and Si Qing. More accurately, there was also a demon, the North Moon. Li Qingshan had defeated several dozen demon commanders with brutal methods. Although no one knew why the demons were fighting among themselves, the terrifying strength he had demonstrated in that battle had left the entire Rui Commandery shocked. The name of the North Moon could no longer be casually mentioned. Instead, he had become the most terrifying enemy in the hearts of human cultivators. The three of them were basically enough to determine the situation of the entire Rui Commandery. Gu Yenying and Si Qing's gazes pierced through the colorful dance and clashed in the air. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, sat there quietly with his eyes closed. The flexible armor on him flowed with light, currently being refined. Ever since he sat down, he had been focused on refining the arcane artifacts on him apart from gulping down alcohol, preparing for the vicious battle Gu Yenying had mentioned. He sensed the atmosphere in the surroundings become more and more tense, but he instead became slightly excited. Si Qing placed down his cup and said loudly, "All right, all of you back down." The dancers that danced like petals all descended and bowed towards Gu Yenying and Si Qing respectively, about to leave. "Stop. You're bowing to Her Highness while wearing a mask. That's a great disrespect." The burly general to Si Qing's right with his beard tied into a braid suddenly spoke up. He stared at the masked woman with his extremely invasive eyes, as if his gaze wanted to pierce through the mask. The woman bowed gracefully again. "May I ask for your name, sir?" Her voice was magnetic and pleasant to listen to. Li Qingshan was sure that this woman was Begonia the moment he heard it. He then carefully sized up her figure. Although it was shrouded in loose colorful clothes, it was still difficult to hide her proud figure. It was full of mature and seductive charm. He smiled inwardly. It's been a long time. How many people could have such a figure? But I don't know why she came here to present a gift. Edan, you have no right to ask for my name. Then why did you inform us, Lord Edan? Begonia asked, neither servile nor overbearing. But it depends on your appearance. If you are ugly and stain my eyes, I will punish you twice as severely. If you're born handsome, you'll also be heavily rewarded. Edan did not bother to hide the obscene smile on his face. He was like a crude beast, directly evaluating a woman's value based on her appearance. Even if she was a beauty that could topple cities, she would not be happy. That was the unbridled behavior of the strong towards the weak, demanding whatever they wanted. Si Qing, who placed great emphasis on etiquette, remained silent right now. He was slightly displeased with how Begonia bowed to Gu Yenying first. As a result, he allowed Edan to make trouble. If the weak sat a little closer to the front or if they bowed in the wrong order, it would be rude or even disrespectful. However, it seemed like it was only natural for the strong to take liberties with a woman in public. Begonia fell silent for a while before letting out a gloomy sigh from under her mask. All she could do was remove her mask gently. The dance this time was not of her own will, but she was no longer the sect master of the sect of clouds and rain anymore. She had to listen to the current sect master's orders. She had even been told to charm and befriend this Prince Si Qing, but she refused to do that, so all she could do was put on her mask. The master of the sect of clouds and rain could tell that she was unwilling, but she did not want to force her too much either. She felt like wearing a mask would be even more mysterious and alluring. Perhaps the effects would be even better. Edan's eyes lit up. Her face was like a crabapple in spring sleep, white and rosy. It was dignified and gorgeous, yet enchanting. She was a rare peerless beauty, and with her figure, it was hard to come by. Coupled with her figure, she would definitely be an excellent gift in bed. You really do have some beauty. You will be heavily rewarded. Thank you, sir. Edan smiled. However, if you want to receive your reward, you'll have to return to the estate with me. If it were a woman who curried favor with those in power, she would probably agree immediately when she saw the opportunity to get on the good side of this important figure from the Dragon Province. Begonia said, I appreciate your kindness, sir, but there's no need for the expense. Edan's smile turned cold before slowly recovering. He asked, Are you a virgin? This question was already equivalent to humiliation. Begonia shut her mouth firmly and did not answer. She never thought this cultivator from the Dragon Province would actually be so rude. If you are, then I'll take you in as a concubine. Of course, I'll have to personally verify this in the future. If you're not, you'll be heavily punished. Ah. Edan seemed to find what he had said extremely amusing, so he began laughing aloud. The people of the Hawkwolf Guard were furious. Although most of them did not know Begonia, she had clearly been summoned by Gu Yenying. Humiliating her was equivalent to provoking Gu Yenying. And anyone would feel annoyed when an outsider insulted a beauty of the Rui Commandery like this. However, when they saw how impressive Edan's cultivation was, they dared not say anything. Only Edan's laughter resounded in the entire hall. Si Bao could not hold herself back anymore. Just when she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a sneer from behind. Bullshit. Li Qingshan raised his cup again and again. He was already slightly tipsy, so how could he hold himself back when he heard Edan say something like that? Kit, who are you talking about? Edan's laughter came to a halt. He stared at Li Qingshan with widened eyes as if he was in disbelief. A mere foundation establishment cultivator was actually bold enough to speak to him like that. Begonia also turned around and looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. Is there a second dog here? Sai, if this dog were a purebred dog with pure fur, I'd spare his life. If it's a bullshit mongrel, I'd like to taste dog meat. Get your ass out here. Edan furrowed his brows and bellowed at Li Qingshan. With a bang, the cups, plates in front of Li Qingshan shattered together. The soup splattered everywhere. A layer of ice armor rose up on Li Qingshan's soft armor, but he was unscathed. He stood up slowly, even holding a flagon of alcohol. He raised his eyes and looked at Edan. You really are a mongrel dog. You talk like you're farting, and farting is like you're talking. You don't make any sense. This was no longer mockery or ridicule, but undisguised public humiliation. Si Qing's expression changed too, while Yi Dan's face went from red to purple, then from purple to black. Si Bao giggled. It was no wonder why my sister valued this person so much. Let alone everything else, just his courage alone was very rare. She said to Li Qingshan secretly, "Curse him all you want. I'll protect you." Yi Dan took a step forward and with a loud bang the entire palace seemed to shake. His aura pressed down on Li Qingshan like a mountain or an ocean. Begonia felt suffocated just from the shockwave. What a powerful aura of brutality. Li Qingshan seemed to feel nothing at all. He casually tossed aside the flagon of alcohol and walked up to Yi Dan. His black and white eyes stared straight at Yi Dan, faintly shining with a red light. Yi Dan's heart skipped a beat. This gaze. Damn it. If this was any other day I could crush this little bastard to death with a single hand. However, at this banquet I have to think of the bigger picture, so I can't do this. It was normal to provoke each other at a banquet. If Gu Yenying and Si Qing got entangled with each other's subordinates, it would be beneath their dignity. However, if someone could not resist attacking first, then the situation would be different. Little bastard, do you think you can stay under someone else's protection for the rest of your life? Bastard, come and try to kill me. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 599. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, U. Yi Dan grabbed Li Qingshan by the front of his clothes and threw a punch at his face. If the punch connected, he would definitely die on the spot from having his brain splattered. Bang! The fierce wind surged into the surroundings, ruffling everyone's clothes. Qingshan! Han Qiongji cried out. The punch stopped firmly in front of Li Qingshan, exploding the air. Li Qingshan showed no fear at all. Instead, his mockery grew heavier. Yi Dan's fist trembled as veins bulged on his forehead. He seemed like he could smash down at any time. Yi Dan. The scholar waving the black feather fan suddenly spoke up. This kid might have been a sacrificial lamb that Gu Yenying had specially found. If he really was angered and beat a hawk wolf guard to death in front of everyone, the situation would become extremely disadvantageous to them. Yi Dan slowly let go of Li Qingshan's clothes and said viciously, "Qingshan, that's your name. I'll remember it." Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan corrected him with a smile. He thought, if I don't kill a mongrel like you in the future, I'll write my surname upside down. The Hawkwolf guards looked at his proud figure. There was both admiration and pity in their eyes. They were no longer so displeased with him sitting in the secondary seat. Just like Yi Dan had said, no matter how powerful Gu Yenying was, she could not protect a single person forever. In particular, when a foundation establishment cultivator was involved in a clash between large organizations like this, the slightest carelessness could result in them being crushed to pieces. Provoking and insulting a powerful cultivator like this was very unwise. If Yi Dan found an opportunity in the future, he could kill him in a single strike. As long as he did not leave behind any evidence, no one could do anything to Yi Dan. Li Qingshan returned to his seat and sat down. He nodded at Han Qiongji, telling her not to worry. This time, it was not all for the sake of a moment of passion or to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Gu Yenying had helped him whitewash his accumulated resources for free, so he obviously had to return the favor, support her, and demonstrate his worth. Si Qing said, "Let's cut to the chase and get back to business. Yenying, have you chosen your fighter? You may leave." Gu Yenying smiled and waved her hand. Begonia bowed and excused herself. Then she took a deep look at Li Qingshan. She replied with her soul sense, "Thank you for saving me, Commander Li. Once I return to the Clear River Prefecture, I will definitely hold a banquet in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain to thank you." In the blink of an eye, the reckless boy from the countryside had become a man of indomitable spirit. But it was still the same as before. Firm and unyielding. Fearlessly challenging the strong. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile before looking at Si Qing again. He was curious about the fighter he spoke of. The vicious battle that Gu Yenying spoke of was about to begin. Of course. Gu Yenying clapped her hands gently with a smile. Chen Rongji Yen Shixin, come to the front. After a pause, she said, "Li Qingshan, please wait for a moment." Li Qingshan heard a sound from behind. A late Foundation establishment White Wolf guard stood up and walked over. His cultivation was among the White Wolf Guards. He must be at the top. However, Qian Rongji emerged from the corner, which surprised everyone. Li Qingshan was still at mid-foundation establishment after all, while she was only at early foundation establishment. She did not possess any powerful background, so it was already very surprising that she could directly be promoted to a White Wolf Guard, yet she had actually been specially chosen by Gu Yenying. Li Qingshan also noticed that the two of them had at least 2 arcane artifacts on them. The White Wolf Guard named Yan Shixin aside, it was impossible for Qian Rongji to be so wealthy. It was impossible for Qian Rongji to be so wealthy. Even if she did possess such wealth, she would never show it with her personality. This was probably what Gu Yenying had prepared for them to deal with the vicious battle tonight. On Si Qing's side, 3 people walked out as well. One was a white-haired old man in a long robe. One was a brawny, bare-chested man covered in scars, and the last one was as short as a monkey. All 3 of them were late foundation establishment. Each of them was equipped with a set of Dharma artifacts, although they were silent. Although they were silent, Li Qingshan sensed a faint murderous aura around them. He was extremely familiar with this feeling. He thought to himself, these 3 are probably veterans who have killed countless people. Only those who have experienced countless life and death battles can develop such an aura. Coupled with their arcane artifacts, their strength is definitely not something regular foundation establishment cultivators can compare to. It's just that the world is at peace now, so how did they train themselves? The 3 of them are my fighters. It seems like they've taken too much advantage of you. Yenying, are you intentionally going easy on them? Si Qing smiled confidently. Gu Yenying said, cut the bullshit. Since you like talking so much, why don't you tell us the rules of this battle? Are we going to fight one after the other according to the old rules? Si Qing seemed to be in extremely high spirits. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but his face was flushed red. It was the complete opposite of how bored he was when he was watching the performance just now. There was basically a hint of fanaticism. Most of you are from the Green Province, so you probably don't understand the traditions of our Dragon Province very well. Let me give you an introduction first. The people of the Dragon Province are warlike and warlike. Even when children play games, they use wooden swords to fight. When they grow up, they use real swords. Basically, everyone practices martial arts, and as long as they have some talent, they will join the 100 schools of thought and work hard on cultivation. Li Qingshan had heard that cultivation methods were extremely common in the Dragon Province. Even regular people could easily come into contact with Qi practitioner cultivation methods, and there were far more cultivators here than in the other 8 provinces. Under these circumstances, it was obviously a place where powerful people rose up and powerful cultivators emerged. With the imperial family as the core, the civil and military officials were all powerful cultivators, while the 3 ducal ministers, the ministers of the 6 ministries, and the other high officials were all great cultivators who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation. However, he had no idea what Si Qing was trying to say. Was he trying to show off the strength of the Great Xia Empire? Si Qing strode to the center of the hall and said loudly with a voice as shrill as a jackal's, "Do you know what the greatest hobby of a person from the Dragon Province is? To watch fighters fight and kill each other in arenas." Basically, all the cities of various sizes in the Dragon Province had arenas for duels. Those who took part in the duels were known as fighters, ranging from mortal fighters wielding weapons to cultivators using arcane artifacts and spiritual artifacts in battle. The arenas were always a hubbub of voices. Under the cheers of everyone, there would always be dead souls returning to the heavens, and blood would splatter on the sand. Even a brothel like the Parlor of Clouds and Rain, a place of pleasure, could not compare to the popularity of arenas. Li Qingshan looked at the 3 of them and said secretly, "Commander Gu, so this is the vicious battle you were talking about." He felt rather displeased. Although he liked to fight, he did not want to be like a fighting cock or a fighting dog, a toy for the amusement of the higher class. Do you know how the princes and princesses of the imperial family of Great Xia came to be? Gu Yenying smiled. They're obviously born from the emperor and his concubines. No. Most of the current princes and princesses haven't even been seen by the emperor until the day they become princes and princesses. What's going on? In the Great Xia Empire, any child with the imperial family's bloodline has the right to become a prince or princess. Then how many princes and princesses do they have to bestow? Li Qingshan said in surprise. The Great Xia Empire had existed for several millennia, constantly growing. There were probably millions or even tens of millions of people with the imperial family's bloodline. If they're willing to become a prince or princess, they only need to apply, and they can receive the best guidance in the imperial court. They can enjoy the resources of the imperial family, and they'll arrange a battle every once in a while. In the end, less than a tenth of them will truly become a prince or princess. Won't the other 90% be? If they die, they'll either walk out in endless glory, or they'll be carried out on a stretcher. They won't even have the right to enter the imperial mausoleum. Their chances of survival are just too low, so the number of people who apply isn't as many as you'd imagine. Of course, it's not a small number either. The Tong family has never lacked geniuses. Li Qingshan was shocked. This method of raising princes and princesses was basically like raising insects. It was extremely vicious. Only true geniuses had the confidence to take part in this sort of elimination, and the ones who survived in the end would definitely be geniuses among geniuses. Originally, he felt like Xi Qing was probably much more difficult to deal with than the Marquis of Yi Jiangfu. Now, he could not help but raise his guard a little, afraid of being careless at all. And he also understood what Gu Yening meant by 13 and 11 just now. Clearly they were not ranked by age but by strength. Among the princes, Xi Qing could be regarded as one of the best. Becoming a prince or princess was quite difficult, but once they succeeded, they would receive the support of the entire imperial family of Great Xia. Possessing some powerful cultivation methods or even arcane treasures would be very normal. Their true strength probably surpassed regular golden core cultivators. Even if they were like the Dark Queen, it would not be strange for her to possess the ability to challenge nascent soul cultivators. Only like that could golden core cultivators willingly serve as stewards and servants. Li Qingshan glanced at Si Bao up ahead again. Obviously, that was how she became a princess, and she was bold enough to challenge Xi Qing. She was probably extremely powerful as well, so he really could not tell. He also understood what Gu Yening was saying. Duels were not just bloody games for people to entertain themselves. Even the emperor of Great Xia had fought who knew how many duels before he became the emperor. Gu Yening said, "In the Dragon Province, duels are a relatively sacred matter. Some of the iron rules of duels are even greater than the law. Even the emperor can't casually change them. Pay attention. Once you break them, it'll be very difficult for me to help you." Li Qingshan nodded slightly and listened to Xi Qing quietly. In this cultivation world, duels were not low-level entertainment for numb citizens or comfortable nobles in pursuit of blood and excitement. Fighters were not slaves or a specific lowly group of people who used their lives to satisfy the twisted pleasures of the upper class. In the Dragon Province, basically every cultivator had the experience of fighting someone as a fighter. In many places, especially large clans, the coming-of-age ceremony of a child would often be a duel. They would invite friends and family to bear witness. The child had to personally kill powerful wild beasts or even demonic beasts to prove their right to adulthood. If they failed the challenge, they would not be considered an adult until they succeeded or died in battle. Xi Qing explained some of the traditions and rules of duels vividly. The Hawkwolf guards were all shocked by what he described. They were speechless. Si Bao's gaze drifted away. She thought of the gust of wind and fangs that assaulted her face many years ago. She subconsciously rubbed her right arm. It was a demonic beast many times larger than her. Its fur was smooth and soft. It stared at her with its deep eyes as it chewed on her arm. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, landing on the white snow. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 600. Snowflakes drifted through the air. Figures flickered in the surroundings, cheering her on loudly, but not a single person came up to help her. This was one of the rules of the arena. If the fighter did not personally admit defeat, no one could interfere with the battle. She widened her eyes as if she was stunned from fright, or perhaps she could not let down those expectations. She refused to give up on her dignity as a genius. The demonic beast swallowed the arm and leapt up, lunging over. Even now, she could not forget its graceful and vicious posture. Death rushed towards her. A white figure charged out and blood splattered. The demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The battle had been interrupted and she fainted as well. She knew that although the person's status was very great, he had broken the sacred rules of duels, so he was severely punished. Bao, what's wrong? Gu Yening noticed Si Bao's abnormality and turned her head to ask. What duel? How boring. This isn't the Dragon Province. Let's drink, let's drink. Si Bao poured 2 cups of alcohol and shoved one into Gu Yening's hands. She took one for herself, clinked it gently, and drank it all in one gulp. Gu Yening smiled. I almost forgot. I have a dragon fighter, sitting beside me. Dragon fighter was the greatest honor for fighters. It was conferred by the Great Xia Empire, and it possessed great honor. I don't care. Si Bao said in disgust. Afterwards, she reattached her arm and she never lost a single duel again. However, she never understood Si Qing, no, basically everyone around him, their fanatical love for duels. When she was almost devoured by the demonic beast, she subconsciously looked at her mother, but all she saw was a twisted face roaring out, Bao, kill it. Kill it. Just as the cultivation community of the Green Province became peaceful with the world's peace, the Dragon Province had always been submerged in this fervent atmosphere for several millennia. Bloodthirst and warmongering flowed through the veins of every single citizen of the Dragon Province. Li Qingshan's eyes shone. He had never thought the Dragon Province would be such a great place. If he had the opportunity in the future, he would definitely go and take a look. However, tonight was his opportunity. This was due to the tradition of the Dragon Province. When a dispute arose between two parties that could not be resolved, they would resolve it with a duel. Given Si Qing's and Gu Yenying's statuses, if they were to make a move directly, it would be considered as a declaration of war. However, if they sent their subordinates or disciples who were one realm lower than them to fight, they would not have to worry about this. It was also a competition of foundation and power. Si Qing flipped his hand. An item was tossed out. It swelled up against the wind and landed in the empty space in the middle of the hall, stabilizing itself. At first glance, it looked like a large tent. It was round at the bottom and pointed at the top. Its surface was covered in symbols, and it emitted rings of spiritual light. A long dragon was faintly discernible as it revolved around the tent. The Dragon Arena. Si Bao was mildly surprised. He didn't expect Si Qing to be able to take out such an item. If Dragon Gladiator was the greatest honor for fighters, then Dragon Arenas were the most powerful arenas. They required tremendous amounts of resources and effort to build, enough to refine who knew how many arcane artifacts. However, they did not have any offensive or defensive abilities after they were built. If it were not for the extravagance of the imperial family of the Dragon Province and their passion for duels, he would not have been able to do so. There were probably no cultivators or sects that would build dragon arenas. Same as before, take turns to fight. A total of 3 people will fight. Those who die in battle or surrender will be replaced by someone else. Pills, talismans, puppets and so on are forbidden. You're only allowed to use the arcane artifacts on you. Si Qing waved his hand. The old man in long robes walked over and entered the dragon arena first. Originally, he had to hide the order of who would fight beforehand, just in case his opponents targeted him. Si Qing's actions demonstrated his ample confidence. Gu Yenying said, "All right. Rongji, you're first. If you win, the 3 arcane artifacts on you will be your reward." The Hawkwolf guards were all amazed and envious. They never thought the reward for this battle would be so generous. That was 3 arcane artifacts. Just how many dangerous missions did they complete normally? They would only be able to exchange their contribution for a single arcane artifact. They could not help but think, the 3 people on the other side are powerful, but if I have a few arcane artifacts on me, I might still have a chance at victory. Yes, Commander. Chen Rongji lowered her head. There was neither joy nor fear on her face. Putting on an act before this woman was completely useless, or she would not have been chosen to fight in the first place. She had already made up her mind that as soon as the situation turned sour, she would immediately forfeit. The 3 arcane artifacts were not that tempting to her. "Commander, this subordinate requests to fight." Before Chen Rongji had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan heard a voice filled with dissatisfaction ring out from behind him. Looking back, he saw a late Foundation establishment White Wolf guard. His face was cold and proud, and he seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. He must have been a genius, having a great chance at breaking through the second heavenly tribulation. He was also equipped with a few arcane artifacts. Clearly, Gu Yenying had not expected Li Qingshan to make it back just in time. As a result, she had arranged for 3 people to fight. This man happened to be one of them. He was already displeased about being swapped out, and now that he heard there was such a great reward, he could not sit still anymore. Gu Yenying said, "Wei Ku, you're not suited for this kind of battle. This subordinate insists." Wei Ku refused to accept this. "Commander, you're underestimating me far too much. With my strength, am I supposed to be weaker than a woman who has just established a foundation?" Hua Sengzan had once possessed the glorious title of Greatest Genius in the Clear River Prefecture, while Wei Ku also possessed the same title in the Leping Prefecture. However, unlike Hua Sengzan, who had suffered so many setbacks and sunk into depravity, Wei Ku had maintained this title until now. Having reached his current realm of cultivation smoothly, he had always been highly trusted by Gu Yenying, so he obviously had some self-confidence. Chen Rongji said, "I'm willing to give up on this opportunity and give it to Senior Wei Ku." Gu Yenying originally frowned, but when she heard Chen Rongji's words she could not help but smile. "Don't worry, you won't be able to escape. If you don't do your best later, I won't spare you." Chen Rongji said nothing more. She only lowered her head even further. The hell snake slithered rapidly on her body as if it wanted to eat her. Si Bao berated, "Wei Ku, the commander has already chosen a candidate. Why don't you back down quickly?" That's simple. We just need to add one more person. Your Highness, didn't you get a pretty good fighter recently? The pale-faced scholar waved his black feather fan and said with a chuckle. Si Qing said, "But Brother Jia, that bastard's wild nature has yet to be tamed. He's tried to run away several times. Only wild beasts can fend off wild beasts. I think if we don't send him out, it'll probably be very difficult to kill this little brother surnamed Li here." Jia Zhen glanced at Li Qingshan from the corner of his eye. His eyes were deep and sunken. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently, revealing his teeth. Gu Yenying nodded at Wei Ku and said, "Be careful." "Thank you, Commander." Wei Ku was overjoyed. He strode into the dragon arena with his head held high, and the scenery before him changed. An extremely vast, empty space constantly extended into the distance. In the extreme distance there was a tiny, black speck. It was the old man in long robes who had entered first. As Li Qingshan walked, the tent gradually became transparent. From above, he could see Wei Ku and the old man in long robes facing each other on a vast expanse of land that spanned several dozen kilometers. This feeling was like he was watching a cricket fight while the dragon arena was the cricket jar, and the two of them were the tiny crickets. Si Qing said, "Yenying, you can choose the location first." Wei Ku was about to rush up and fight the old man in long robes when the surrounding scenery suddenly twisted. Returning to his senses, he discovered that the ground beneath his feet had already turned into fine yellow sand. The flat ground had also turned into undulating sand dunes, blocking the old man in long robes. In the beginning he even doubted it to be an illusion, but when he grabbed a handful of sand in his hand, he discovered that it was real. The surroundings were even permeated with dense earth spiritual qi. He beamed inside. With this, his chances of victory had increased slightly. He cultivated the earth element, so in an environment like this, he could obviously unleash 120% of his power. Li Qingshan was surprised too. As it turned out, this was the so-called choice of location. The dragon arena was not as simple as expanding a space for duels. There were also many layers of space layered on top of each other. Each layer had a different environment, such as deserts, swamps, mountains and rivers, to increase the interest and variety of the duel. By choosing a suitable environment and gaining the geographical advantage, one could seize the initiative and change the outcome of the duel. When Gu Yenying chose this desert as the location of the duel, she had considered many things. In such an open desert, no matter how experienced the old man in long robes was in battle, it would be difficult for him to make use of the environment. All he could do was clash head-on and even out the difference between them a little. In the desert, Wei Ku used a technique. Rumble. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and the sand gathered into 8 tall towers. 8 large, earthen puppets emerged, shaking off the sand on their bodies. Wei Ku glanced at the earthen ring on his finger and became even more confident. This earthen puppet ring really is an arcane artifact after all. Its power is startling. Combined with my own techniques, it's even more powerful. Every single one of these 8 earthen puppets can defeat that Chen Rongji. Victory is mine for sure. A streak of golden light whistled over from afar, dragging a golden streak of light behind it as it flew past the sand dunes. Wei Ku controlled the puppets in a hurry, standing guard in front of him. The golden light approached him, and only then did he see that it was a golden awl. It was covered in strange inscriptions and spun rapidly, easily stabbing a puppet towards Wei Ku's chest. Wei Ku summoned a green flying dagger, which collided with the golden awl. There was a sharp clang and the golden awl was sent flying. Fortunately, his flying dagger was a high-grade arcane artifact, while his opponent's golden awl was only an inferior arcane artifact. Wei Ku let out a sigh of relief. Right when he was about to launch a large-scale counterattack, he suddenly heard the sound of whistling through the air. It was densely packed and shrill. Wei Ku's eyes widened, reflecting specks of golden light. Several dozen streaks of golden light formed a formation, passing over the sand dunes and rushing over. A complete set of arcane artifacts. The number of spiritual artifacts and arcane artifacts that cultivators could wield was limited, but if it was a complete set, this limit could be broken. However, even spiritual artifacts like that were extremely rare, let alone arcane artifacts. Gu Yenying furrowed her brows and Si Qing smiled. There are a total of 36 heart-piercing alls of the heavenly spirit. Although every single one of them is inferior, their combined power is passable. A while later, Wei Ku was sent out of the dragon arena. His face was filled with fear and reluctance, lying on the ground without moving at all. A bloody hole had appeared in his head. Originally, he had the opportunity to reach Golden Core, but now, everything was over. A dead genius was not a genius. To be continued. Chapter 601. Under the attacks from the heart-piercing spikes of the heavenly spirit, Wei Ku was unable to fight back at all. He had not even seen his opponent's face the entire time. All he could do was constantly use defensive techniques, using a protective arcane artifact on him to block the attacks. Just when he had basically run out of spiritual chi and was about to give out, when he wanted to survive, his opponent suddenly unleashed a strange move. The 36 heart-piercing spikes of the heavenly spirit merged into one and struck out with everything he had, piercing through his protective arcane artifact in a single stroke and killing him on the spot. As a bystander, Li Qingshan saw everything extremely clearly. The old man was actually hiding in a sand dune. Although the heart-piercing spikes of the heavenly spirit came as a set, they could not be used from several dozen kilometers away, and when they were used they were basically defenseless. As a matter of fact, they did not even have the strength to use the protective arcane artifact. If Wei Ku had calmed down right from the beginning and found the old man definitely would not have been able to maintain such a fierce attack. The outcome would have been uncertain. However, he had been far too flustered. The missions of the Hawkwolf Guard were mostly about bullying the weak and outnumbering the few when they had an absolute advantage in information. It was only slightly more dangerous when they faced the White Lotus sect back then, but they probably had Gu Yenying and Si Bao commanding them, so they would not be at an absolute disadvantage. Faced with such a crushing disadvantage, he immediately lost his composure. Wang Puxi, who had gone through several years of bloody war between humans and demons in the Clear River Prefecture, definitely would not be so useless. As he thought, Li Qingshan refined another arcane artifact on him, leaving only one behind. Gu Yenying sighed gently and went up to close Wei Ku's eyes. She recovered her composure and stowed the arcane artifacts away. She said, "Rongji, it's your turn. You're only allowed to win. You're not allowed to lose." Gu Yenying was not a person who was strict with her subordinates. Just now, Wei Ku had gone up, and she even specially warned him to be careful. He even specially warned her to be careful. Now that they faced the same opponent, Chen Rongji, who was an early Foundation establishment cultivator, had declared victory for sure. Not only were the Hawkwolf Guards confused, but even Si Qing glanced at Chen Rongji. Chen Rongji only answered obediently, "Yes," before making her way towards the dragon arena with her head lowered. Gu Yenying asked, "Do you want to change the venue?" Every time a person died in battle, they could change the battlefield once. Not only would the people left in the battlefield consume a lot of spiritual energy, but they would also lose a lot of spiritual energy. His fighting style had also been seen through. It would be very difficult to achieve consecutive victories without losing. Chen Rongji shook her head. She was so docile that Li Qingshan suspected that she had been replaced. Chen Rongji's heart is full of resentment. After the success of Zhuji phase, she has broken through the biggest bottleneck of the lack of physical talent. The cultivator's will, the power of understanding, and the toughness of the spirit. It began to occupy a more important position. Her comprehension ability was not bad in the first place, and her willpower was inhumanly strong. After being tempered by the hell snake time and time again, her divine soul was pure and powerful. He far surpassed ordinary cultivators, and he had the heaven-climbing vine to absorb the spiritual energy of the other world. It could be said that he had turned a mediocre person into a genius. He thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and slowly develop himself, but he was promoted to a White Wolf Guard, constantly under Gu Yenying's gaze. He basically felt like there was a blade on his back, as if she could see through all of his thoughts. Everything he possessed, including his life, could be snatched away at any time. It was even more painful than living in the 100 schools of thought as a measly chi practitioner. Gu Yenying did not show any hostility at all. As a matter of fact, it could even be said that she treated her rather differently. However, her existence itself was a form of torture to her. She was a prodigy, beautiful and powerful, loved by everyone. Her graceful bearing was probably because she had never experienced the feeling of being disheveled before. Her proud heart must have never been torn to shreds or trampled on. Everything she didn't have was like dung to her. Even the cold and merciless Li Qingshan, who was as brutal as a tiger, treated her differently. Gu Yanning, I'll pluck out your eyes one day and rip off your wings. I'll make you taste what it feels like to crawl on the ground. With that in mind, Chen Rongji stepped into the dragon arena. In order to prevent any unfairness from being ambushed, the battle would only begin after a while. This was also an advantage for those who entered later. They could use it to search for enemies, prepare their techniques, and power their arcane artifacts. Logically speaking, after witnessing the battle just now, Chen Rongji should be searching for an opponent and launching a fierce attack. Sure enough, she immediately powered up her arcane artifacts. A layer of light rose up around her, followed by another layer. The 3 arcane artifacts on her were actually all protective arcane artifacts. Afterwards, she used the last bit of time before the battle began to cast a defensive technique on herself before sitting down with her legs crossed. Just how afraid of death is she? Everyone could not help but think like that. They had no idea how to react. The old man in long robes was taken aback too. Originally, he thought she would launch a fierce attack. As someone who had gone through hundreds of battles, he obviously had a way to deal with it, but he never expected her to be so passive, without any intention of attacking at all. Li Qingshan was in thought. That's not a bad step. The power of the arcane artifacts is also related to the cultivator's cultivation. Her cultivation is nowhere near Wei Ku's. If she only uses a single protective arcane artifact, it's extremely likely for her to be destroyed in a single move, and she'll die on the spot. Moreover, with his early foundation establishment cultivation, activating 2 magic tools at the same time is already his limit. Only by concentrating on defense without moving can he activate 3 magic tools. But doesn't this mean that he will lose without a doubt? As the saying goes, a prolonged defense is bound to lead to a loss. Among the 5 elements, the attack of the metal element was the most powerful, and her spiritual aura was far inferior to her opponent's. Although this move was a helpless move, it also ruined her chance of winning. Li Qingshan believed that he was good at fighting, but he also could not understand what Chen Rongji was trying to do. Could it be a protest against Gu Yanning? But she was not such a senseless person. Looking at Gu Yanning standing with her arms crossed with a smile, as if she had already expected this situation. Thinking about it, it made sense. Those 3 arcane artifacts were originally given to Chen Rongji by her. Similarly, he could not imagine how Chen Rongji would be able to defeat such a powerful opponent if she stood in her position. She knows that she will definitely lose this battle, yet she wants to use this kind of method to exhaust my spiritual qi. How foolish. I can use this chance to recover my spiritual qi. You're not in a hurry and I'm not in a hurry either. Thinking like this, the old man in long robes simply continued to hide in the sand dune, adjusting his breathing to recover. As long as his spiritual qi was fully recovered and he defeated Chen Rongji in 1 move, he would be able to enter the 3rd battle in near peak condition. After a short while, he felt a movement in the surrounding yin qi. Many long black snakes, unbeknownst to him, had silently burrowed through the sand. They swarmed up, coiled around him and bit him. I see. Li Qingshan said in his heart. At the same time that Chen Rongji was activating her arcane artifact, she secretly executed the methods of the school of legalism, launching a sneak attack on the old man in long robes from underground. But how can such inferior methods be used against such an opponent? Li Qingshan secretly shook his head. Instead of being shocked, the old man in long robes was overjoyed. He let out a long laugh. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The black snakes coiled up, but were blocked by a layer of golden light, unable to advance an inch. It turned out that the old man in long robes was already prepared. It would be fine if she did not come out, but once she tried to attack, she would definitely be distracted and exhaust her spiritual qi. This was the best opportunity to kill her in 1 move. These were not the real hell snakes. At best, they could only be considered as shadows that had obtained a hint of their aura, and were formed by borrowing Chen Rongji's own spiritual qi. Otherwise, if she could use the true power of hell regardless of whether it was a big or small hell, it would be extremely terrifying. On the sand dune where Chen Rongji was, 36 rays of golden light pierced through the sand dune, tearing through the air and forming a shining golden Tiangang heart piercing all in midair. It had the momentum to pierce through everything. Wei Ke had died to this move. It was already extremely difficult for Chen Rongji to activate the 3 arcane artifacts. Now that she was distracted, it was even more difficult. With a clang, the outermost diamond-shaped shield was sent flying, and the golden light pierced through. Another layer of light was pierced through. Chen Rongji had more than 3 layers of defense. Now there was only one layer left, and it was obvious that it was unable to withstand the all-out attack of the Tiangang heart-piercing all. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Qian Rongji finally frowned, revealing a pained and tormented expression. "Are you afraid? It's already too late." The long-gowned old man displayed an excitement that did not match his age. Killing an enemy on the battlefield and seeing the enemy's regretful and fearful expression was one of life's greatest pleasures. Just as he was thinking this, a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. Among the densely packed black snakes, an extremely beautiful little snake suddenly leaped out and collided with the spiritual light protecting his body. He did not know how it had fused and penetrated through, but it ruthlessly bit his neck. He had already placed all his attention on that all-out attack and was actually unable to dodge in time. In an instant, an extremely painful feeling filled his entire body. He was a veteran of hundreds of battles and had suffered innumerable injuries and pain. Even if his arm was chopped off, he would not even frown. However, this kind of pain was something that no one could endure. Otherwise, what was the use of hell? Even if Li Qingshan's heart was as firm as iron, he would rather endure the pain of having his bones scraped by 1,000 cuts again than let this little snake stick to his body again. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that she could already control this snake to leave her body. Looking at Qian Rongji again, although her expression was very painful, there was not the slightest hint of remorse or fear. Instead, there was a hint of faint mockery. Having lost the control of its master, the heavenly spirit piercing all clearly could not destroy an artifact by relying on its own inertia. It transformed into 36 alls again and fell from the sky. Qian Rongji leaped up, already holding a spiritual sword in her hand. Aiming at the sand dune where the long-gowned old man was, she swung the sword from left to right. With a flash of sword light, a section of the sand dune was shaved off, along with an old man's head, flying through the air amidst the yellow sand. He was entangled by the hell's venomous snake, and even his thoughts were cut off by the pain. All of his divine sense and arts had stopped circulating. When his head was severed from his body, his mind instead regained some clarity, and he praised loudly, "Good snake." The two of them confronted each other for a long time, deciding life and death with just a single move. It seemed simple, but it was unknown how much scheming had been going on in secret. This turn of events caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that his subordinate had been killed, Si Qing actually did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, he clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Then he raised his cup and drank to his heart's content. She actually raised a real hell's venomous snake. This battle was not a loss. With such willpower and perseverance, she already has the right to cultivate. Qian Rongji killed her opponent and won 3 artifacts, but there was not a hint of joy on her face. She silently squatted down, and the little snake slithered back to her wrist along a black trail, seeping into her skin once again. This hell's snake was her greatest secret, and it could bring about a miraculous effect of turning defeat into victory at crucial moments. Now that she had been forced by Gu Yenying, she had to expose it in public. Chapter 602. FF37, FF18, XFF33, FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. After laughing, Si Qing's expression turned cold again. He tilted his head slightly. The burly man covered in scars stepped into the dragon arena, and the first thing he did was to fly up, standing with his arms crossed as he looked down from above. Because Qian Rongji's colorful snakes originated from hell, they existed between reality and illusion, making them very difficult to detect with the sole sense of cultivators. They were great weapons for sneak attacks and assassinations, but they were still visible to the naked eye. As long as the opponent was a certain distance away, they would not be as useful. At this moment, the surroundings twisted and changed, going from an undulating desert to a boundless desert. Brownish-yellow hills stood in the desert, dyed red by the setting sun. Qian Rongji sat on one of the hills and set up the 3 defensive arcane artifacts. She sat down with her legs crossed, regulating her breathing and recovering. The scarred man spread his fingers and aimed at Qian Rongji, clenching them firmly. Rumble. The hills below Qian Rongji began to tremble, collapsing loudly. Qian Rongji hovered in the air. Suddenly, a huge, earthen yellow hand reached towards her from below. It came from the collapsed hills. Qian Rongji was unfazed. She watched as the 5 fingers closed and clenched tightly. The small, rhombus-shaped shields on the outermost layer shone with resplendent light, but the screen of light constantly twisted under the pressure of the huge, earthen beast. She was like a firefly in the hand of a child, shining futilely and about to be extinguished at any time. However, this time she focused on her defenses, placing all of her focus on the 3 defensive arcane artifacts. Although there was a difference of 2 cultivation realms between them, defensive arcane artifacts could not be destroyed so easily with just a single technique. The scarred man gave a hideous grin and took out an octagonal hammer with a long handle. Gu Yenying said, "A high-grade magic tool. With your subordinate's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to activate a high-grade magic tool. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, controlling a mid-grade magic artifact was already the limit. Even if one were to forcibly refine high-grade and supreme-grade artifacts, one would not be able to unleash their true power. It would be like a child wielding a broadsword. Forcefully using it would damage one's spiritual sense." Si Qing smiled. If he wants to wield this earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions, he won't be relying entirely on his soul sense. "Yenying, you'll understand when you keep watching." Gu Yenying smiled, but she didn't say anything. She thought to herself, sure enough, it's just as Si Bao expected. His personality is still like this. Even without Qing Shan, it wouldn't be difficult for me to win 3 rounds against him. The outcome of the duel. Even though it depended on the cultivator's own strength, choosing a suitable environment, arcane artifacts and battle tactics was also very important. Si Qing was vicious, so the arcane artifacts he gave to his warriors were all powerful. He pursued a sure kill with a single strike. The scarred man raised the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions high above his head and began to swing it. With each swing, the handle of the hammer would grow longer and the head of the hammer would grow larger. With the swish of the wind, an earthen yellow tornado rushed into the air, kicking up sand and dust into the air. Even the setting sun became a dim yellow. As it turned out, not only was the scarred man's cultivation extraordinary, but he was also a powerful practitioner of the body. Using his brute force and spiritual sense, he could wield the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions with both of them, which allowed him to unleash startling power. In the tornado, the scarred man's figure blurred and vanished. The earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions suddenly stopped spinning, but the tornado continued to whistle. A huge, octagonal hammer extended out, smashing towards Chen Rongji. It seemed like the world was collapsing. It was terrifying. Taking advantage of Chen Rongji's immobility, he pushed the power of the move to the limit. If he wanted to break through her 3 layers of defense in one go, he would definitely smash her into minced meat. Chen Rongji's expression did not change. She was not surprised or afraid, and she said 3 words indifferently. Boom. With a loud boom, the earth shook violently. A shock wave raised 100 feet of smoke and dust, spreading into the distance. At the same time, cracks spread in all directions. After a long time, the smoke and dust just now subsided. The scarred man's face was unnaturally flushed. His expression was distorted, and he looked even more ferocious. His chest rose and fell as he panted heavily. However, it was not because of the consumption of this move. He stared at the unscathed Chen Rongji. At the last moment, that earth-shattering hammer smashed into a place several feet away from her. The aftermath alone was not enough to break through her protective magic tools. Chen Rongji simply put away her 3 protective magic tools, leaving her in a completely unprotected state. As long as the scarred man casually used a spell, he would be able to heavily injure her. However, he could only watch as she turned around and left. Chen Rongji said 3 words, "I admit defeat." Although the duel was bloody and cruel, it was not always a life-and-death battle. Otherwise, no matter how many geniuses there were, they would not be able to withstand this kind of consumption. Often, as long as one side admitted defeat, the duel would be considered over. However, the other side absolutely could not kill. Otherwise, it would be violating the iron rules of the duel, and they would face extremely severe punishment. It was not uncommon for them to pay with their lives. If the scarred man had already used this move, in a state where he was unable to control it, it would be too late for Chen Rongji to admit defeat. She could only lose her life in vain. However, she just happened to stop at the moment when he had accumulated his power to the limit and was about to use it. The scarred man had struggled to control this move in the first place. If he had used it as an extension, it would have been fine, but he had forcefully changed his move at the last moment. His arms burned with pain and his chest felt suffocated. He had already suffered internal injuries. His unstoppable presence had decreased drastically as well. Although Li Qingshan had always looked down on her as a person, he could not help but cheer for her inside at this moment. Although these actions seemed simple, they required a meticulous control over the rules and the mind, as well as the ability to remain unfazed no matter what happened. If Wei Ku had even half of her willpower, he would not have died here. Chen Rongji made her way out of the dragon arena and bowed towards Gu Yenying. Fortunately, I did not fail. Gu Yenying smiled. Very good. Si Bao also felt even more admiration towards Gu Yenying's ability to see through people. Yenying, this subordinate sure is extraordinary. She only used a single move from beginning to end, yet one of my two experts died and the other was injured, while she herself was completely unscathed, leaving calmly. I wonder if she already has a master. I do want to take her on as a disciple, so I wonder if Yenying is willing to part with her? Si Qing was not particularly interested in women. Instead, he was particularly fond of powerful warriors who were skilled in battle. He was rather interested in Chen Rongji. Although Chen Rongji had exposed her great secret, she had also demonstrated willpower that far exceeded ordinary people, gaining everyone's recognition. There were gains and losses. Gu Yenying nodded slightly at the White Wolf Guard, Yan Shixin. Yan Shixin immediately entered the dragon arena under orders to take on the scarred man, not giving him any time to catch his breath. Only afterwards did she focus on Si Qing's suggestion. Don't even think about it. She'll be taking me on as her master. Before Gu Yenying had even said anything, Si Bao cut Si Qing off. Not only did she want to make him lose face, but after just now, she had gained a whole new level of respect for Chen Rongji as well. There had always been far fewer female cultivators in the world than male cultivators. Even if they had some talent, they were limited by their nature. Their courage and willpower would often be lacking as well, so it was even rarer for them to reach Chen Rongji's level, so she also wanted to take on a disciple to play around with. Chen Rongji immediately dropped to her knees and kowtowed to Si Bao. Thank you for your kindness, Commander. I've always wanted to take you as my master. At the same time, she calculated inside, I was planning on finding a suitable master in the first place, so it'll be much easier for me on the path of cultivation, and I'll be able to make use of even more resources. Right now is a perfect opportunity. As long as I can establish a connection with her, Gu Yenying won't be able to target me too much, and I'll have another layer of protection for my safety. And Si Bao will be much easier to deal with than Gu Yenying. Not only will I gain a lot of benefits for free, but I'll be able to get closer to Gu Yenying as well. I've never taken in a disciple before. Since you're so thoughtful, Rongji, then come and be my first disciple. Chen Rongji's face stiffened and her hair stood on end, as the person who said that was not Si Bao, but Gu Yenying. Si Bao was stuck to Gu Yenying, while Chen Rongji had referred to her as commander. Gu Yenying's words seemed very logical, as if Chen Rongji had always wanted to take her as her master. Gu Yenying smiled as she looked at Chen Rongji, who was kowtowing before her. She teased, "What's wrong, my good disciple? Why don't you get up?" Disciple is just too happy. Master, you've taken me under your wing, so disciple definitely won't disappoint you. Chen Rongji slowly raised her head and looked at Gu Yenying's smiling face. She revealed an extremely sincere expression, but her face was rather pale. Gu Yenying laughed involuntarily. That was not because she was moved, but because she found it extremely novel and interesting. Instead of saying that her sharp gaze was looking at her disciple, it would be better to say that she was looking at something special. Si Qing said, "Congratulations, Gu Yenying. You've accepted such a good disciple. With some nurturing, she'll definitely become an outstanding figure in the future." That won't be wrong. Gu Yenying stared straight at Chen Rongji and smiled. The Hawkwolf guards all congratulated Chen Rongji enviously. Who knew how many young, talented men and women in the Rui Commandery had once wanted to take Gu Yenying as their master, but she had turned them all down firmly. Chen Rongji's master was basically a free lunch that had fallen from the heavens. Chen Rongji was left dizzy by this free lunch. She wanted to get closer to her and wait for an opportunity for revenge, but she never thought she would have to get close to her to such an extent. To the current her, this was far too dangerous. She was like a small snake that had been caught by a great eagle, only able to play around with it. Once she tried to bite back, the sharp claws would loosen and she would be crushed to pieces. Si Bao was confused. Gu Yenying had once said that she did not plan on taking on a disciple in her life and would focus on cultivation, so why did she suddenly change her mind? This Chen Rongji was very impressive, but she was not particularly outstanding. At the very least, she was nowhere close to the greatest disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga who shook up the entire Green Province. Gu Yenying rubbed Si Bao's smooth cheeks with a smile, but she did not say anything. With Si Bao's personality, it was impossible for her to turn down Chen Rongji's Bao, and this game was a little too dangerous for her. Just like how she competed with the White Lotus Mother in the past, having a disciple like her was rather interesting. During this time, the battle between the two cultivators in the Dragon Arena had already become more and more intense, approaching white-hot. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 603. FF37, FF18, XFF33, FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. On the side of the Hawkwolf Guard, Yan Xixin did not use any fancy moves. He wore a set of shining heavy armor, wielding a sword in one hand and a tower shield in the other to protect himself. The surrounding environment had already gone from a desert to a glacier. Over 30 meters below him was a thick layer of ice, clearly to restrict the scarred man's earth element techniques. If the scarred man wanted to use earth element techniques in an environment like this, not only would he have to expend a tremendous amount of spiritual chi, but the effects would also be nowhere near as good as in the vast desert. Even the rate at which he recovered his spiritual chi was slightly slower, so he could only attack with the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions in his hand. The sky was filled with snow as fierce winds whistled. The earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions tore through the wind and moon as it shot over. Not only was it fierce, but it was also startlingly fast under the control of the scarred man's soul sense and brute force. Yan Xixin's body slid to the left, but he was still unable to avoid the large attack range of the giant hammer. He tilted the tower shield in his hand slightly, and with a loud bang, icicles filled the air on his right side. The icicles were as sharp as knives and they ruthlessly cut his body. Fortunately, his armor blocked the icicles. The scarred man felt his chest tighten. A force was repelled, landing on his body. Not only did the tower shield in Yan Xixin's hand block most of his attack, but it even repelled a small portion of it. Originally, this was not much of an injury to him, but when Yan Xixin blocked the attack, he immediately swung out with a flash of his sword. Blood sprayed out from the scarred man's shoulder. He roared out furiously. This small wound was nothing, but this battle was extremely frustrating. He seemed to have gained the upper hand, but he was unavoidably sliding into the abyss of defeat bit by bit. He was extremely experienced in battle. He purposefully exposed openings many times to bait Yan Xixin into attacking, but Yan Xixin fought steadily, completely unfazed. However, as soon as he tried to recover, Yan Xixin immediately closed in. The scarred man swung the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions more and more fiercely, but everyone outside could tell that victory had already been decided. This was Yan Xixin's counterattack strategy. Although it was conservative, it was very stable, and it was extremely effective against the opponent's tactics. Its consumption was also much lower than the opponent's. Si Qing said, "Yenying, this is the trump card you've trained, right?" "I'm not really good at this." Gu Yenying glanced at Si Bao with a smile. She was the true master of dueling. Originally, she did not expect Li Qingshan to return at this time. Of course, she had a good chance of winning by arranging for Chen Rongji and the other two. Only then would he agree to this duel. Wei Ke's crushing defeat had indeed surprised her, but thankfully she had Chen Rongji to make up for it. The real trump card was actually Yan Xixin. And with Li Qingshan as a layer of protection, he could sit back and relax. He believed that even if this guy had to fight 1 against 4, he wouldn't lose. Si Bao mocked, "Si Qing. It's been so many years, but you're still such an amateur when it comes to duels. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat, and being able to attack and defend is the way of the king. A strategy like this that shows off temporarily can only win against weaker opponents. Once your attacks are thwarted, you can only admit defeat obediently." Li Qingshan deeply agreed. In his previous life, there was a saying in the world of football that offense wins the fans and defense wins the championship. Although fierce attacks seemed intense and exciting, fighting steadily and steadily was often the key to victory. He also secretly reflected on the way he had always fought. Had he favored the claws and fangs of the tiger demon too much, and overlooked the profound shell of the spirit turtle? When facing opponents of similar strength, it would often be very difficult to achieve victory with a forceful attack. It would require more defense and patience. Si Qing sneered, "Blindly pursuing victory has already deviated from the true way of duels. I've never taken your title as a dragon gladiator seriously. And don't boast right now. The true victor hasn't been decided yet. However, before long, Yan Xixin won the battle, but with his method of fighting. It was obviously impossible for him to take the enemy's life. Just this alone made Xi Qing dislike it. When Qian Rongji killed one of his capable subordinates, he instead praised her with great joy, but now that the scarred man had emerged alive, he showed no joy at all. He disapproved of Yan Xixin even more. Li Qingshan snickered inside. I couldn't tell, but this guy is so hot-blooded in this aspect. He even dares to speak about the way of duels. Unbeknownst to him, many people in the Dragon Province were actually like that. Duels had already gained a sense of sacredness. There were actually not a lot of people who were as unscrupulous as Si Bao in seeking victory. The venue for the third battle had already been changed to an extremely gloomy, dense forest. Tall trees rose into the air one by one like skyscrapers. They were unbelievably tall and thick. Their dark green, broad leaves blotted out the sun. The ground was completely covered by roots. Aerial roots drooped down from above. Long, emerald-green vines coiled around the trees, moving through the milk-like, white mist like dragons and snakes. And, if one paid close attention, they would discover that they were actually wriggling. Li Qingshan had witnessed the luxuriance of tropical rainforests in his past life, but compared to this dense forest, it was basically the difference between a child and a giant. Under the cover of the mist and shadows, the skinny dwarf cultivator moved through the forest like the wind. Not only did he conceal his aura, but he had also completely merged with his surroundings. If it were not for the fact that he was watching from the sidelines and had his gaze locked onto the fighter the entire time, he probably would have lost sight of him from a moment of carelessness. Perhaps it was the effects of the arcane artifacts on him, the wonders of his cultivation method, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Without a doubt, an environment like this was heaven right now, and this dwarf was the strongest assassin. I specially gathered this rainforest from the Mist Province. It contains a portion of the Banyan Tree King's roots, Si Qing said proudly. The value of the Dragon Arena did not lie in itself. Instead, it lay in the collection of special battlegrounds. It was like a stamp collector, collecting precious stamps one by one. It was endless fun. The Banyan Tree King. Li Qingshan was shocked. He had heard of the name of the greatest demon king of the Mist Province, one of the 10 demon kings, for a very long time now. Si Qing had actually gathered its roots with just him. Si Bao said, "You're just taking advantage of the Tree King's peaceful nature. Since you've come to the Green Province now, are you bold enough to touch a single scale of the Dragon King?" Gu Yening took a sip of wine and smiled as well. The roots of the Tree King stretch for thousands of kilometers. Who knows how many creatures reside in them, so it's nothing strange for them to be able to collect 1 or 2 roots. However, since there's a spiritual item like that, this arena won't be a normal arena. That's right. If you can find the Banyan Tree King's roots and absorb its sap, you'll be able to rapidly recover your spiritual chi, and you'll be in high spirits as if you've just stepped into the battleground. Conversations outside could not be transmitted into the Dragon Arena, but Si Qing's words echoed clearly through the rainforest, letting the two fighters know and ensuring the fairness of the battle. Li Qingshan was even more shocked. Although banyan trees had the beautiful reputation of a single tree that formed a forest, just how large was this Banyan Tree King that stretched for thousands of kilometers? He frowned. Isn't that unfair? The forest is so dense, so your people will obviously be extremely familiar with the Banyan Tree King's roots, but how are we supposed to distinguish them? As long as you have eyes, you won't be able to miss them. Si Qing laughed aloud. With a wave of his hand, the scene broke away from the two fighters and rose into the air, overlooking the entire rainforest of the Mist Province. A colossal tree leapt out from the boundless sea of trees. It was actually much taller than those huge trees that resembled skyscrapers. Its crown was like a cloud, blotting out the sun. It was because of it that the rainforest seemed so gloomy. Yidan sneered. Country bumpkin. Li Qingshan could not be bothered to bicker with him. He stared at the colossal tree with widened eyes and thought, if this thing is called a root, then what's the main body? He found it even more difficult to imagine just how majestic the Banyan Tree King's figure was. The key to the outcome of this duel was clearly to see who could obtain the most sap from this root. Yan Xixin flew out of the sea of trees as quickly as possible, determining his direction and hurrying towards the colossal tree in the center of the sea of trees. The dwarf moved through the dense forest, moving even faster. He arrived near the colossal tree, but he did not approach it. Instead, he hid in the path that Yan Xixin had to pass through, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Si Qing continued, although the Banyan Tree King's roots are peaceful, unable to retaliate even if they're damaged, the the sun vines on him aren't that easy to deal with. Yan Shixin shivered inside. Sure enough, he saw withered yellow vines coiling around the colossal tree. Apart from being extremely thick, they were not particularly eye-catching. However, in the rainforest of the Mist Province that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, there was no lack of vicious carnivorous plants, but the sun vines were the most notorious. If a cultivator was entangled by one, their entire body would be paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, all of their cultivation would be gone, followed by all of their essence blood. It was rumored that in the end, even their souls would be unable to escape, forever bound to the sun vines. These sun vines only grew on the roots of the banyan tree king, and only the banyan tree king could be parasitized by them for extended periods of time. Any other tree that was entangled by them would wither and die very quickly. Just as Yan Shixin pondered, a black figure shot out from the sea of trees, moving as quickly as lightning. He had been secretly vigilant the entire time, so he immediately blocked with his huge shield. With a clang, the two of them brushed past each other, and a mark appeared on the tower shield. Alarmed, he thought, this dwarf is too fast. I actually can't predict his attack in time, so I can't redirect his attack and repel it. The two of them clashed in the air. The dwarf's attacks were sharp, but Yan Shixin maintained a stable defense, so he would not be defeated so easily. He thought, he'll always be a little more draining than me to maintain this kind of speed and attack. However, after a moment, the dwarf suddenly turned around and shot towards the towering tree. The withered yellow vines suddenly came to life and crazily extended towards the dwarf. In an instant, it was as if dragons and snakes were dancing chaotically. The dwarf used his startling speed to weave through the crazed sun vines. He was almost caught many times, so he would suddenly shrink back. Just now he dodged. His body had always been different from normal people, so when he shrank back like that, he was like a ball, catapulting onto the colossal tree. There was a flash in his hand and the thick bark was ripped open. A stream of green sap splashed out, landing in his mouth. He immediately roused with vigor, and his spiritual chi recovered. He catapulted out again, distancing himself from the colossal tree to fight with Yan Shixin. From beginning to end, he did not stop for a single moment. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 604. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. Yan Shixin did not possess the speed to dodge the sun vines, nor did he possess such a powerful attack that could pierce through the tree bark in a single strike. He could only rely on his own recovery, but he would run out of energy before long, while his opponent could replenish him endlessly. Under these circumstances, even 10 Yan Shixins would be exhausted to death. The situation was extremely disadvantageous. Sibao thought, this is bad. Originally, I still had a 60% chance of winning this round, but now that it's been reduced, I'm afraid I won't even have a 30% chance. Gu Yenying indicated for her to not worry and glanced backwards. Li Qingshan had already refined 5 arcane artifacts. As he drank, he stared at the battle in the dragon arena. His expression was rather similar to Si Qing's. Now he agreed with what Si Qing had said very much. This battle really was much more interesting than dancing. Of course, if Sect Master Qiu did not wear any clothes, then it would be a different story. Si Bao directly glanced at Li Qingshan. If he loses this round, then they still have 2 fighters and they're both in perfect condition. Sister trusts him so much. Is this guy really that powerful? Li Qingshan grinned back at her. Si Bao was displeased to see him like that. What are you smiling for? You've drunk so much, yet you've already come up with an idea? Not right now, but once we go in, I'll obviously have one, said Li Qingshan. There was no need for him to decipher the environment of the rainforest. If Yan Shixin lost, they would obviously move to another location. Si Bao saw that Li Qingshan's eyes were not drunk at all. Instead, they blazed with fighting spirit, becoming brighter and brighter. A while later, only 40% of Yan Shixin's spiritual chi remained. The dwarf was completely unscathed, shooting towards the huge tree again. Not only did he have to win this round, but he also had to maintain his strength and win the next round. In order to prevent Yan Shixin from surrendering when his spiritual chi was mostly depleted, he would no longer be able to use the advantage of the environment. Yan Shixin's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, he put away the tower shield and cast a spell. A large cloud of yellow sand rose from the sea of trees. It roared as it swallowed the gnome. That was not a real sandstorm, but an earth element spell called Yellow Sand Sky, which was specially used to obscure the enemy's sixth senses and isolate the probing of divine senses. If an earth element cultivator encountered a powerful enemy that he could not match, he could easily escape by using this spell. The dwarf was making his way through the sun vines. If his line of sight was blocked, he would crash into the sun vines. Immediately his life was in danger. It could be said that he was playing with fire and burning himself. The dwarf smiled coldly. There was no fear on his face at all. He watched the yellow sand sweep over, but before it could even approach him, the sun vines all extended and glowed faintly. While Yan Xixin was casting the spell, he suddenly felt that his spiritual power was rapidly being consumed. If he were to forcefully maintain this spell, it wouldn't take long for his spiritual power to be depleted. Xiqing smiled and said, Yenying, your subordinate's move isn't too great. Even if it's a spiritual or arcane artifact, it'll lose all of its spiritual nature before long once it's entangled by the sun vines. It'll be even more difficult for techniques to be of any use. Qian Rongji took a look. The sun vines were rather similar to the heaven-climbing vine in her possession, which was not strange at all. Many vines were parasitic plants, so absorbing spiritual qi could be regarded as an instinct. Wondrous plants like the sun vines and the heaven-climbing vine only amplified this instinct countless times over, while the heaven-climbing vine had the ability to pierce through dimensions. It was much more powerful than the sun vines, but it was just far too difficult to nurture. After reaching foundation establishment, she had basically spent all the resources she had accumulated over the years to buy spiritual water to nourish the heaven-climbing vine, but it had only grown by less than a foot. Although the rate at which it absorbed spiritual qi had become slightly faster, she did not take any from it at all. She let the heaven-climbing vine nourish itself. This required extremely great willpower. The spiritual qi that the heaven-climbing vine absorbed was so pure that it was extremely tempting to cultivators. It was basically like a drug in her past life, where they would become addicted after just a single try. Chu Tian understood the principle of accumulating spiritual qi, but he was unable to resist the temptation of the pure spiritual qi. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to maintain his title as a genius, he was even more eager for instant success. Every bit of restraint and accumulation he had now would mean more benefits in the future. If the heaven-climbing vine could grow to the level of the sun vines one day, who in the world would be her opponent? This thought flashed through her mind. The dwarf swung his sword again and drank a mouthful of tree sap. The yellow sand, which had been drained of spiritual power, rushed towards him. Yan Xixin was still diligently casting spells, but a simple sandstorm for a cultivator like him was not an interference at all. The dwarf shot back. As soon as he emerged from the range of the sun vines, he felt the sand suddenly thicken, shooting towards him like hidden weapons. However, this move was not an offensive technique that pursued damage in the first place, so it obviously could not pierce through his protective light. A streak of light whistled over. The dwarf had already expected him to use this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, so he dodged it easily. Afterwards, a huge sandman charged out from the sand, spreading its arms and lunging towards him. The dwarf swung his hand and broke through the sandman. A figure suddenly charged out from the sandman's chest. It was Yan Xixin. He hid in the sandman as he charged out. The dwarf felt disdain inside. Petty tricks. Do you want to force me back into the range of the sun vines? Let alone the fact that you can't do that. Even if I do retreat, what can you do to me? He drifted backwards, and the influence of the sand immediately decreased. If Yan Xixin pursued him again, it would be equivalent to walking to his own death. He would definitely be entangled to death by the sun vines. However, Yan Xixin charged over without any hesitation. He cast aside his sword and shield, spreading his arms and embracing the dwarf firmly. The dwarf paled in fright. If they were somewhere else, he would be able to dodge, but he had already entered the range of the sun vines. The dancing vines attacked him from all directions, basically sealing off all space for him to advance or retreat. Coupled with the fact that he had never expected Yan Xixin to be bold enough to charge in, he was unable to dodge the embrace despite his speed. The two of them charged towards the towering tree together. Before they had even approached the tree, sun vines wrapped around them madly, wrapping them up into a ball in the blink of an eye. It was easy for the dwarf to break free from Yan Xixin's embrace, but it was impossible for him to break free from the sun vines. He felt the spiritual qi in his body pour out like a broken dam. His entire body was numb and sore, so how could he muster the strength to resist? He was shocked as he called out with difficulty. The spiritual chi in my body far surpasses yours. If you don't admit defeat quickly, not only will you not be able to defeat me, but you'll even lose your life for nothing. Even your soul won't be able to escape. Yan Shixin said calmly, I'll die, but your cultivation will basically be crippled as well. Moreover, my body is tough and I'm full of vitality. I might not be the one to die first. The dwarf's expression changed drastically. If he really dragged things out until Yan Shixin died, not only would his cultivation be crippled, but he would also be heavily injured. His path of cultivation for the rest of his life would basically be destroyed. To cultivators, this was basically a matter as terrifying as death. Li Qingshan was filled with admiration. Yan Shixin did not speak much and he did not possess Wei Ke's confidence at all, but he was more than 10 times more vicious and resolute than Wei Ke. He had forcefully dragged a battle that he was certain to lose into mutual destruction. The dwarf's viciousness was roused too. Then let's see who gives out first. However, in an instant, the spiritual chi that the dwarf had recovered from the banyan tree sap was drained clean. Tiny vines directly stabbed into his body, sucking away. However, Yan Shixin's face was in pain, but there was no fear or hesitation at all. Seeing how his cultivation was about to go down the drain, the dwarf finally ran out of patience. He called out, I admit defeat. The way of assassins was to flee thousands of kilometers away if their attack failed. Although there was no lack of bravery and decisiveness, it was not something that could last for long. They could not help but want to protect themselves. They were unwilling to do something as foolish as destroying themselves together. Si Qing's face sank. With a wave of his hand, the towering tree and the vicious sun vines in the dragon arena all vanished. It returned to the empty space in the beginning. Yan Shixin and the dwarf fell out of the sky together. For a moment, neither of them could move. In an instant, Yan Shixin's cultivation had fallen to the middle stage of foundation establishment. For this victory he had paid a heavy price. Fortunately, his foundation was not damaged. As long as he had enough pills, he could slowly nurse himself back to health. He took off his helmet, revealing his square and ordinary face. He also looked like he was still in shock, but he had a victorious smile on his face. The dwarf emerged from the dragon arena and knelt down before Si Qing in a hurry, begging for forgiveness. He knew that Si Qing hated weaklings the most. Si Qing was originally extremely displeased, but when he thought about how one of the 3 strongest fighters under him had already died in battle, it was fine if he could preserve some of his strength. It was the final round anyway, so he eased up and said indifferently, Stand up. Victory and defeat are commonplace for soldiers. Bring that bastard over. Swish. There was the clanking of chains from behind the hall. A prisoner's carriage was pushed over, and the temperature in the hall suddenly skyrocketed. Li Qingshan only saw a ball of fire in the prisoner's carriage. At a closer glance, he discovered that it was not fire, but a completely naked man. He sat with his legs crossed, wrapped in thick chains. The chains were covered in inscriptions, clearly made for subduing cultivators. The man did not move at all, but he gave off the feeling of a volcano that was about to erupt, accumulating explosive power. His skin was well-defined and extremely healthy. His skin was extraordinarily large, reddish-yellow, like roaring flames. His hair stood on end, flying upwards. It was even more scorching like fire. A scarlet-red horn protruded from his forehead, and a small, scarlet-red tail trailed behind him. He did not seem human with a single glance. Li Qingshan was surprised. So this is my opponent? I didn't think he'd be in other folk. Gu Yinying was perplexed. The Dragon Province had many other folk, but fire devourers were violent and belligerent, so they could not survive in the Dragon Province at all. Most of them lived in remote, untamed places, mostly in the Mist Province. How did he end up in Si Qing's hands? Si Qing said, This is one of the spoils I obtained when I was searching for a suitable battleground in the Mist Province. Capturing him took quite some effort. He turned around and said to the other folk, Julai, I'll only ask you this. Do you want to live or die? I've already run out of patience. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish today. If you want to live, pick up your weapon and fight. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 605. Ever since Si Qing captured Zhu Lai in the Mist Province, he had been very impressed with his battle prowess. He was basically a natural-born fighter, so he wanted to take him in as a servant. However, Zhu Lai was like a trapped beast, constantly wanting to escape. Si Qing had to go through various punishments to grind away his wildness. At the same time, he gave him exquisite food or even enchanting beauties that the Mist Province lacked to soften his resolve. Today all of this effort had finally come to fruition. Under Si Qing's stern and eager gaze, Zhu Lai opened and closed his mouth. Just now he spat out 2 words, "I want to live." Si Qing laughed aloud, utterly delighted. He swung his sleeve. There were a few clicks, clatters and clangs. The shackles on Zhu Lai were unlocked, and he fell to the ground with a clang. The door to the cage opened too. With a whoosh, Zhu Lai transformed into a ball of raging fire, rushing out of the cage. Waves of heat swept out in all directions. The flames rushed straight towards Si Qing, and the hot wind caused his robes to flutter loudly. Si Qing did not move at all. He met Zhu Lai's scorching eyes and revealed unshakable determination. If you try to escape again this time or suffer a backlash, then only death awaits you. Faced with this determination, Zhu Lai finally lowered his head. Where are my weapons and armor? This person sure is a tough opponent. If I didn't have the demon suppression statuary and only had the arts of the boundless ocean to defeat him, Li Qingshan thought. Other folks' talent had always surpassed that of regular people, and fire devourers were renowned for their belligerence among other folk too. It was almost impossible for someone in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm to defeat a mutant who was equivalent to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Gu Yenying said without even looking back, "Li Qingshan, if you lose this round I'll never spare you." The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled. Victory and defeat are commonplace for soldiers. "Commander, may I ask if there's any reward for winning this final round?" Gu Yenying smiled. "Kid, you sure have quite the appetite. You're still not satisfied with these arcane artifacts?" I'm very satisfied." As Li Qingshan spoke, he used his spiritual will to transmit his voice. "So, did I exchange for these Dharma artifacts or did I win them? That's up to you. A man shouldn't be so calculative. The duel has begun. Get ready to attack." Li Qingshan cast his gaze at the dragon arena and thought, there are a few arcane artifacts after all. He should be able to explain his origins and not be suspected. If you lack anything in the future, just ask this woman for it. The dragon arena immediately became a sea of fire. Golden yellow, fiery red magma flowed slowly on the ground, while the sky was obscured by dust and ash. Yan Xixing took advantage of Si Qing and Zhu Lai's conversation. Panting for a moment, he recovered a bit of his spiritual energy. He didn't know what was happening outside. Looking up at the sky, he secretly guessed, looks like the last opponent will be a cultivator who specializes in the fire element. He wasn't in a hurry to admit defeat. At the very least, he wanted to clearly see his opponent's background and methods. He wanted to give his last comrade, which was Li Qingshan. He wanted to increase his chances of victory as much as possible. A black cloud suddenly shone, and a huge fireball suddenly pierced through it like a meteor, hurtling over from the horizon with a long tail of flames. It was still 5 kilometers away, but it was already unstoppable. Yan Xixing's expression changed. He said firmly, "I admit defeat." The moment he spat out those 3 words, the meteor had already approached within 5 kilometers of him. Waves of heat surged over. It illuminated Yan Xixing's face bright red, but he had no intentions of stopping. Si Qing said, "Zhu Lai, don't forget the iron rules of the arena." With a great boom, the meteor exploded loudly, scattering with countless sparks. Zhu Lai leapt out, raising a fiery red trident high up and stabbing it down towards Yan Xixing's head. He completely ignored Si Qing's orders. Making him agree to submit was already his limit. His chest was filled with anger and killing intent that needed to be vented. How could he let any enemy go? Yan Xixing didn't have any room to resist. It looked like he was about to die on the spot. The trident stopped in front of him. The tip of the trident was only an inch away from his eyes. It contained a strong aura of fire. If it exploded even slightly, it would be able to turn Yan Xixing's head into ashes. A slender white hand reached out and grabbed the scorching handle of the trident. Si Qing looked in shock and anger at the beautiful white-clothed woman in front of him. He put all of his strength into the trident in his hand, but he couldn't move an inch forward. Gu Yenying gently waved her left hand, and Zhu Lai's body, which was covered in flames, flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he had come. He tumbled out of the arena and fell into a river of lava. She brought Yan Xixing back out of the arena. Let's continue with the next match. Although Zhu Lai had ignored the iron rules of the duel and wanted to kill him, it had not become a reality. If she allowed Zhu Lai to kill Yan Xixing, not only would Zhu Lai have to pay with his life, but she would also be able to directly win the duel. However, she did not want to sacrifice Yan Shixing. Yenying's bearing is still extraordinary. I admire you. Si Qing squeezed out a smile. He was in the wrong here. He secretly made up his mind to properly deal with Zhu Lai once he won the duel. Zhu Lai leapt out of the lava. His face was twisted and he became more and more furious inside. His killing intent burned like fire. At this moment, Li Qingshan stood up and stepped into the dragon arena. Immediately, the sound of waves rose up, and the entire arena turned from a boundless sea of fire to a vast jade-blue lake. Li Qingshan could not help but smile, but he also seemed rather disappointed. He understood what Gu Yenying was trying to say. Indeed, he could only win this duel. If he could not win even with such an advantage, then he might as well hang himself. The first 3 victories had basically fulfilled Gu Yenying's original plan. The final match was basically a free win, but it was exactly because it was far too easy that Li Qingshan felt rather disappointed. However, Zhu Lai was not worried at all. Instead, it was like he had grown accustomed to it. His trident lit up with roaring flames and he swung it backwards. Damned water. Evaporated all. Si Qing said, "Don't tell me Yenying thinks she can defeat Zhu Lai just because she has some geographical advantage. Using water to subdue fire is just common sense. But in the southern Mist province, the fire devourers have been waging war against the merfolk of the South Sea for many years, so they also understand the principle of using fire to subdue water. Don't tell me your subordinate's talent for controlling water is even greater than the merfolk's?" Gu Yenying said, "You'll only know if you try." Li Qingshan parted his hands, and the almost transparent gentle wave hands shone with azure light. The surface of the lake immediately surged and a water dragon whistled out, followed by a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, 9 water dragons rushed into the air, coiling around each other as they lunged towards Zhu Lai. Si Qing was mildly surprised. He's only at mid-foundation establishment, yet he can use something like that. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. This was already the limit for him right now, and it was all thanks to the gentle wave hands. Of course, this was only the limit for human cultivation. He thought, I've already gained such an advantage. If I use the demon suppression statuary and the traitorous demon sword as well, even if I win, it'll be meaningless. I'll even have to expose my trump card for nothing. I refuse to believe I can't defeat these puny fire devourers with my arcane artifacts and the arts of the boundless ocean. Zhu Lai opened his mouth and spat out roaring fire. Before the 9 water dragons could even approach him, they were reduced to clouds of white mist, permeating the surface of the lake. That's a little interesting. Li Qingshan rejoiced instead of being surprised. He formed a seal with his hand and used a technique. The mist immediately became as thick as milk, so thick that he could not even see his own fingers. His aura was hidden in the mist, but he could clearly see Zhu Lai's location. However, Zhu Lai was completely unaffected. He charged towards Li Qingshan. Even though he was not as elusive as Gu Yenying, he was still startling. He swung down his scarlet trident. "Do you think this can disguise your stench? Die for me." Li Qingshan gripped the tip of the trident with his left hand and pulled it to his side. He threw a punch at Zhu Lai's chest with his right hand. Water spiritual qi revolved around him like a whirlpool. Zhu Lai punched back, and the vicious flames smashed through the whirlpool, blocking Li Qingshan's fist. The two of them wrestled. Water and fire collided violently, evenly matched. However, fire was far more destructive than water. Li Qingshan felt his hands heat up. Even his breathing became scorching. Zhu Lai's chest heaved. Li Qingshan thought, oh no, he's going to spit fire again. The 9 water dragons he had unleashed with his full strength had been dispersed by Zhu Lai's single breath, which demonstrated the power of this move. In his opinion, they should not be called fire devourers but fire spitters. Li Qingshan only felt his body go cold before heating up. The coldness came from his soft armor, which immediately lit up with inscriptions, forming a thick layer of ice armor. That heat was actually a flame that sprayed onto his body. Zhu Lai was surprised at first before snickering viciously. He never thought Li Qingshan would actually be bold enough to face him head-on. It was a perfect opportunity for him to vent his anger. The flames he spat became even more intense, becoming scarlet red. Under the heat of the flames, the ice armor began to melt very quickly. Li Qingshan used the arts of the boundless ocean and channeled his spiritual qi to keep it at bay, but his spiritual qi was rapidly depleting. Zhu Lai suddenly shut his mouth, lowered his head and rammed it over. With a clang, a large area of the ice armor cracked, and the scarlet horn pierced in bit by bit. It would only take a while for it to breach his defense. With a thought, Li Qingshan released a ring of water from his belt. As soon as it came into contact with Zhu Lai, it all surged towards him, forming a ball of water. The ball of water was no ordinary water. It was extremely heavy and sticky like glue. Zhu Lai immediately became immobilized, like an insect trapped in rosin, turning into amber. Even the flames around him were suppressed. These arcane artifacts really are of great help in battle. If I swing over with the traitorous demon sword right now, I'll definitely behead him. Li Qingshan thought about it and launched a palm strike, which also contained ocean wielding. Although it also contained the vast power of the cloud parting form, it was far inferior to the power of the traitorous demon sword in subduing an enemy. With a bang, the ball of water shattered. Zhu Lai was sent flying, and the ice armor on Li Qingshan's body also shattered. The moment Zhu Lai had been sent flying, Zhu Lai's trident had pierced through the ball of water and landed on the crack in the ice armor. The power of Li Qingshan's palm strike had mostly been blocked by the fiery red armor on his body, causing his fighting spirit to grow even stronger. Come and fight me another 300 rounds. Alright. Li Qingshan turned around to face him. His entire body began to spin, transforming into a waterspout that fiercely collided with the ball of fire. White mist rose, obscuring the figures of the two. All that could be seen was the clash of water and fire, their figures flashing, and the sounds of collisions incessantly. In that instant, who knew how many times they had exchanged blows? Chapter 606. Gu Yenying asked, "What's wrong with it?" Yan Shixin said, "I believe that I have some insight into the fights between cultivators. Li Qingshan's performance is extraordinary, far surpassing a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation. Even I wouldn't be able to hold on against Li Qingshan's attacks." And then? Yan Shixin carefully considered his words. His moves are exquisite beyond compare. His usage of spells and artifacts is even more ingenious. This subordinate also sighs at his inferiority. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If it wasn't for that, he would have been defeated long ago. The fire spirit's strength lies in its explosive damage, while the water spirit's strength lies in its durability recovery. Fighting head-on like this is very disadvantageous for him." It was like a battle between two armies. Even if the tactics were excellent, if the overall strategy was wrong, it would be very difficult to win. Gu Yenying nodded. His temperament is indeed a little unyielding. Yan Shixin opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he closed it again. He gazed at the dragon arena worriedly and wondered inside. He primarily cultivates the water element, so why is he so unyielding? Or should I say, with such an unyielding temperament, how could he understand the true essence of water? The attributes of a cultivator's 5 elements were closely related to their temperament. Generally, those with talent in the fire attribute tended to have a fiery temper, and after years of cultivation and accumulation of spiritual energy, these characteristics would become even more obvious. Yan Shixin had met some water attribute cultivators who had a relatively gentle temperament. He had never seen someone as unyielding as Li Qingshan, so he was very puzzled. Little did he know that basically all of Li Qingshan's water element talent came from the spirit turtle transformation. It would already be impressive if the spirit turtle could suppress the ox demon and tiger demon, so how could it influence Li Qingshan's personality? Zhu Lai's heart was filled with indignation. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. His trident spat out raging flames as he madly swung it at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to attack back, and gradually realized that something was wrong. No matter how domineering his ocean wielding was, his opponent's moves would definitely be fiercer and more violent than his. There had always been a difference in their realms of cultivation, and he possessed powerful control over water, while fire devourers were professionals at playing with fire. The two offset each other, and the difference was not great. Flames were obviously better at attacking than flowing water. The spiritual energy in his Dantian Sea of energy was rapidly being consumed. There was less than 30% left, and that was with the help of the Jade Pendant, which could speed up the recovery of his spiritual energy. Although the water spirit's recovery speed was relatively fast, it was not many times faster. The longer the battle dragged on, the more this advantage would manifest. This went on. If he did not use the demon suppression statuary, it would be difficult for him to obtain victory. During the battle, Li Qingshan was thinking about the problem that had been troubling him for a long time, and that was how to fuse water and fire. Red and blue, one burning and rising, seemed to want to burn the sky. One flow descends. It was as if he was falling into an abyss. They displayed completely different characteristics. They constantly intersected and surged, and there was no possibility of them fusing together. Water and fire were merciless. If it were regular water and fire, then so be it, but the water of the spirit turtle and the fire of the phoenix that he wanted to fuse with were the purest powers in the world, so how was he supposed to fuse them? He was a little upset. He felt that he had been mistaken all this while. His mind was in a mess. His movements slowed down. Zhu Lai grasped the opportunity and swung down with his trident. Li Qingshan was only able to raise his arm to block before falling down, landing in the lake. With a thump, he kicked up a pillar of water and sank straight to the bottom of the lake. Right now, his entire body was filled with spiritual energy. Only 10% remained. Sibao raised her cup. Yenying, looks like the outcome has been decided. Anxiety appeared on Han Qiongji's face. Yan Xixin was even more nervous. He had risked his life to create such a great situation. If he lost, then all his efforts would be for naught. This Li Qingshan had some talent, but he was not necessarily worth Commander Gu's attention. Sibao looked at Gu Yenying as if she was saying, "Look at the person you've chosen. He's not as powerful as you say he is." However, she also understood extremely well that any Foundation establishment cultivator from the Rui Commandery would probably lose if they faced the violent and vicious Zhu Lai. Gu Yenying lowered her head and fiddled around with her cup. If he wants to win, how can he lose? It was just a simple sentence, but it showed his absolute trust. Han Qiongji's body trembled as she thought to herself, "Can I trust him this much?" Her trust towards Li Qingshan stemmed from feelings, but true trust came from understanding. Gu Yenying's understanding of Li Qingshan completely surpassed Han Qiongji's. The strongest water demon of the Rui Commandery, the North Moon, would lose to an other folk who had not even undergone the second heavenly tribulation. What a joke. Even if he could not win with his human cultivation, he only needed to use his demon abilities slightly, and he could immediately turn the tables. Zhu Lai followed closely behind Li Qingshan, diving straight down. The firelight illuminated the surface of the lake, and waves of heat rushed over rapidly. The trident parted the lake water, directly striking towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed all the distracting thoughts out of his head. No matter what, let's win this battle first. If I lose to a minor figure like him, that'll be far too embarrassing. He exhaled gently and held back his urge to strike. Suddenly, 2 streams of water shot out from his shoes and he charged forwards. "Don't you even think about escaping." Zhu Lai bellowed out furiously and sprayed out. A streak of fire pierced the lake water, burning towards Li Qingshan. Waves surged beneath Li Qingshan's feet as he used the wave-treading form. He suddenly accelerated and leapt to one side. The fire brushed past him, but it was not enough to burn through his protective spiritual qi. And, in the water, its power would still be slightly affected at the end of the day. Huge waves rose up on the surface of the lake. The 2 of them chased and fled at the bottom of the lake. Li Qingshan used the wave-treading form to constantly change directions. Zhu Lai was vicious, but he was unable to do anything to him immediately. He cursed aloud in anger. "You human coward. I saw that you still had some courage just now, but I didn't think that you'd become a coward so quickly. If I were to use my true strength, I'd be able to blast you into pieces with a single punch." Li Qingshan thought to himself. Although he was displeased to hear this, he did not plan on breaking the rules he had set at the very beginning and using the demon suppression statuary and the traitorous demon sword. If he wanted to win, he could only use the terrain to stall for time and recover his spiritual qi. The more intense the battle, the clearer his thoughts became. As he fled, he flicked his 10 fingers randomly and shot out water arrows. Zhu Lai became even more furious and pursued him relentlessly. As Li Qingshan swam around, the jade pendant at his waist flashed with spiritual light. The spiritual qi in his body was slowly but steadily recovering. All this time, although he had used water spiritual qi as his foundation to cultivate, he had mostly relied on the claws and teeth of the tiger demon and the divine abilities of the ox demon to defeat his enemies. Even as a human, he had relied on his powerful physique to use ocean wielding and the heavy water sword to forcefully defeat his enemies. This was the first time he had used purely water spiritual qi to fight. At first he felt extremely aggrieved. This was not his preferred style of battle. He still preferred to fight fiercely and attack with his fists, but for the sake of victory he could only endure. Although Zhu Lai's flames were fierce and violent, they could not last for long and gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's spiritual qi had already recovered to 50%. The scales of victory were beginning to tilt in his favor. If he took the initiative to attack now and fought attack with attack like just now, it would definitely be Zhu Lai who would be the first to collapse. However, Li Qingshan was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he had a thoughtful expression, vaguely understanding the root of the problem. Suddenly he thought of a saying. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things but does not fight. It deals with the evils of others and is similar to the way. The highest virtue is like water, but I am vicious and domineering. Water wants to not fight, but I am filled with fighting spirit. The way of the water element is about conquering strength with softness, keeping a low profile and enduring patiently, letting fate take its course. However, I advance valiantly, wanting to do whatever I want. Even if I temporarily endure and retreat, it's only because I'm forced by the situation. As soon as I have the opportunity, I have to do everything I can. The entire time, my temperament and water's temperament have been the complete opposite. I have an unyielding temperament. Even when I practice a water element cultivation method, I pursue the destructive arts of the boundless ocean. Although I possess the godlike talent of the spirit turtle, and I control large swathes of water in the Rui Commandery, I've never truly mastered the way of the utmost softness of water. It's no wonder that I've reached a bottleneck after reaching the 4th layer of the spirit turtle transformation. I've always wanted to merge water and fire, but I haven't even mastered the single word water. Li Qingshan sighed inside, but his spirits were roused. He had finally found an answer to the question that had been plaguing him all this time. His expression suddenly became calm and serene, and the movements of his body also became gentle, like a fish swimming in a lake. He no longer purposefully used any techniques either. As he retreated, he swung his hands freely, drawing circles freely. The water wrapped around Zhu Lai like ribbons. Zhu Lai swung his trident, easily ripping it apart, but the ribbons of water wrapped around him endlessly. Zhu Lai wanted to catch up to Li Qingshan in a battle to the death, but under the entanglement of the ribbons of water, he was unable to approach Li Qingshan any further. The flames on him grew even weaker, and even his roars became rather hoarse. Gu Yening struck her palm gently with her jade folding fan and smiled. The outcome has been determined. Si Qing frowned. Losing this battle had completely exceeded his expectations. He stared at Li Qingshan. Such control over water was not something a mere foundation establishment cultivator could possess. A while later, Li Qingshan had already gained the upper hand. Zhu Lai struggled to hold on, but even his fighting spirit was mostly worn away. He would not abide by the iron rules of the arena, nor did he have any thoughts of admitting defeat. All he wanted was to die in battle here so that he would not be humiliated by Si Qing again. At this moment, Li Qingshan only needed a few punches and kicks to emerge victorious. However, he resisted the urge. Since he already understood where the problem lay, he had to think of a way to resolve it. Since their personalities were incompatible, he would start from their personalities and change his way of doing things. He swore to himself, from today onwards I'll be like a tortoise. Oh no, I'll be like a spirit turtle. It's about the same anyway. Based on his usual personality, he would have rushed up a long time ago and cut Zhu Lai into pieces, digging out his heart and lungs to vent his anger. But now he took deep breaths continuously and murmured to himself. Li Qingshan, take it slow. There's no rush. There's still plenty of time. Even though this mutant's mouth isn't too clean, he's still a pitiful person who was oppressed by that bastard Si Qing. Why must I kill him? Take a closer look. Isn't he rather handsome as well? Zhu Lai's face was ferocious. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't you dare humiliate me. Chapter 607. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and was about to say, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. But when the words reached his mouth they became, if you want me to kill you, I won't. He muttered to himself, handsome, handsome. Zhu Lai shouted angrily and rushed forward. This time Li Qingshan did not dodge. Seeing the trident sweeping towards his waist, he straightened his right hand and the flexible water stopped the trident. The water coiled along the trident and wrapped around Zhu Lai's body, trapping him in the water. Surrender now and I'll spare your worthless life. Zhu Lai cursed. His voice passed through the water and became unclear. Li Qingshan made a helpless expression. His rough and powerful hand instantly plunged into the water and strangled Zhu Lai's throat. Li Qingshan roughly pulled Zhu Lai closer to him and said in a low voice, my patience is limited. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to live or die? All of Zhu Lai's hair stood on end. He stared at Li Qingshan's eyes in surprise. A dark red light seemed to flash through them, and a sliver of violent malice filled his heart. Originally he would not have been afraid even if he died in battle, but in that moment earlier he could not help but feel a sliver of fear. That was the natural fear of a weak creature facing a predator. This person is not as simple as he looks. Li Qing shone through all kindness like water, and the path of extreme gentleness, to the back of his mind. As long as Zhu Lai dared to say the words "want to die," he would immediately twist his head off and kick it like a ball. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Finally Zhu Lai's survival instinct prevailed. He said in a low voice, "I want to live." Li Qingshan said, "And then?" "I surrender." Zhu Lai said unwillingly, "That's right." Li Qingshan smiled as gently as he could. He let go of Zhu Lai and thought to himself, "It is rare that I want to adjust my temperament. If you dare to provoke me again, how can I let you die so easily?" However, compared to the ferocious expression just now, this smile was even more hair-raising to Zhu Lai. It was like an extremely ferocious beast trying to pretend to be kind. It was extremely strange. Li Qingshan stepped out of the dragon arena and said to Gu Yenying, "Fortunately, I didn't let you down. It's good that we won. Well done. I thought you were dead for sure. You are indeed qualified to sit behind me." Si Bao patted Li Qingshan's shoulder in praise. Li Qingshan glanced past them, and all the Hawkwolf guards nodded towards him, acknowledging his right. His gaze finally stopped on Han Xiongji's face. Her face was filled with joy and pride. "Pa pa pa." Si Qing was the first to applaud. He said with a smile, "Yenying, your subordinates really are full of hidden talents. I concede defeat." Yi Dan and Jia Zhen's faces were both sunken. This meant that they had suffered a setback in their first battle in the Rui Commandery. They had gained tremendous benefits that regular cultivators could not even imagine. It would also go down the drain with the outcome of this battle. Gu Yenying smiled. "That's no problem. Even a powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory, so you don't need to take it to heart. Si Qing, when do you plan on holding the enthronement ceremony? Let me do my part as the host and help you with it." Si Qing stowed the dragon arena away and purposely said in a magnanimous manner, "The outcome is nothing. What matters is that I've witnessed the heroes of the Rui Commandery and witnessed a few fascinating battles. However, I'm still rather unsatisfied." "Why's that?" "The Rui Commandery stretches across tens of thousands of kilometers. Who knows how many geniuses there are? You probably won't even be able to witness 100th of them through this battle alone. I've heard that the Rui Commandery has always had the tradition of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, but because of the invasion of the Clear River Prefecture demons, it had to be stopped. Since I've inherited the position of Marquis of Rui, I'll reconvene the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. Summon the heroes of the 9 prefectures and demonstrate the strength of the Rui Commandery to deter the demons." As Si Qing said that, he exchanged glances with Yi Dan and Jia Zhen. The three of them smiled slightly. Clearly they had planned this speech for a very long time. This was the Marquis of Rui's authority. There was no reason for Gu Yenying to stop him. However, she understood that the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time would probably not be as simple as before. She sighed inside. Si Qing is vicious and bloodthirsty. Him becoming the Marquis of Rui probably isn't a blessing for the Rui Commandery. After the banquet ended and bidding farewell to Si Qing, Li Qingshan made his way towards Han Xiongji. Yi Dan suddenly said sternly, "Little bastard, you better be careful when you walk at night in the future." Li Qingshan frowned. Right when he was about to curse back, he was stopped by Han Xiongji, who shook her head gently at him. Her face was filled with worry. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he had no idea when a vicious Golden Core cultivator would descend upon him if he was targeted by such a vicious Golden Core cultivator. As a person I still have to be kind to others. Kindness is like water. Why should I bicker with a dead person? Li Qingshan thought. He no longer paid any attention to Yi Dan, leaving with Han Xiongji. Yi Dan even thought he was afraid, so he let out a few more wild laughs. His vicious gaze stopped on Han Xiongji again. I'll deal with the Han family sooner or later." The guests dispersed and Si Qing's face sank. He invited Yi Dan and Jia Zhen into a secret room again for a discussion. Si Qing said, "I never thought we'd actually get off to a bad start. This Gu Yenying is still so difficult to deal with. I really want to crush her head." Yi Dan clenched his fists, his thoughts running wild. However, he also knew that putting aside her identity, who would dare touch her? Unless they had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation, there was probably no one who had the confidence to say they could kill her. Jia Zhen shook his head and said, "From what I see, Gu Yenying is not our enemy. She is a cultivator wholeheartedly, and has no interest in fame, wealth, power, or even morality. Everything she does is for the sake of raising her own cultivation. As long as we don't go overboard, she probably won't take the initiative to make trouble for us. Si Qing nodded. Her personality has always been like this. If she wasn't confident that she would definitely win this duel, I wouldn't have set up this banquet. What do you think of that subordinate of hers, Li Qingshan? Yi Dan said, a conceited genius who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll make him die a horrible death sooner or later. Jia Zhen said, don't worry, he won't be able to survive the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry either, just in case you give yourself away. Our priority right now is still dealing with that wretched demon, the North Moon. Si Qing said, how can I allow someone to snore next to my bed? Li Qingshan arrived at the estate of the Han family in the commandery city with Han Qiongji, which was also the great general's estate in the past. Raising his head, he saw that the scale of the structure was so grand that it was only second to the Marquis of Rui's estate. It had also been managed by the Han family for generations. Passing through the pavilions and buildings, he arrived in the depths of the estate and paid his respects to his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan. The crystal lantern shone brightly. Han Anjuan's face remained as cold as before, standing there sternly like a man of steel. After listening to Han Qiongji's explanation of what had happened at the banquet, he said, you have a great future ahead of you, so you shouldn't have openly opposed Yi Dan. Only a man can endure humiliation, or it's just the bravery of a man. Li Qingshan said, don't worry, General. With Commander Gu looking after him, I don't think he's bold enough to run amok. Han Anjuan fell silent for a while. Perhaps before long, he'll be the great general of the Rui Commandery. What? Li Qingshan was mildly surprised, but upon further thought, it made sense. The position of great general was not hereditary. After Han Anguo died in battle, someone obviously had to take his place. Since Si Qing could contend for the position of Marquis of Rui, he could also contend for the position of great general. In terms of strength alone, Yi Dan completely possessed the right. He said apologetically, I didn't think I'd drag the Han family into this. As the Scarlet Hawk commander, Yi Dan dared not act recklessly, but the Han family would be restrained by him. I just want you to not act rashly in the future. The Han family isn't as weak as you think they are, and even without you, Yi Dan would never drop the matter for the sake of the position of great general. However, obtaining this tiger tablet won't be that easy. As Han Anjuan said that, he fished out a tiger tablet. The tiger tablet was shaped like a black tiger, no more than a foot in length. The engraving was not particularly detailed, making it seem rather random, but its viciousness leapt out. Just like the Marquis of Rui's seal of mountains and rivers, the tiger tablet was the symbol of the great general, as well as an item that had been passed down through the generations of the Han family. The position of great general was not hereditary, but the Han family had prospered and educated their descendants well. Often, a suitable successor would appear in the clan even before the previous great general passed away. After all this time, all the disciples of the school of the military in the entire Rui Commandery were former subordinates of the Han family, so the tiger tablet had remained in the Han family the entire time. It was equivalent to a family treasure. As a trusted leader, if Han Anjuan lost the tiger tablet, he would be letting down his ancestors. As a result, it did not really matter whether Li Qingshan offended Yi Dan or not. He had always viewed the Han family as a thorn in his side. Li Qingshan frowned. How can a foundation establishment cultivator inherit the position of great general? Han Anjuan said, after you left, I also set off on a long journey, going to South Hub City to seek an audience with the great general king. The great general king did not agree to Yi Dan inheriting the position of great general out of consideration for our past ties. He still belonged to our Han family, so we temporarily kept this matter under wraps. Yi Dan obviously wouldn't dare to do anything to our Han family. Li Qingshan smiled. Of course. The great general king was the greatest figure of the school of the military in the Green Province, a powerful figure who stood on equal footing with the lord of the Green Province. He commanded all the soldiers and generals of the Green Province. As long as he gave the slightest hint, Yi Dan would never dare to act recklessly no matter how vicious he was. Han Anjuan shook his head. It's impossible for the position of great general to be kept under wraps forever. I plan on entering the Azura field for arduous cultivation. As long as I can break through the second heavenly tribulation, the tiger tablet will still belong to my Han family. The great General King's instructions appeared in his head again. Ngua is my beloved general, while the Han family is a clan of generals. Although you've encountered a disaster, you shouldn't give up on hope. I can see that you're quite like your elder brother. Are you bold enough to come train in my Azura field? Azura field. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily. It was obvious that the Azura field was not a good place. She wanted to say something but instead straightened her body and said boldly, I wish you success, father. You may pass the heavenly tribulation soon and restore the prestige of our Han family. Han Anjuan said in relief, Qiongji, you've grown up. I also wish you success, General. Don't miss our wedding date. Take this medicinal pill as an engagement gift. This is an origin spirit pill. Where did you get it? Chapter 608. Even if you are abandoned, you cannot feel resentment. Li Qingshan said, this is a gift from Commander Gu. Commander Gu really does value you extraordinarily. She must have specially given this to you for your second heavenly tribulation. Keep it. I can't accept such an expensive gift. Han Anjuan's expression calmed down very quickly. He shifted his gaze away from the origin spirit pill and looked at Li Qingshan deeply. He was not completely convinced by his explanation. Then you don't approve of my marriage with Qiongji? As Li Qingshan said that, he shot a glance at Han Qiongji. The origin spirit pill was not essential to him, but it was relatively important to the Han family. Han Qiongji hesitated. Father, just accept it. Just treat it as doing it for the sake of the Han family. Han Anjuan closed his eyes for quite a while before letting out a long sigh. He accepted the origin spirit pill before bowing deeply to express his gratitude. How could Li Qingshan accept such a great bow? He turned to the side and avoided the bow. However, after Han Anjuan straightened himself, what he said completely exceeded Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji's expectations. In the beginning, I didn't think the two of you were a good match. I still think that way now. The Han family is a great clan while I'm just a kid from the mountains. Indeed, I'm not a good match. Li Qingshan frowned, but when he recalled the spirit turtle's way of forbearance and tranquility, his frown eased up again. He smiled, but he could not help but sound rather indignant. Han Qiongji was even more displeased. Father, it's already so late, yet you're still saying something like that. You want to train me, but have I ever disappointed you? Han Anjuan raised his hand to stop Han Qiongji from continuing. He looked at Li Qingshan and said, Qingshan, don't think that I'm prejudiced against you. Actually, from the very beginning I felt that you were a talent. What you did afterwards exceeded my expectations. As a matter of fact, you can be described as a startling genius about to make a breakthrough. It's not that I'm belittling myself, but my daughter isn't worthy of you. I'm not looking for companions to go into battle with. Do I really have to find a girl with a similar cultivation? Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. He held Han Qiongji's hand to show his sincerity. Let me finish. With your personality, offending Yi Dan today was definitely not a coincidence, and the great General King's exceptional favor was very much a coincidence. The opponents you meet in the future may not be able to do anything to you, but you can't take care of your entire family behind you. If you constantly challenge the strong and have to constantly have worries in your heart, would you feel happy? Li Qingshan said nothing. He could not help but admit that Han Anjuan's words were very insightful. It could be described as a thorough analysis of his personality. Even he had no idea just how many more powerful enemies he would encounter on his path to the 9 heavens. He was confident that he could protect Han Qiongji, but what about her family? He felt Han Qiongji's hand tighten slightly. She said, General, I also feel that my personality has been too intense recently. I've been purposefully restraining myself a little and comprehending the way of water's gentleness. That way, I might not necessarily offend a lot of people. Even he found it rather hard to believe when he said that. Even if he had another century to comprehend, he would still take action when he encountered what happened at the banquet today. No matter how profound his cultivation of the spirit turtle transformation was, it was impossible for him to completely change his personality. Han Qiongji also straightened her back and said, no matter what risks we encounter, we'll just bear them together. Qiongji, you're no longer a child. I respect your decision today, but if you're abandoned in the future, you can't resent me. Han Anjuan let out a long sigh, turned around and left. He left behind Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji to look at one another. Just what kind of father would curse his own daughter like that? And he spoke with such certainty, as if Li Qingshan had already become a heartless and ungrateful person. Han Anjuan did not mention that he had once asked Ma Bai to read Li Qingshan's fortune. Ma Bai said, "This child has great ambitions. He'll definitely be something extraordinary in the future, but it's exactly because of his great ambitions that he's the exact opposite. As the saying goes, the spirit of a hero is short for love." That night, Li Qingshan did not stay the night in the great general's estate. Instead, he went with Han Qiongji to the outskirts of the commandery city of Rui, to a small mountain with abundant spiritual qi and beautiful scenery. This was the cultivation dwelling Han Qiongji had specially carved out after reaching foundation establishment. The two of them leaned against each other, gazing at the small lake under the moonlight in the distance, reflecting the tranquil, silver light. Neither of them spoke for a very long time. Originally, it should have been a joyous reunion, but Han Anjuan's words had cast a shadow over it. "Thank you for the origin spirit pill." Han Qiongji had always been a straightforward person, but after going through so many changes and now that her clan was in danger, the man she could rely on the most just happened to be determined by her father to leave her in the end. She was gloomy, no longer as decisive as before. Indeed, he could not stay here for too long either. He would return to the Clear River Prefecture very soon and continue his duties as the Scarlet Hawk commander. "There's no need for thanks between us. If you really want to thank me, you shouldn't be thanking me like this." Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms with a smile, lowering his head and kissing her red lips. His hand climbed up her waist in a naughty manner, purposefully using this method to break the silent atmosphere. However, as the exquisite figure entered his arms, the lust that had been suppressed for so long could not help but rise again. Han Qiongji's reaction was unexpectedly intense. She wrapped her arms around his waist firmly and said softly, "Love me." Li Qingshan picked her up and cast aside the moonlight on the mountain peak, turning towards the dwelling. The warmth of the red silk tent was unavoidable, until Han Qiongji ran out of strength and begged for mercy from exhaustion. Just now they let it go and fell asleep in each other's arms. Just now, the tiny unhappiness seemed to have been washed away completely, but Han Qiongji repeated that sentence in a complicated manner inside. Even when she fell asleep, it still lingered around her. "If you've been abandoned, you can't resent me." Li Qingshan had completely cast this matter to the back of his mind. After Han Qiongji fell asleep, he still felt full of energy. He did not feel sleepy at all, so he continued to focus on the path of water. In the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind, Gu Yenying studied her new disciple with great interest. "My good disciple. Should I call you Qian Rongji or Shangguan Rongji?" "Obviously Qian Rongji." Qian Rongji shuddered. This was the secret that she did not want anyone to know the most. It was not because she felt ashamed. Even in the world of cultivation, people would bear a deep grudge against a person who had killed all of their family and loved ones. If Chu Tian knew about her past, he probably would not have fallen for it so easily. "Looks like you really detest the word Shangguan." Ancient Wind City was destroyed by the White Lotus sect, but Shangguan Town was burned to the ground for no reason at all. Not even a dog managed to escape. Don't you know why? "I don't know. It must be because of the fire element demons." Qian Rongji did not purposefully feign ignorance. She just said that calmly. In order to completely destroy everything, she had taken advantage of the war between humans and demons to return to Shangguan Town again. Gu Yenying stared at Qian Rongji for a very long time before smiling in the end. She changed the topic. "That hell snake. You must be a gift from the White Lotus Mother, right?" Qian Rongji fell silent for a very long time before replying, "Yes. She hates me for betraying her, which is why she placed such a vicious curse on me, making me suffer pain and torture day and night." Gu Yenying said, "Do you need me to find a way to remove it for you? The venomous snake is firmly attached to my soul. Blades and swords struggle to injure it, so it'll probably be very difficult to remove. Some painful disciple still. If I can endure it, there's no need for master to worry." Qian Rongji's heart trembled, and the gorgeous little snake also moved restlessly on her body. In the beginning she was always there. He wanted to throw the little snake out. But now, this hell-venomous snake had become one of her most important trump cards, especially since she was currently cultivating the legalism technique. It was even more indispensable. If he was really killed by Gu Yenying, it would be a great loss. However, he immediately calmed himself down. This little snake came from the Naraka realm, and it possessed a unique essence that was different from anything in this world. Although it was visible to the naked eye, it existed on a completely different level. Not to mention ordinary swords, even powerful magic tools and spells would not be able to harm it at all. No matter how capable Gu Yenying was, she might not be able to do anything to it. Gu Yanning stretched out her hand. Chen Rongji looked at that perfect and slender hand, not knowing what it meant. I haven't had a taste of the venomous snake hell yet. Gu Yanning had a curious look on her face. This disciple dares not, Chen Rongji said with her head lowered. Hold my hand. I know you want to do this. Yes, master. Chen Rongji said inwardly. You're asking for it, so don't blame me. As pampered as you are, have a taste of my pain. She gently held Gu Yanning's hand. It was warm and exquisite, as if her bones were made of cold jade and her flesh was made of warm jade. It was indescribably comfortable. Murderous intent blazed in her heart. Can I kill her while she's in intense pain and unable to control herself? In this waterside pavilion of listening wind, no one will notice for a while. The benefits I can gain from her are even more unimaginable. As she thought about it, she heard Gu Yanning say with a smile, It doesn't seem as unbearable as I imagined. Is it because my sense of shame is too strong and I don't have much resentment? That can't be right. Chen Rongji's eyes widened as she looked at Gu Yanning in disbelief. That was definitely not a forced smile. This was a pain that would make one wish they were dead. How could she possibly endure it? Gu Yanning smiled and said, Hurry up and send out that little snake of yours. Chen Rongji felt an indescribable fury. She felt that Gu Yanning was mocking her for everything she had endured. She steeled her heart, and the gorgeous little snake slithered up her arm, coiling around Gu Yanning's thumb and index finger. Gu Yanning's expression changed slightly, and the smile finally disappeared from her face. She slowly said, You've taken good care of it. Chen Rongji was incredulous. She can actually speak. She then heard Gu Yanning say, I'll help you get rid of it right now. Chen Rongji immediately felt a breeze rise from Gu Yanning's body. This breeze was invisible and untouchable, unable to even blow up a withered leaf. It was completely unrelated to the airflow of this world, but she could clearly feel it. Gu Yanning frowned, a pained expression appearing on her beautiful face. She seemed to be enduring something. Meanwhile, the gorgeous little snake seemed to have seen a ghost. It loosened its mouth and wanted to retreat, but it was sucked in by an invisible force. It twisted its body but was unable to break free, and was slowly sucked toward Gu Yanning's hand. You clearly know that I'm not a good person, so why did you still take me as your disciple? Are you purely making fun of me? To the woman in front of him, any kind of acting or disguise was useless. Since she already knew about his past, he might as well cut through the layer of paper and make things clear. Gu Yanning lowered her head and lightly knocked on Chen Rongji's head with her jade fan. Why aren't you calling me master anymore? This made Chen Rongji feel extremely uncomfortable. Those who knew her true colors were either afraid of her or despised her. Why would they act so intimately? For a moment she didn't know how to face her. She could only obediently call out, Master. Gu Yanning said seriously, I don't hate you. As a cultivator you're more qualified than most of the people I've met. Just based on this you're qualified to be my disciple. And you can indeed bring me a lot of fun. This disciple can only let master make fun of me. Chen Rongji silently said in his heart. Those who dared to make fun of me are all dead. From a human's point of view, you've already committed all the major crimes by killing your parents and brothers. But there's still one more, which is to kill your master. If there's a chance in the future you might as well try it. Gu Yanning smiled and patted Chen Rongji's shoulder. In her big and round eyes, it seemed like she was already imagining how Chen Rongji would look like when her wings were fully grown and she bared her fangs at her. At that time, would she be swallowed by her or would she tear her into pieces? When others accepted a disciple, they were eager to make their disciple swear an oath of eternal loyalty to them, but she did the exact opposite. To her, danger was an integral part of the game. The White Lotus Mother had been expelled from the world a long time ago, while the North Moon that should have posed the greatest threat had instead become an important ally. Chen Rongji smiled gently. If master has any orders, this disciple will do everything she can. Gu Yanning smiled extremely happily. Logically speaking, since you've accepted me as your master, I should give you a gift for our first meeting. However, this gift isn't too easy to obtain. I need to prepare it. As a result, a few days later, still in the waterside pavilion of listening wind, Gu Yanning took out the gift she had prepared. Disciple, what do you think this is? Chen Rongji shuddered and all of her hairs stood on end. What Gu Yanning had taken out were several dozen sealed hell snakes. Even though she believed she could already endure the pain of being bitten by venomous snakes, the consequences of being entangled by them were still unimaginable. All she could do was grit her teeth and say reluctantly, "Thank you for your kindness, Master. It really hasn't been easy for Master to find so many hell snakes for you. Come and try it." Gu Yannying's gaze was earnest. Her smile was as innocent as a child's, which made Qian Rongji shiver even more. She actually wanted Qian Rongji to draw out several dozen hell snakes all at once, instead of drawing them out one by one in an orderly manner. Qian Rongji was unable to turn her down. In the moment before her consciousness was completely ruled by pain, she heard Gu Yannying say, "If you can survive, I'll pass on the illustrations of Naraka to you." Han Xiongji woke up from her dream and discovered that Li Qingshan was no longer by her side. She could not help but feel lost. She put on her clothes and stood up, arriving outside the dwelling. From afar she saw him standing in the small lake between the mountains in the distance. The lake was as smooth as a mirror without any ripples. Han Xiongji tidied up her clothes and came to the lakeside. "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Early in the morning. You slept for the whole day." In the depths of the lake beneath his feet, a red shadow streaked across the bottom of the lake. He split his consciousness to control the doppelganger. He restrained all his aura and swam towards the mouth of the lake. With Han Xiongji's cultivation, it was naturally difficult for her to detect him. Han Xiongji looked at the sky. Just now she discovered that it was already dusk. Thinking of last night's entanglement, she could not help but blush. She had really exhausted the last bit of energy in her body. It was not only because of the desire accumulated over the years of separation, but also because of indescribable anxiety and unease. "What's wrong? You're not in a good mood. Are you still thinking about your father's discouraging words? Weren't you still very energetic last night?" Li Qingshan came forward and gently embraced her in his arms, smiling ambiguously. At the same time, the clone sped up after leaving the small lake, entering a large river very soon. That was already one of the bodies of water that Li Qingshan had refined. The water god seal shone brightly, connecting with the various bodies of water once again. The mirror clone did not stop at all. Instead, it sped up again, swimming in the direction of the Clear River Prefecture. After being away for so long, he wondered how the night roamers under him were doing. He wondered how the sisters Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo were doing. When he thought about the intimacy he had with them in the past, he just felt like it had happened a very long time ago. Of course, this period of time was not actually that long to cultivators. Although he had developed some romantic feelings in the past, he would only focus on what was right in front of him once he was separated. He rarely had any time to reminisce. Just like what Ma Bai had said, a person's energy would always be limited. Most of his time was spent on cultivation or gazing at the heavens. He could not afford to be too distracted by matters related to romantic feelings. "You went too far last night." Han Xiongji rebuked and randomly pinched Li Qingshan's waist a few times. Towards the end of last night's revelry, she had completely submerged in her sea of desire, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "If you can't satisfy me, don't blame me for finding someone else." After the entanglement last night, he had not completely released his lust. Now that he held her, he was stirred up again. A certain part of his body immediately changed. Li Qingshan originally thought she would fly into a rage like she did in the past, forcing him to swear an oath that he would never have a second woman in his life. He never thought she would push him away. "Go find your own pleasure in the parlor of clouds and rain. Don't bother me. I don't have the time to do something like that with you. You saved the great parlor head Chiu, so I guarantee you that she won't take any spiritual stones from you. You can choose any disciple under her. She might even be willing to accompany you personally." Li Qingshan did not know that Han Anjuan had forcefully ordered Han Tie to take on concubines as soon as Han Angwa's mourning period ended. As it was not a formal marriage, it did not violate the rule of 3 years of mourning. He wanted to produce as many children as he could so that the Han family could flourish. Li Qingshan instead became rather embarrassed. "Don't overthink things. I was just momentarily angered. It's not like I'm actually interested in her." Men? Han Xiongji was filled with doubt. Li Qingshan's thoughts ran wild. Begonia was a beauty. If she insisted on repaying him with her body, it would probably be very difficult for him to turn her down. However, if he really had to talk about the most carefree and satisfying things like this, it would definitely be Helicoverpa rosa. Just as he thought about it, he took a punch to his stomach from Han Xiongji. Li Qingshan also acted like he was in pain sensibly. He spent a few more days in Han Xiongji's dwelling, deciding on a time to meet again before returning to Clear River City in search of a person. This person was talented as well. He was skilled in the water and he had probably grown up in it. Chapter 610. Li Qingshan arrived in the Chain Mountains first. He called out a few times in front of Ru Xian's dwelling, but he received no response. He thought, she's probably in the 100 schools of thought. He turned around and returned to his dwelling. Gazing at the two words, Qing Shao, he could not help but sigh. I wonder how little N is doing in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga? He had already returned to the Clear River Prefecture, but a part of his heart remained in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Thinking about the past and thinking about the future, he actually became rather overwhelmed with thoughts for a moment, unable to control himself. He let out a long breath and suppressed his emotions. Right now she was definitely working hard to break through to the second heavenly tribulation, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before they met again. He also had to focus on cultivation and he couldn't lose to her. He did not enter his dwelling either. Instead he turned around and made his way to the 100 schools of thought. He took off on a cloud and arrived above the lake of dragons and snakes in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the rippling water he felt at ease. He had already refined the lake of dragons and snakes. The entire region of water was like his home to him. As he hovered there in the sky, he raised his head slightly and closed his eyes. Rivers and lakes appeared in his mind. All of the water bodies he had refined were like blood vessels, and he could sense their existence. They surrounded him and he could sense their warmth. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with confidence. My 10 years of battle have not gone to waste after establishing such a foundation. With this as a foundation, I can definitely comprehend the true way of water and take my cultivation to the next level. The cloud dispersed and he leapt down, moving faster and faster. The lake rushed towards his face, the wind whistled past his ears and the light before him twisted. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the formation of dragons and snakes, choosing the direction of Benevolence Island. He repeatedly used the wave-treading form and took a few steps, landing gently in the center of Benevolence Island, on the tallest structure. The disciples of the School of Medicine all raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with admiration and envy. Most of them had joined the 100 schools of thought even longer than Li Qingshan. It could be said that they had personally witnessed this unlucky disciple of the School of Novels rise up like a comet, ascending to the position of Scarlet Hawk Commander. Commander Li, have you come for Senior Sister Ru Xin? A young disciple of the School of Medicine asked. Not bad. Is she here? Li Qingshan flew down and landed in front of the medical disciple. Senior Apprentice Sister Ru Xin is currently studying medical manuals with Master Wuxia in preparation for the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. No one is to disturb them. Commander, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. I'll go bring some tea over. The medical disciple hurriedly bowed. No need, I'll go take a look. Li Qingshan couldn't sense Ru Xian's aura. She must be in the middle of a formation, but he sniffed. Immediately, he smelled the trace of her aura and strode over. What did the medical disciple want to say? But in the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had vanished from sight. He had circled around a rockery, passed through a garden, and arrived at the back of the hall, in front of a stone door. Feeling the obstruction of the formation, Li Qingshan shouted, Ru Xin, are you inside? I have something important to discuss with you. In his mind, studying medical manuals isn't anything important. I'm going to gift you a mid-grade magic cauldron. Hurry up and come out to greet me. After a while there was no reply. Just as Li Qingshan was getting impatient, the stone door suddenly opened. He walked in and the stone door closed with a loud bang. In front of him was a long passage. The walls emitted a milky white light, revealing every detail. Li Qingshan followed the passage all the way to the end and saw a vast space. There were many books placed on bookshelves. Inside the glass containers, there were all kinds of strange organs. But none of these could attract Li Qingshan's attention. All of his attention was focused on Ru Xian, no, the naked man behind Ru Xian. The man was around 20 years old. His appearance was average, but his physique could be considered robust. Li Qingshan cried out involuntarily, Chu Tian. Yes, that man was Chu Tian. His eyes were closed and he was motionless as if he was already dead. He was soaked naked in a large glass container. The glass container was filled with a light blue liquid, and Li Qingshan found it slightly familiar. A series of bubbles floated in the container, and the outside was covered with runes that extended to the ground, forming a large formation. Other than Ru Xin, there was also a black old man standing in the room. It was the original head of the medical school, Wuxia. He was frowning, staring at Chu Tian in the glass container, as if he didn't notice Li Qingshan's arrival. Ru Xen let out a sigh of relief and made her way over to Li Qingshan. She seemed slightly exhausted, but a gentle smile appeared on her face. From her appearance alone, she really was the best representation of gentle as water, but Li Qingshan knew that this was just a false impression. Ru Xen first studied Li Qingshan from head to toe before asking in surprise, "You're still alive?" The corner of Li Qingshan's lips twitched. "I'm still alive," Ru Xen said in great pity. "The inside of those old monks from the Chan monastery of Devanaga really isn't that great. I even thought you'd be purged. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Even if you're so infatuated, I can't accept it because I've already seen another man's body." Ru Xen's eyes flickered as if she was very touched. In the end, she turned her head away in sorrow. Li Qingshan immediately lost control of his facial muscles. He had no idea how to react, and the urge to choke her to death arose spontaneously once more. He sucked in a deep breath and asked, "What's going on exactly?" He had always believed that Chen Rongji had already devoured Chu Tian, but as it seemed now, he still had a breath left in him. Ru Xen laid out her hands helplessly. "Master said that since he's on Benevolence Island, he's a patient of the School of Medicine. We have to take responsibility until the very end." The two of them left together. Li Qingshan asked in surprise, "You're just treating and saving someone. Why are you so sneaky about it?" "Obviously it's because she's afraid that a certain person will come looking for trouble. She's already Great Commander Gu's disciple, and her future is bright. If she learns that there's still a chance for Chu Tian to be cured, she'll definitely come and visit him." Li Qingshan also deeply agreed. Based on Chen Rongji's current means, even if Chu Tian was alive and kicking, he probably wouldn't be her opponent, let alone a half-dead Chu Tian. He couldn't help but walk towards Chu Tian. "You've been trying to save him all this time?" "Yes, we've thought of many ways. Spending so much effort to save an idiot, it's really not worth it. Just think of it as studying medicine. Moreover, if he can really wake up, he might not necessarily be an idiot. Maybe he'll suddenly become smarter than you. Do you notice the water inside? Don't you think it's a little familiar? This is water of recollection. You want him to regain his past life's memories?" Li Qingshan suddenly remembered. He had a deep impression of the effects of water of recollection. But does this thing have such a great effect? "Yes, we've increased the dosage, but I don't think it'll be of much use. I've looked up a lot of books, and there are many cases of celestials regaining their past life's memories, but that's only when their own cultivation has reached a certain level. It's like trying a dead horse as if it's alive. In any case, his consciousness has completely collapsed. If he can't find his past life's memories, even if he wakes up again as you said, he'll become a real idiot, the kind that can't even eat, drink, and poop." Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "Can it succeed?" Ru Xen shook her head. "Who knows? Let's go, let's talk outside." Ignoring Wuxia, she called out to Li Qingshan and walked out. Li Qingshan looked at Chu Tian for a while, waved goodbye and was about to turn around and leave. Chu Tian's eyes suddenly opened, and he stared straight at Li Qingshan. His eyes were so persistent that they didn't blink even for a moment. Li Qingshan said loudly, Hey, he's awake." Ru Xen had already walked into the passage and without turning her head she said, "It's just an intermittent muscle reaction. Let's go, don't dawdle." Li Qingshan looked carefully. Chu Tian's eyes were lifeless and after a while they slowly closed again. He couldn't help but curl his lips and use his divine sense to say, "Although you've offended me quite a bit, and you deserve to end up like this, I still wish you can come back from the dead. I'm really a good person. It seems like I've already understood some of the true meaning of kindness is like water." Li Qingshan turned around and chased after Ru Xen, but he didn't know that this voice spread out in the depths of Chu Tian's sea of consciousness, stirring up a round of ripples in a pool of stagnant water. Wuxia and Ru Xen had also tried to use this method to wake Chu Tian up, but it had never worked. The strength of Li Qingshan's divine sense was so strong that even Golden Core adepts might not be able to match it, and Ru Xen and Wuxia were far inferior. Wuxia looked at Chu Tian for a while and shook his head. He had used almost all the methods he could. Although the School of Medicine had more methods, this was the most he could do with his cultivation. He was not a stubborn old man who was determined to save Chu Tian. As the saying goes, you can't cure an illness that can't be cured. He just had to do his best. The hall darkened, and Wuxia also walked towards the exit. The milky white light on both sides of the path also gradually extinguished with his footsteps. In the end, only the water of recollection in the glassware was left, emitting a faint blue light. Chu Tian floated in it, still motionless. Of course, Wuxia still didn't know that the treatment they had endured for so long wasn't completely useless. Li Qingshan and Ru Xang came to her alchemy room, and took out the jade melting furnace and threw it to her. Here. Ru Xian's eyes immediately lit up. For someone who was good at alchemy, this kind of furnace was practically a dream. This is the jade melting furnace. How did you know? Oh, you've also gone to the Arsenal of Arms in the county city to take a look. Li Qingshan remembered that the Arsenal of Arms was a shop, and this jade melting furnace was one of its products. Ru Xian was very good at alchemy, and in order to increase the efficiency of alchemy, she naturally did not neglect to check out the various pill furnaces that could be bought on the market. This jade melting furnace was the best pill furnace she could find, but its price was too high. Although she had helped Li Qingshan with alchemy and had accumulated a sum of resources over the years, those expensive pills weren't that easy to sell, especially since their raw materials were mostly spiritual herbs from underground. She didn't dare to sell them on a large scale. She played with the jade melting furnace in surprise. "This is for me." Li Qingshan said, "Of course not, I'm just letting you see it, then I'll take it back." "That's great." Ru Xan ignored his words and revealed a happy smile like a child. Li Qingshan felt that it was worth it and said with a smile, "As long as you like it." Ru Xan stared at Li Qingshan, and suppressed her excitement, seriously organizing her words. Chapter 6:11. Filial, your mother, give it back. Li Qingshan cursed and reached out to grab the jade melting furnace. "How dare you take advantage of me at this time?" Ru Xian turned around and coughed twice. She said in an old voice, "Good son, with this care, I feel much better from my headache." Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder, and her shoulder flashed with light. A layer of flexible blue light appeared. He actually lost his grip and it slipped out of his grasp. Ru Xian's feet slipped and she slid 7 to 8 steps away. She scolded, "You want to take back what you gave away? Is this what a man should do?" "Whether I'm a man or not, I don't need you to tell me." Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed. His palm gave off a spiritual light and it spun and expanded like a whirlpool. A strong suction force emerged. Ru Xian's body tilted and she held the jade melting furnace in one hand. She waved her sleeves behind her and a ribbon of blue light also spun into the center of the whirlpool. The whirlpool immediately collapsed. Li Qingshan cheered, "Good, now watch this move." In this small space the two exchanged moves and each used their own methods. Li Qingshan displayed all his understanding of the Tao of water these days. He used the water spiritual force to create all kinds of changes. Whether it was entanglement or forceful attacks, they were all deftly resolved by Ru Xan. None of the bottles and jars in the alchemy room were damaged. Of course, this was also because Li Qingshan did not use his full strength. This was not a duel, he just wanted to see Ru Xian's understanding and methods of the Tao of water. The result did not disappoint Li Qingshan. If she transformed into a mermaid, she should be more profound. The two fought for a while in the alchemy room. In the end, Li Qingshan's reaction was faster. He trapped her and to prevent her from escaping, he wrapped one arm around her and grabbed the jade melting furnace with the other. He smiled, "Let's see where you can run now." Ru Xian suddenly shouted for them to stop. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He realized that the two of them were a little too intimate. She was in his arms as if she was nestled in his embrace. Her hair was like clouds and her slender neck was like jade. Everything was within reach. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose and caught a whiff of a heavy medicinal fragrance, mixed with a faint, indescribable fragrance. Ru Xan smiled and asked, "Does it smell good?" Li Qingshan quickly let go of her and she turned around. His face was mischievous. At a time like this, shouldn't a woman be shy? Why did he feel a little embarrassed instead? Ru Xan used her long and slender fingers to tidy up her hair. "Could it be that you are tempted by lust, fickle-minded, 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 fickle-minded? You want to let down the eldest miss of the Han clan, right?" Li Qingshan said, "That's definitely not the case. I am fickle-minded, 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 fickle-minded. Although I am tempted by lust a little, fickle-minded is far from fickle-minded. In another 3 years it will be our wedding day. At that time I will definitely invite you to attend." The smile on Ru Xian's face faded a little. She looked at Li Qingshan with her gentle eyes. Li Qingshan felt like there was smoke and clouds changing. He couldn't figure it out. Ruexin asked, "Is that okay?" "What's okay?" Li Qingshan was confused. "Nothing. You've given me the pill furnace and taken advantage of me. It's time for you to leave." Ruexin waved her hand like she was chasing a sheep. "You want to chase me away after taking advantage of me? Besides, who took advantage of you? I have something else I need your help with." "What is it?" "I want to comprehend the path of water more deeply." "Doesn't that mean you're much stronger than me?" "That's only because of my talent. In terms of comprehension, I'm nowhere near you." After a few days of thought, Li Qingshan understood why he still lacked sufficient comprehension of the path of water after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle. Because the talent that the spirit turtle gave him was just too powerful. He could control the water element as if it was his own arm. It was because everything came too easily. Instead, he lost his desire to explore. Most of his attention was placed on refining more water to increase his own strength. Instead, it was those regular cultivators who lacked talent who had no choice but to strive for perfection and diligently comprehend in order to increase their own cultivation and the power of their techniques. There were gains and losses. However, he believed that this loss was not difficult to make up for. Ruexeng glanced at the jade melting cauldron in her hand. "All right, for the sake of your filial piety." Li Qingshan said, "I feel like I'll choke you to death with my own hands sooner or later." At this moment, Lu Chuanfeng's call rang out from outside the alchemy room. "Qingshan, are you in there? If you are, answer me. I have something to discuss with you." Ruexan said, "It's probably about the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures." "Go ahead. I'll refine the jade melting cauldron first. Once you're done with your matters, we'll find a suitable place to cultivate." "Can you not be so weird?" "Forget it, I'm leaving." Li Qingshan shivered. She really had become gentle. Her voice, speech, and expression were all extremely gentle, basically enough to melt his heart. However, he was used to her cursing, so he was very unaccustomed to this. Ruexan smiled. "My good son, piss off." Li Qingshan shook his head with a bitter smile. He really had asked for it. After watching Li Qingshan leave, Ruexan sat down cross-legged and began to refine the jade melting cauldron. However, her mind was unable to calm down as she muttered to herself, "Is this all right?" When Li Qingshan arrived outside the door, he discovered that Lu Chuanfeng was not the only one waiting outside. Sun Fubai's face was flushed as he stood at the side, chuckling. "Uncle Fu, you've successfully built your foundation. Congratulations." Li Qingshan quickly walked up to him and congratulated him. "It's all thanks to your help, Qingshan. Fellow Taoists, why have you all come to find me?" Li Qingshan then turned to look at Lu Changqing, Hua Sengzan, Chu Danqing, Han Tie, and the others, smiling as he asked. Li Qingshan had descended from above. The entire 100 schools of thought knew that he had returned. He was no longer the insignificant figure of the past anymore. Many matters required him. Hua Sengzan had come to find him to handle the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard. As a vice commander, he could handle matters for him, but there were still many matters that required him to make decisions as the commander. Lu Changqing had come to find him to discuss how to deal with the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. Something as important as the Clear River Prefecture's honor directly involved him, the Scarlet Hawk Commander. A large group of Foundation establishment cultivators surrounded him, wanting to pull him away to discuss the important matters first. There was also Han Tie who remained silent, while Chu Danqing hesitated to speak. There were also a few familiar faces who stood to one side in the distance. Among them were Hao Pingyang, Li Long, and so on. Clearly, their cultivations were insufficient, so they were afraid to approach them and stand beside these school leaders. Li Qingshan shook his head inside. Sure enough, there were many matters he had to deal with after returning this time. After a moment of thought, he said, "How about this? Fellow Taoists, I'll return to Cloud Wisp Island first, and then I'll visit each of you." He nodded at Hao Pingyang and the others in the distance. Lu Chuanfeng felt like he had gained a lot of face. He felt like Li Qingshan really did have a conscience and was loyal to his friends. Returning to Cloud Wisp Island, the bamboo forest was still as gloomy as before, but the path had been swept clean. As he approached the bamboo building, he heard the voices of people. Quite a few disciples had joined them again, making it much livelier. It was no longer as cold and cheerless as before. Sun Fubai recalled the past and could not help but sigh in amazement. He had gone from the miserable situation where he could not accept any disciples, where even the school leaders were cheap practitioners, to the current situation where he had 3 foundation establishment cultivators and disciples had begun to gather. It was basically a world of difference. It's all because of you, Qingshan? Li Qingshan smiled. I've only come up with a few ideas. Why, you're the one who's managed things well. Lu Chuanfeng said, the entrance examination is right around the corner. When the time comes, we'll have a few more disciples online. It'll probably be even livelier. Li Qingshan said, really? I feel like it's already been quite some time since the last entrance examination. Due to the Marquis of Rui's death in battle, Lu Changqing still ended up continuing his position as prefect. Under his command, the schools worked together to tidy up the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture. The School of Moism repaired the destroyed cities and rebuilt the homes of the people. The School of Confucianism sent out disciples to serve as district prefects and restore governance. The School of Legalism worked together with the School of the Military to strengthen their attacks on the bandits and bandits. The School of Agriculture distributed the seeds of various crops. These seeds had all been purified with spiritual qi, so the first year's harvest would be extremely startling. Afterwards, they sent out disciples of the School of Agriculture to help with the planting and distribution of food, ensuring that there would be no starvation. The Clear River Prefecture had also emerged from the shadows of war. The people could live in peace and contentment again, so Lu Changqing wanted to reopen the entrance examination and recruit disciples from all over the place to recover the strength he had lost in the war. Lu Chuanfeng said, yeah. We definitely have to make a name for ourselves in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time. Only then can we recruit even more disciples in the upcoming entrance examination. May I ask how the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures will be conducted? Sun Fubai said, first, the schools will compete with their own methods. The School of the Military will demonstrate military formations, the School of Music will compete with instruments, and so on. As for us schools of novels, we'll obviously compete with our methods of turning fiction into reality. Afterwards, we'll compete in martial arts. Li Qingshan said, may I ask how strong the schools of novels from the other prefectures are? Lu Chuanfeng let out a heavy sigh. Originally they were no different from us in the past. They were all miserable. There were a few prefectures where the schools of novels didn't even have a formal school leader. If it weren't for the fact that they were one of the 10 schools of the lower classes designated by the founding emperor, they would have been abolished a long time ago. However, in the past few years they've all stolen our ideas, so the situation has improved again. On the other hand, the Cloud Wisp Association's development has instead regressed after several years of war in the Clear River Prefecture. I really can't say we're guaranteed to win this battle. Li Qingshan smiled. You can say we're all in this together. It's not necessarily a bad thing for the School of Novels to recover its reputation. Sun Fubai said, yes. I've already contacted the various prefectures. I want to establish an association that covers the entire Rui Commandery. The wider the audience, the more we can unleash the power of the School of Novels to the limit. They're rather interested too. As a result, this battle is even more important. It's no longer just for the entrance examination. It'll also determine which prefecture can maintain a dominant position. If the books Li Qingshan had copied out right now could be published across the entire Rui Commandery, the rate at which they gathered the power of belief would definitely multiply. Due to the war, the population of the Clear River Prefecture had been drastically reduced, but the other 8 prefectures had not been affected too much. It would be an extremely vast market. But on the other hand, the schools of novels from the other prefectures would definitely want to expand their influence too. By then, the first book to be published would be a problem. If it was not handled properly, it could lead to a conflict, so the dominant position would be relatively important. As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived before the bamboo building. Li Qingshan said, then let's go in and properly plan. Chapter 6:12. Chu Danqing paced back and forth anxiously in the room, occasionally pushing open the window to look in the direction of Cloud Wisp Island and sighing. He was not such an impatient person, but this matter was too important. Other than Li Qingshan, there was no one else he could discuss it with. Danqing, what has happened? Why are you so anxious? Li Qingshan's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Chu Danqing turned around in surprise and joy, only to see Li Qingshan striding into the room. He sat down on the mat in front of the window rudely, leaning his arm against the small table. He discussed with Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai for a while and proposed a few ideas before leaving Cloud Wisp Island. He knew his own limitations. In terms of affection and understanding of the School of Novels, he was not as good as Lu Chuanfeng. In terms of meticulous thinking and handling of specific matters, he was not as good as Sun Fubai. He would not be of much help even if he stayed, so he might as well finish his business quickly and go learn the path of water from Ruexin. If there's anything I need to do, I promise to win. I'll leave everything else to you too. After saying this, Li Qingshan bid farewell and left. He first went to the school of painting, who was closer to him. Qingshan, your cultivation has become even more profound. Chu Danqing praised as he sat down on the opposite side of the table. He wanted to pour some tea, but Li Qingshan had already picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He then drank it in one gulp and said with a smile, "Long time no see. You've learned to say such polite words." He still remembered Chu Danqing's ignorant appearance when they first met. Now that he had experienced the world, his naivety had faded. His frown made him seem even more mature. "I'm not being polite. Your cultivation. Never mind, let's not talk about this for now. Sai, I really don't know where to start." Chu Danqing had originally planned to ask Li Qingshan for help, but he had never asked anyone for help before, so he did not know how to say the words. Li Qingshan's smile faded and he placed the teacup on the table. "I still remember Grandmaster Chu's kindness. Just say it, I won't say a word. To be honest, what I hate the most is great kindness is unforgettable, not to mention knotting the grass and earring the ring. It felt as if he owed someone something. It's better to repay kindness with kindness." Chu Danqing pondered for a moment. "You know, I'm not the only disciple my master has." A wisp of white mist rose from the teacup and dissipated. Chu Danqing explained with a frown. Li Qingshan listened quietly. It turned out that Chu Sherdao had many other disciples apart from Chu Danqing. Among them, there were 3 outstanding disciples who had all undergone the first heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment. But after that, they all set up their own sects, believing that they had already received Chu Sherdao's true teachings. Thus, they no longer treated Chu Sherdao courteously. Instead, they were jealous of Chu Sherdao's reputation and status, secretly attacking and slandering him. Chu Sherdao was disheartened. He was unwilling to argue with his disciple, so he retreated deep into the mountains. He took in Chu Danqing as his disciple and taught him seriously. Li Qingshan slapped his thigh. "Such an ungrateful scumbag. If I see them, I'll definitely make them live up to their name." Live up to their name? Chu Danqing was confused. He had no idea that Li Qingshan had yet another method of crushing people to pulp. Continue. "Since we don't have any contact with each other anymore, what does it have to do with them? A few days ago, they suddenly came to visit Master's grave. I even thought they had realized their error, but I didn't expect them to say they wanted to discuss how to split Master's legacy after visiting the grave. What a pity that they didn't even attend Master's funeral." Chu Danqing was extremely furious. When Chu Sherdao was buried, the war between the humans and demons raged like wildfire. None of the cultivators dared to come to a place as dangerous as the Clear River Prefecture at a time like this. Now that the situation had gradually calmed down, what should come would come. Li Qingshan nodded. Chu Sherdao's main legacy was obviously his paintings. Every single one of his paintings could be used as a spiritual artifact. Some of his masterpieces could even rival arcane artifacts in power, and they did not have a high requirement on the cultivator's strength. For example, the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms that Li Qingshan had won could be used by Qi practitioners as well. The Heavenly Maiden they summoned could rival a foundation establishment cultivator in power, so it was even more valuable than regular arcane artifacts. It was no wonder that Chu Danqing's senior brothers and sisters would become envious of a legacy like that. Chu Danqing took out an invitation card drawn in ink. "I tried to push it off the other day, but I really can't push it off this time." Li Qingshan picked up the invitation card and flipped through it. An inky black carp suddenly began to swim around in fright. He said in confusion, "Don't tell me they can just ask for this legacy just because they want it? And you're in the Clear River Prefecture right now. You have the support of Prefect Lu and the other fellow cultivators, so how can the 3 of them touch you? Why must you be so impatient?" Chu Danqing said, "This is an internal matter of my school. I shouldn't let outsiders interfere. Qingshan, you might not be a member of my school of painting, but my master trusts you very much. Sai, my senior brothers and sisters are people with status now. If it's just these paintings, they won't fight over them so shamelessly. It's related to a secret treasure too. If I insist on ignoring them and they leak it out of anger, it'll be a great disaster." Li Qingshan became curious too. "What secret treasure?" Chu Danqing sucked in a deep breath. "The secret of the painting tomb." "The painting tomb?" In the past, the Five Absolutes immortal left behind everything he knew in the Five Absolutes tombs of the sword, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting to await the fated. This is an extremely widespread legend across the 9 provinces, but it can't really be called a legend either, as every few decades or centuries, a cultivator will be fortunate enough to enter one of them and obtain his legacy, allowing him to rise up in a single stroke. Yearning filled Chu Danqing's eyes, but it was not because he wanted to rise up in a single stroke. It was rumored that it was all thanks to this Five Absolutes immortal that the school of painting was able to survive until now. As a disciple of the school of painting, being able to see a single painting from him was already a great blessing. As soon as Li Qingshan heard it was this person, he became spirited. Even the murals in the main hall of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga originated from this person, which only went to show just how powerful he was in the past. The legacy he left behind was basically priceless. Even he was interested when he heard about it. In other words, you know where the painting tomb is? Chu Danqing shook his head. No one knows. The Five Absolutes tombs don't actually exist in this world. Otherwise, after all these years, people would have explored it completely and taken away what's inside. Why would we even get a chance? It's said that the Five Absolutes tombs are all independent spaces, drifting through the 9 provinces. No one knows where they are, nor do they know how to enter. Even third heavenly tribulation powerhouses can't force their way in. They can only rely on their own luck. Even if cultivators are fortunate enough to enter, they'll often only be able to catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg before being transported out. Li Qingshan said, in other words, Master Chu has only obtained some clues. Yeah, it's just some groundless clues. I don't know how it reached the ears of my 3 senior brothers and sisters. If I knew where the painting tomb is, I would have gone in a long time ago to accept the legacy. Why would I be troubled by them? Chu Danqing smiled bitterly. Li Qingshan noticed that Chu Danqing's expression was rather unnatural. Clearly he was not telling the truth. Chu Danqing's understanding of the painting tomb was definitely not limited to that, which made him slightly displeased. However, with some thought he came to an understanding. With such a great fortune on the line, even brothers could fall out with each other. He was not related to Chu Danqing at all, so he had to be vigilant. All he needed to do was help him deal with his senior brothers and sisters, and that would be repaying Chu Shidao's kindness. The rest was out of his hands. Right as he thought that, Chu Danqing's voice directly rang out in his head. He said through soul sense, actually, I know when and where the painting tomb will appear again as well as how to enter it. I'm afraid they have methods to eavesdrop, so I purposely told them. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. Was this scheming or not? He felt much more comfortable and also transmitted, aren't you afraid that I'll turn against you and take away your opportunity? My master said that you're ruthless, but you're not someone who forsakes righteousness for the sake of profit. Also, the painting tomb is very big. Maybe we can enter it together to take a look. However, I can't guarantee anything. Chu Shidao smiled. He still had the naive look of the past and appeared even more honest. Li Qingshan slammed the invitation on the table. Since they want to discuss, then let's discuss it with them. Chu Danqing said, even if I die, I won't let them take advantage of me. Li Qingshan left the school of painting. After a moment of thought, he went to the school of legalism to see Hua Sengzan. As soon as Hua Sengzan saw Li Qingshan, he remembered his other identity, the North Moon. However, he also remembered how he had saved his life. If it were not for him, peace would not have returned to the Clear River Prefecture, and he had just saved Begonia in the Marquis estate. Even if he had to repay him with his life, it was only right. As a result, he secretly made up his mind to never tell anyone about this. Qingshan, you finally come. Let's go to the pavilion. Why are we going to the pavilion? Haitang told me to contact her as soon as you returned. She's holding a banquet in the pavilion to thank you. Sai, in other words, it's just a formal thank you. What promise of marriage? It's all a lie. Li Qingshan sighed inside, but it was just a man's imagination at the end of the day. He was not actually disappointed. He smiled. If that's the case, let's invite a few more people. Let's have some fun. As a result, Li Qingshan invited Hao Pingyang, Li Long, and so on to the pavilion for a banquet. Apart from Han Tie, they all went with him happily. Hua Qinglu sighed inside. When Hua Qinglu learned about this, she also insisted on going. Li Qingshan obviously agreed to it. Thinking about how he had never been involved in anything ever since he became a commander, nor did he get close to his subordinates, he just called the Hawkwolf Guards of the Clear River Prefecture. With that, it became quite a disturbance. Even the various school leaders who had some ties with Li Qingshan in the past heard about this and joined in. In the end, they arrived at the pavilion together. There was already a large group of people. Standing in front of the pavilion again, he thought about the past few times. Both his identity and mental state were completely different now. The pavilion glowed with lanterns illuminating the sky. Begonia had already come out personally to receive them. Begonia was surprised to see so many people. All she saw was Li Qingshan standing in front of everyone. Beside him were the reputable foundation establishment cultivators of the 100 schools of thought. They all seemed to treat him as their leader. Even Prefect Lu stood to one side. She sighed inside. After a few days, I'll naturally look at you in a different light. Chapter 6:13. Begonia was also dressed splendidly. She bowed gracefully. I thank the commander for risking your life to save me. Your kindness is as vast as the ocean. I will never forget it. If you ever need me in the future, I will repay you. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing exchanged glances. They could not help but laugh aloud. Begonia asked in confusion, Why are you laughing, Commander? You said the words I hate the most in a single breath. Li Qingshan waved his hand and laughed loudly. There's no need to mention the word, thank you, anymore. There's a saying that great kindness cannot be thanked with words. Since you're not willing to repay me with your body, it's useless even if I thank you 1,000 times more. The surroundings fell silent. Since when would a benefactor say things like, great kindness cannot be thanked with words, or repay me with my body? Begonia was even more taken aback. Her face reddened slightly as she gazed at Li Qingshan with mixed emotions. She thought, don't tell me he's interested in me? Could it be that he's interested in me? That's right, I thought myself to be smart, but I never thought that this would happen. If he didn't have feelings for me, why would he be willing to take such a huge risk to help me? Not only did he stop Edan, he even went as far as to form a death grudge with him. Sigh, he offended Edan for me. Who knows when he'll die to schemes and schemes. Even if I repay him with my body, it's only reasonable. However, I heard from Qingzan that he's already engaged to the young lady of the Han family? Begonia thought quickly. Li Qingshan had once risked his life for her sake. She could not let him lose face in front of everyone no matter what. Just as she was considering how to reply, she heard Li Qingshan follow up right away. There's no need to say anything more. Just serve up the fine alcohol and meat so that I can drink to my heart's content with everyone. Then we'll call it even. There's alcohol tonight and we'll get drunk tonight. Once you really lose your teeth and become an old woman, even if you don't forget, what's the point? Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone knew that he had gone to the Marquis estate for the sake of Begonia and the powerful golden core cultivator from the Dragon Province. They had fallen out with him. If it were him, even if he didn't worry about food and drink day and night, he wouldn't be able to talk and laugh so easily. He secretly admired him. Only then did Begonia realize that she was thinking too much. He did not have any intention of repaying her kindness. He was just speaking without restraint, acting boldly, and did not hide his desire. But he was not restrained at all. Such a heroic man, Qiongji's taste is indeed better than mine. With some hidden bitterness, she glanced at Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan lowered his head and coughed. She smiled and said, If Commander no. Qingshan, if you really have this intention, I dare not be arrogant. However, we need to get married legally and invite friends and relatives to be our witnesses before we can become dual cultivation companions. All the men present were envious. Begonia's name had spread far and wide. Everyone in the cultivation community of the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture knew about her. No one had ever been close to her. There were even people who felt that if they could obtain such benefits, even becoming enemies with Edan would not be unacceptable. Li Qingshan shook his head heavily. That won't do. Qiongji will definitely throw her life at me. Everyone laughed aloud again. Begonia smiled too. Then don't blame me for refusing to devote myself to you. When she said that earlier, she regretted it slightly, but when she saw how Li Qingshan declined without the slightest hesitation, she could not help but feel rather disappointed. It was not that she was interested in Li Qingshan. It was purely a woman's instinct. It's not strange, it's not strange. Alcohol and meat are enough. Li Qingshan entered the parlor of clouds and rain with everyone. He glanced upstairs. When Qiu Haitang said that she could agree, he instantly felt a sense of hostility. However, when he rejected her in public, that hostility disappeared. There's a golden core cultivator hidden in the parlor of clouds and rain. I wonder what his origins are. Don't tell me Edan has come for revenge? As a result, he became a little more cautious. He immediately sent his mirror clone over, ready to provide support at a crucial moment. Idan probably would not take action in public. He would definitely take advantage of him being alone. No, there was no need for him to be alone at all. All he had to do was kill all the witnesses. He definitely possessed the strength and viciousness to do that. Once it really reached that point, he would no longer be able to disguise himself. All he could do was reveal himself and work with his clone to see if he could kill Idan on the spot. The banquet was still held on the top floor of the Parlor of Clouds and Rain. Not only could they admire the flowers and the moon from there, but they could also see the lights of the entire prefectural city in the distance. Everyone took their seats and Li Qingshan naturally sat at the head of the table. After all, this banquet was held by Qiu Haitang to thank him. If it was in the past, Qiu Haitang would have done her duty as the host and toasted to the various patriarchs so that the guests and the host could enjoy themselves. But today, she sat together with Li Qingshan and specially poured wine to accompany him. Li Qingshan did not hold back either. He emptied the wine as soon as it was poured. Although he would not mess around, it was extremely gratifying to have a beauty with such a devilish figure and enchanting bearing to urge him to drink softly. It also made others envious. As expected, Begonia did not mention a single word of thanks. She only told him about when they first met. Back then I still thought you were an ignorant country bumpkin. You never thought there would be a time when you'd drink with me, right? Li Qingshan clinked his cup with her with a smile. The unpleasant experiences of the past seemed like amusing stories now. Although Begonia did not try to suck up to him, she still lowered her head submissively. It was not just because she owed Li Qingshan a debt of gratitude, but also because of his extraordinary strength. His young age, which should have been looked down upon, had now become more and more obvious. When they became familiar with each other, Begonia was also a little tipsy. Her plump cheeks were a little flushed, which made her even more beautiful. She said softly, "Tell me honestly, did you kill Grandma Shimin and the others?" "Well, that's hard to say." Li Qingshan smiled. Having reached this point, it did not matter even if he admitted it. As the Scarlet Hawk commander, he had defeated the stronger Qi practitioners in the past despite being the weaker party, killing a few Qi practitioners who dared to oppress him. Not only was that not a bad thing, but it was an honor instead. But in an instant he felt the hostility appear again, but it quickly disappeared. "Forget it, I knew you wouldn't want to say it. Anyway, they won't make much of a difference." Begonia did not care. She had even borrowed Li Qingshan's strength to kill Wei Zhongyuan, who had ulterior motives towards her. The lives of a few small Qi practitioners were really nothing. After a few rounds of toasting and getting drunk, Lu Changqing took the opportunity to propose a toast and walked forward, saying, "Qingshan, I haven't discussed the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures with you." Li Qingshan said, "What's there to discuss? Lord Prefectural Magistrate, feel free to arrange it. If there's anything you need me to fight, I promise to win." This was not Li Qingshan boasting. He had some understanding of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. It was mainly for the disciples of the 100 schools to compete with each other. At most, it would be foundation-building cultivators. How could he lose? Lu Changqing shook his head in his heart. He felt that Li Qingshan was a little arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The 100 schools of thought of the various prefectures were brimming with talents and powerful people. With his cultivation at mid-foundation establishment, how could he say he was certain of victory? He had also heard a rough outline of Li Qingshan's battle against the Fire Devourers. He had a geographical advantage in that battle, and he had almost lost, only managing to salvage the situation after much difficulty. He did not feel like Li Qingshan was particularly powerful. "Qingshan, let me give you a piece of advice as a senior. It's good to be young and spirited, but it's easy to break something when you're too stubborn. You need to learn how to hide your edge." "What do you mean by that, Sir Prefectural Magistrate?" Li Qingshan put down the cup that had just reached his lips. He felt that Lu Changqing was hinting at something. "You acted bravely for a just cause and saved fellow Qiu. That's great news. I feel proud too. However, there's no need for you to develop such a great grievance with Idan. It's already happened. What else can I do?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. There's a saying that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Considering how he's managed to cultivate to his current realm of cultivation, he's not someone who's completely unreasonable. If you can ask Commander Gu to step in and apologize to him, it might be a little embarrassing for you, but it'll save you from a great disaster. Sai, he's the prince's trusted aide after all. Lu Changqing said sincerely, but it was not just for Li Qingshan's sake. Now that the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures were right around the corner, and the Clear River Prefecture had just gone through war, they were already in an extremely disadvantageous position. Now that Li Qingshan had offended the important figures by Prince Si Qing's side, it made their situation even worse. Yidan only needed to pull some strings and he could make them face great trouble. Begonia also said in concern, "What Prefect Lu said makes sense. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Once you undergo the second heavenly tribulation, you'll definitely be able to relax. I know you're a righteous, upright man." Li Qingshan laughed aloud, attracting everyone's attention. Actually, just now, while Lu Changqing had not spoken loudly, all of them were people with sharp ears and eyes. They all heard him clearly, wanting to see how Li Qingshan would respond. However, they never expected him to laugh aloud. "Qingshan thanks the two of you for your kindness. Prefect Lu is experienced in the ways of the world, so why don't you think about it? If a Qi practitioner insulted you in public, would you be able to tolerate it? Sect Master Chiu, you've seen Yidan in person. Do you think he's a broad-minded person?" Lu Changqing and Begonia were both speechless. Lu Changqing seemed amiable, but that was only to Li Qingshan. Normally, he governed the Clear River Prefecture, and he could be described as decisive when it came to killing. If someone dared to insult him in public, he would definitely kill them in a single stroke. Even if he could not kill them immediately, he probably would not spare them. He let out a heavy sigh. Begonia also felt like it was completely impossible for a vicious, barbaric bastard like Yidan to let go of his hatred. "It's all because of me. Even if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have just stood by and watched. And even if he could forgive me, I wouldn't be able to forgive him. You don't have to worry. That old dog alone can't take my life." Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and killing intent flickered. "Little bastard, how dare you insult my master?" There was an explosive bellow and a few cultivators in black descended from above, dispersing the song and dance. They rested their hands on their weapons as they stared at Li Qingshan murderously. Begonia recognized them. These people happened to be the ones sitting behind Yidan in the Marquis estate. As it turned out, they were Yidan's disciples. The music stopped and the cultivators all stood up. The atmosphere on the top floor immediately became tense. Only Li Qingshan remained seated, drinking by himself. He said, "So it's a group of puppies led by that old dog. Esteemed guests have arrived. I failed to welcome you from afar. Haiteng, why don't you take the esteemed guests to their seats?" At this moment, an old woman with white hair and a face covered in wrinkles suddenly appeared. She was benevolent and courteous. Apart from Li Qingshan, no one present saw where she had come from. The aura that she gave off inadvertently stunned everyone present. A golden core cultivator. Chapter 6:14. Begonia went up and bowed rather reluctantly. "Sect Master." The cultivators in black were all dressed in tight robes and radiated with murderousness. You could tell with a single glance that they were people who had gone through life and death battles. The leader was a fierce man in his 30s. He went up and studied the old woman. "My surname is Yi and my name is Feng. So you're Sect Master Yu of the Sect of Clouds and Rain? Sure enough, you do have some bearing. You can't be compared to some little bastard." As he said that, he glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan continued drinking by himself as he thought, "These people probably haven't come specially to deal with me, or they wouldn't be so impatient. Let's see what they're trying to do. What Sect Master you? You can just call me Granny Yu. Why have you specially visited our Sect of Clouds and Rain from so far away?" Yi Feng's rude words angered Granny Yu slightly, but she remained polite, as she knew the people standing behind them were Yi Dan and even Prince Si Qing. Although she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation after some difficulty, she was one of the weakest golden core cultivators. Because of her withered appearance, even the arts of charm she was most skilled in could not be unleashed to much effect. She knew she no longer had the opportunity to take another step forward, so why would she be bold enough to offend the most powerful figures in the Rui Commandery? Yi Feng saw how Li Qingshan did not retort, so he thought he had become afraid. He thought, "This little bastard will die sooner or later anyway, so it's not worth it to waste my breath on him here. Today I'll show you that the person you want to save still can't escape from our hands. I'll slap you viciously in front of so many people. Our master has taken a liking to a little mistress of your Sect of Clouds and Rain. These are the betrothal gifts. Hurry up and get her to return with us and marry master. We'll have to call her little mistress too." The cultivators in black roared with laughter. As Yi Feng spoke, he took out a great pile of gold, silver and jewels from his 100 treasures pouch, forming a small mountain in the blink of an eye. The jewels shone brilliantly. Granny Yu had made up her mind to maintain peace, but her expression could not help but change slightly. The cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture all frowned. Perhaps these treasures were priceless to mortals, but they were simply like dirt to cultivators, and they could get as much as they wanted. In the mortal world it was like a pile of scrap metal. Saying that one wanted to marry someone's daughter was a blatant humiliation. Yidan was publicly rejected by Begonia. After being humiliated by Li Qingshan, it was clear that he couldn't take this lying down and had come to seek revenge. As the person involved, Begonia said coldly, "I've already said that I won't marry your master. Take these things and go back." "Don't want to marry?" Yi Feng rolled his eyes with a ferocious look. It was a true disciple of Yidan. "Granny Yu, what do you think? Our master is about to become the great general of the Rui Commandery. He's basically showing your sect of clouds and rain enough respect by coming with a betrothal gift. Don't tell me you're going to disappoint him?" Yi Feng narrowed his eyes at Grandma Yu. He did not fear her identity as a golden core cultivator in the slightest, nor did he conceal the threat in his words. "How is this a cultivator? He's basically like a local ruffian. With a disciple like that, it goes without saying what the master is like." "Qingshan, you're right. I was far too naive." Lu Changqing frowned deeply and communicated to Li Qingshan secretly. The school of Confucianism had always placed great importance on etiquette, so they could not tolerate people like this the most. Li Qingshan smiled and said nothing. "Who said cultivators should be cultured and refined? Polite and courteous. Those demonic cultivators who rampaged through the 9 provinces in the past. Just how many of the things they did were utterly devoid of conscience? Utterly devoid of humanity? Cultivation was about understanding one's own nature. No one was born a virtuous person. From a certain perspective, people like Yidan basically followed their own natures. As for me, I'll obviously follow my own natures and slaughter all of these eyesores. How would I dare?" Granny Yu personally believed she was a good talker, but against such a vicious and stubborn person, she dared not say anything. There was nothing she could do at all. "Granny Yu, the rise and fall of the sect of clouds and rain all depends on you. You can't bear to part with this disciple right now, but she won't be the only one you'll have to part with in the future. Are you going to agree or not?" Yi Feng took another step closer, actually suppressing a golden core cultivator as a foundation establishment cultivator. He was not completely relying on his master's authority. He was also a late foundation establishment cultivator. Although he was an entire major realm of cultivation away from golden core, Granny Yu's forte had never been in open confrontations. She spent her entire life scheming and plotting against others. There were very few times when she actually clashed with others. Not only was she old now, but she was also old and frail. Yi Feng was in his prime. Who knew how many battles of life and death he had experienced in the arena, and he was equipped with arcane artifacts. If they actually fought, he was confident he would not lose to this old bastard. "I'll agree then." Sure enough, Granny Yu did not have the slightest bit of stubbornness. She cherished her life more and more. She had finally become a golden core cultivator after so much difficulty, so how could she be willing to die under Yidan's wrath? With that, not only did everyone sigh, but Begonia even cried out, "Sect Master! Haitang, how has our sect of clouds and rain treated you?" Granny Yu said gently. She was as benevolent as an old grandmother, basically radiating with a benevolent glow. Silently, she used her arts of charm. The second heavenly tribulation was not for nothing after all. She basically used it silently. Even Begonia, who was skilled at this, failed to notice it. Only Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. Begonia lowered her head. "The kindness the sect of clouds and rain has shown me is as great as the mountains and as deep as the ocean. If it weren't for the sect of clouds and rain, I would have sunk into the fiery pits of brothels a long time ago. My youth would fade away and my appearance would wither away. I might even be dead already." Granny Yu said, "Right now, you're not doing this for me but for the entire sect of clouds and rain. Your cultivation has stagnated because you don't have a dual cultivation partner to balance your yin and yang. If you marry Great General Yi Feng, you'll have endless resources to enjoy, and your cultivation will definitely advance drastically. I'm only holding the position temporarily right now, but I'll still have to return the sect of clouds and rain to you in the future." Begonia stammered as her expression changed. Clearly she was undergoing an intense battle inside. The surroundings were so quiet that it was possible to hear a pin drop. Not a single person present said anything. The sect of Clouds and Rain was not part of the 100 schools of thought, so they did not have much of a relationship with them. And this was an internal matter of the sect of Clouds and Rain. Since even the sect master had said something like that, could they still fend off a golden core cultivator? Not to mention that there was still a colossal figure like Edan behind them. Begonia looked at Wasungzan instinctively. Although she had already let go of him, he was still the man she had once been infatuated with for many years after all. Wasungzan straightened his back and hesitated a few times. He glanced at Hua Qinglu before lowering his head in the end, avoiding Begonia's gaze. If he were alone, he would stand by Begonia's side even if he had to risk his life. However, he was not alone. He represented the entire Hua family. If he offended Edan, it was very likely for it to lead to an unimaginable disaster for the Hua family. By then, his younger sister and even his father and mother would all be dragged into it. If he did this for a woman, then he would be far too selfish. As he enjoyed the power and resources that came with the clan, he would also have responsibilities and obligations. However, he could not help but ask himself, if Gu Yenying were in the same position, what would he do? There was no other answer. He would definitely stand forward regardless of the consequences. Begonia was gloomy. She was greatly disappointed. She had entrusted her entire life to someone else, yet she was still not a good person in the end. Her master was right. Throughout the ages, all those with the aspect of Peach Blossom were infatuated with love, yet they were fated to never find their love, dying in melancholy. She could not escape this curse at the end of the day. Stop with the me's and me's. Come with us. Yi Feng looked at Li Qingshan complacently. How's that? You're willing to risk your life to save this woman, but in the end you're still going to be fucked by our master. Ah. Li Qingshan laughed as well. His laughter grew louder and louder, shaking up 5 kilometers and reaching the horizon. With a series of clangs, the cups, bowls and plates all exploded. The chi practitioners with relatively weaker cultivations all covered their ears. However, Begonia felt her mind clear up. She felt her face moisten. Before she knew it, tears had already streamed down her cheeks. She understood that she had fallen for Granny Yu's arts of charm, so she was furious. Sect Master Yu, you're a senior. Don't you feel ashamed to use such methods against a junior to please an outsider? Even if I die today, I won't agree. If Edan wants to forcefully marry me, he'll only marry a corpse. Those who do not die are thieves. The ancients did not deceive me. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and his face turned cold. This is not a place for you to mess around. Granny Yu was furious. She stretched out her chicken claw-like hands and grabbed Begonia's shoulders. She glanced at Li Qingshan but did not dare to act up. Behind Yi Feng stood Edan, and behind Li Qingshan stood Gu Yenying. She was careful not to offend either of them, so she could only vent all her anger on Begonia. Begonia had no time to resist at all. She immediately felt her entire body go limp, and she felt bitter in her heart. She felt that no one in the world could help her anymore. Even if Li Qingshan was willing to risk his life for her, how could he defeat a golden core cultivator? A figure suddenly appeared in her mind. That person was so powerful and arrogant. If he was here, even if Edan came personally, he would not dare to do as he pleased. My heart belongs to someone else. If you dare to use force, he won't let you go. Yi Feng said, I'd like to hear who can't let our master go. Begonia said firmly, North Moon. What North? You're talking about that wretched demon North Moon. You've colluded with wretched demons, so what are your crimes? Yi Feng suddenly paused. He remembered who North Moon was. He was Prince Siqing's greatest enemy in the Rui Commandery. He had learned quite a lot about him through various sources. Although he had never met him, his terror was deeply embedded in his heart. He had heavily injured basically all the demon commanders of the Rui Commandery alone. What kind of power was that? As a result, although he still pretended to be unconcerned with the second half of his sentence, he could not help but lower his voice, and his aura became much weaker. Don't be so stubborn. Granny Yu could not help but loosen her grip on Begonia's shoulder. She said that she did not believe what Begonia had said, but if it was true, then it would be terrible. By then, what was she supposed to do if North Moon came looking for them? The two words, North Moon, seemed to possess a wondrous power. It made the expressions of everyone present change. Surprise, fear, worry, and unease were written all over their faces. Even the lake of dragons and snakes had been refined by North Moon, so the impression the disciples of the academy had towards him went without saying. A few Qi practitioners could not help but look around as if North Moon would suddenly leap out of the darkness. Chapter 6:15. Wasungzan could not help but look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan lowered his head and rubbed his nose. He sighed inside. So she's secretly in love. How troublesome. However, he could not help but curl his lips into a mysterious smile. Of course, he knew that Begonia had been forced into a dead end, turning to any doctor in a desperate situation. However, there was no harm in secretly feeling pleased about it. Do you think I've grown up scared? Yifeng recovered his composure very soon. Surely he could not flee in defeat after hearing a single name. If that happened, there would be no need for North Moon to do anything. Yidan would be able to slaughter him. Thinking about it, even if Begonia was telling the truth, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. As long as he handed her over to Yidan, what happened next would no longer be under his control. Begonia used this opportunity to break free from Granny Yu's chicken claws, and took out a jade pendant, raising it high into the air. As long as I crush this jade pendant, he'll rush over and save me in a moment. It was a regular, suet jade pendant, but in that moment, it was like a magnet firmly drawing over everyone's gazes. Yifeng shivered inside. The jade pendant flickered with light. It was indeed a communication pendant, but he had no idea whether it was for North Moon or not. All he could do was carefully study Begonia's expression. However, women were born with natural abilities when it came to acting, and Begonia was one of the best among them. Having practiced the arts of charm for several decades, her expression and bearing were flawless. Yifeng could not help but become rather hesitant. Seeing how she had managed to stun the evil wind with this move, Qiu Haitang eased up slightly inside. She had to find a way to escape as soon as possible. She could no longer stay in the Rui Commandery, but how to escape was a problem. Yifeng and the others were like a few ravenous wolves. How could they allow their prey to escape? Begonia said to Li Qingshan through soul sense, "If I may be so bold as to make a final request. Feel free to tell me. I'll find a way to escape later. If the situation becomes disadvantageous, please block it for me. If it doesn't work, I'll cut my throat on the spot. I'll never be humiliated. If I can escape alive, I will definitely fulfill your wish in the future. Don't worry, I won't let Qiongji know." Begonia was also a little disheartened at this moment. She felt that although Li Qingshan was not the one she loved in her heart, he was still a good person. At the very least, he was millions of times stronger than Yidan. For him to risk his life to save her time and again, other than this body, there was nothing else he could repay. "Since you are in love with someone else, why would I take advantage of your perilous situation? I just need to drag it out until the North Moon arrives," Li Qingshan said resolutely. But in his heart he thought, just pick one of these two. I don't mind. Begonia couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Do you really believe that I have any connection with the North Moon? Apart from that brief encounter a few years ago, they had only seen each other from afar. Yifeng's body suddenly trembled. With a face full of disbelief, he pointed at Li Qingshan behind Begonia and exclaimed, "North Moon." Everyone's gaze followed the direction that Yifeng was pointing at and looked towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shuddered. How did this guy see through my identity? Begonia's mind was slightly distracted. A strong gust of wind came, and the evil wind went straight for the jade pendant in her hand. Begonia hesitated. If she really crushed the jade pendant, wouldn't her lie be exposed? With this hesitation, the jade pendant fell into Yifeng's hands. Everyone knew that Yifeng was deliberately deceiving Begonia. She secretly scolded him for being shameless, but her heart that had been raised to her throat also returned to her stomach. Apart from Wasungzan, no one knew that Yifeng had pointed casually. He was actually able to see through the heavenly secrets. Yifeng tossed the jade pendant in his hand and said smugly, "It turns out that I was wrong. However, beasts and evildoers are the same kind. Do you really think that I will believe that this thing can summon North Moon? Do you think that I have not investigated you before? You'd better go back with us obediently. Even if North Moon comes. Facing my master, you can only flee in defeat." Although he looked like a hooligan, he was actually very meticulous and cautious. But in reality he was meticulous and cautious. Otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. Begonia sneered and said, "Crush it if you have the guts. Do you think I don't dare? I think you just don't dare. Humph, do you think I'm a fool? Cut the crap and come here." Yifeng suddenly launched an attack. He waved a large silver net and covered Begonia's head. With begonia's cultivation, facing Yifeng was like a chi practitioner facing a foundation establishment cultivator. There was no room for resistance at all. She could only use enchantment to confuse Yifeng's mind. Yifeng's gaze wavered slightly. He found the woman before him to be delicate and pitiful. He actually could not bring himself to lay his hands on her. However, his willpower was far greater than regular foundation establishment cultivators. He bit the tip of his tongue and immediately returned to his senses. A waterspout whistled over. Li Qingshan had finally taken action. Yifeng looked down on him. Two cultivators in black leapt out from behind him and struck the waterspout viciously. Although their cultivations were not as great as Yifeng's, they were still foundation establishment cultivators. However, they shuddered the moment they touched the waterspout. They felt an irrepressible, tremendous power, and it was endless, stacking on top of one another. They could not help but stagger backwards, creating a deep pit with each step. In the blink of an eye they had retreated to Yifeng. They were all shocked. They did not feel anything when he clashed with the fire devourer, but they never thought he could actually unleash the violent side of gentle water to such a degree. Seeing how their companions could not hold on anymore, two more cultivators in black took action, pressing their hands against their backs again. Their teamwork was flawless. They faced Li Qingshan alone with the strength of the four of them. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered how Ru Xian had destroyed his waterspout. He raised his arms and the waterspout spun rapidly. However, he used the exact opposite method, making it explode with its greatest power. Boom! The four cultivators in black staggered backwards. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase, throwing a punch at Yifeng. He still managed to gain the upper hand despite fighting five alone. This was no longer just because of his strength and abilities, but also because of his invincible, fierce bearing. Everyone could not help but cheer. The Hawkwolf guards cheered the loudest. "You little bastard!" Yifeng cursed furiously as he drew his blade to receive him. Li Qingshan's bearing suddenly withdrew, and all of the light gathered towards his right hand, turning into an extremely resplendent droplet of water. With a flick of his finger, the droplet of water shot over, piercing through Yifeng's protective light and landing on the jade tablet with great precision. The jade tablet immediately shattered. Ocean wielding? The water drop stance. He condensed the boundless power of the ocean into a droplet of water, unleashing startling power. Li Qingshan had studied this move a long time ago, but he had always been unable to grasp its main points. Today he had a flash of inspiration and improvised it on the spot. Originally, there should have been an 80 to 90% chance of failure, but he just happened to succeed. Li Qingshan laughed. "Since you're afraid, I'll help you out." Yifeng was alarmed, becoming even more infuriated. The blade in his hand pulsed with a blade aura that was several meters long as he swung it towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan swung his hands about wildly, and the space before him immediately became filled with streaks of blue light that flowed like turbulence. With each streak, the blade aura would be drawn over. Yifeng even felt like he was losing control of the blade in his hand. In the end, he swung it towards the ground beside Li Qingshan, creating a crack that was over 30 meters long. If it were not for the fact that the Parlor of Clouds and Rain had been constructed from special materials by the craftsmen of Moism, it definitely would have been split in half. Ocean wielding? The horizontal flow stance. The ocean flowed and the waves surged. The more vicious and powerful the enemy's attacks were, the more difficult it would be for him to control it. Trapped in the turbulence, he could not help but lose sight of his original target. By the time the four cultivators in black arrived together, Li Qingshan had already pulled back. As he advanced and retreated, he did not hesitate at all. He easily shattered Yifeng's jade pendant, leading to another round of cheers. Yifeng raised his hand and stopped his junior brothers. This little bastard's techniques were startling, and he possessed the identity of a Scarlet Hawk commander. They could not kill him here today, nor could they. Right now, the matter at hand was whether the North Moon would come or not now that the jade pendant had shattered. This was also the question on everyone's minds. Li Qingshan smiled at Begonia, which made Begonia smile bitterly inside. "Why don't you just come up with a way to take me out?" However, she did not dare to show it on her face. Instead she sneered. "Just you wait." Yifeng laughed madly. "Do you really think I'll be afraid of a mere wretched demon? You've used him time and time again to scare me." However, he could not help but seem a little cowardly on the inside. "If you're not afraid, then just wait here with me for a while." Having reached this point, all Begonia could do was endure it with no other choice. She obviously knew that even if she waited another decade or so, the North Moon would not come. I have matters to attend to. How can I waste my time here with you? Yifeng made his way towards Begonia. There was a flash before him, and Li Qingshan's large body stood in front of Begonia to protect her. Yifeng knew that it was impossible for him to take down Li Qingshan so quickly. He said to Granny Yu, "Sect Master Yu, this is an internal matter of your sect of clouds and rain. How can you allow an outsider to interfere?" "Haitang, stop being so stubborn," Granny Yu said sternly. Just when she was about to strike, Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and said indifferently, "When the North Moon comes later and asks what happened here, I don't mind telling him." Granny Yu immediately cowered. Yifeng said, "You're a mighty Scarlet Hawk commander, yet you're actually colluding with a wretched demon. If this woman is lying, then so be it, but if she's telling the truth, then you're an accomplice protecting the wretched demon." Li Qingshan sneered. "Go sue me if you can." Yifeng ground his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. The status of a Hawk-Wolf guard was special. In the Rui Commandery, no one had the right to judge him apart from Gu Yenying. However, everyone knew that this Commander Gu was colluding with the wretched demon more than any other cultivator in the Rui Commandery. "You really are a stupid animal. You've been led around by a woman's lies. I'll be waiting right here, waiting for the North Moon to come." Yifeng made up his mind and cast aside all of his worries. He was certain that this was Begonia's stalling tactic. He refused to believe that the North Moon would actually come. Time passed slowly. A crescent moon hung silently in the sky. The rooftop was frighteningly quiet. Some people's foreheads became covered in sweat. They wanted to leave early, but they were afraid of being mocked. Let alone the others, even the mighty prefect, Lu Chongqing, felt uneasy. Even if the North Moon came, he should not slaughter the innocent. The night breeze drifted through the prefectural city of Clear River. There was a hubbub of voices, and lantern light shone resplendently, surging in all directions. The rooftop was like a dark, isolated island that floated on the ocean, trembling gently as it waited for the arrival of an unpredictable tsunami. Chapter 616. In the beginning, Begonia felt extremely nervous, but as she gazed at the lights in the distance, her mind gradually settled down. Who knew how many times she had seen this sight since she was young, but this was the second time she found it so beautiful. She remembered the first time. She was still a little girl in simple clothes, lying on the edge of the rooftop. Her face was filled with amazement and her eyes shone. She refused to believe that such a bustling and beautiful sight existed in the world. Today was probably the day they parted forever. In that moment, the memories of the past flooded her head before drifting away with the night wind. The little girl rapidly grew up like a willow twig. Until now. She smiled faintly, letting go of life and death. Instead, she remained calm, standing among everyone like a goddess, cold and inviolable. Yifeng's vicious smile gradually became more pronounced. In the end, he could not help but laugh aloud. His wild laughter was like the howl of a jackal. He spread his arms and spun around. "Ha, tell me, where's that wretched demon? Didn't you say he'd come to save you a moment later? Why haven't I seen a single trace of him after so long?" Then he arrived before Begonia. "Don't tell me you're lying to us? Come on, just admit it. Oh, you little bastard, how does it feel to be tricked by a woman?" Everyone eased up as well. They all discussed, why would North Moon come? She's just putting up a front at the end of the day. Whatever, the matters of the sect of clouds and rain have nothing to do with us. She's embarrassed Commander Li though. Granny was even more displeased. Children sure know how to make trouble. "Commander Li, this is a matter of our sect of clouds and rain, so please move aside." Li Qingshan suddenly pointed behind Yifeng and called out, "North Moon." Yifeng was taken aback. He squinted his eyes. "Do you think I'm a child? And you're still trying to use something like that?" Suddenly, he discovered that the terrace had become extremely quiet. Everyone's gazes followed the direction Li Qingshan was pointing in. Afterwards, they all froze there as if they had been struck by a freezing curse. Their expressions twisted and changed, becoming panic, fear, trembling. Granny was like an old hen that had been startled. She shrank back and seemed even shorter. Yifeng slowly turned around. Under the crescent moon, a peerlessly handsome man with scarlet hair and eyes stood. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, the moonlight seemed to be dyed red. Behind him was a resplendent sea of lanterns. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the night wind. Silently, the tsunami arrived. The North Moon had arrived. Yifeng felt all the blood in his body churning. His heart turned cold in an instant. His mouth was wide open but no sound came out. "Hey woman, why did you call me?" North Moon scanned the rooftop with his scarlet eyes. Finally his gaze fell on Begonia. When the cultivators met that pair of red eyes, they could not help but shrink back. With a whoosh they retreated a large circle. It was as though North Moon's eyes contained some invisible witchcraft. North Moon. Begonia took a step forward. She didn't know how to answer. She had already made up her mind to die, but the savior that she had spouted nonsense suddenly fell from the sky, causing her to be in a daze. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her memories from several years ago. In the eyes of others, it was naturally a woman who had seen the lover of her dreams. She was so excited that she could not control herself. The cultivators in black all looked horrified. Yifeng's back was dripping with cold sweat. He forced himself to calm down. This battle had to be won by wits, not by force. He had to restrain Begonia as soon as possible, so that the evildoer would hesitate to attack. He glanced around. The heavens were really helping him. Li Qingshan had stepped aside at some point. Qiu Haitang stood there alone, as delicate as a crabapple flower. He hurriedly sent a mental message to his companions. Just one move. He could restrain her. Just as he was accumulating power, a hot wind brushed past his face. Yifeng's eyes widened. He felt as though time had stopped around him. Only one person was not affected. North Moon swept past him like he was taking a stroll in the park and came to Begonia's side. "I can't win. I definitely can't win. I can't even escape." Yifeng groaned in his heart. North Moon naturally wrapped his arm around Begonia's exceptionally slender waist. "Why aren't you saying anything?" He glanced at the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry. "What's going on with these things?" Begonia's delicate body stiffened. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she looked at North Moon. The memories from a few years ago became incomparably vivid. It was as though he had directly jumped out of her memory. However, she could not read anything from those crimson eyes. However, at this point she had to act even if she did not want to. She simply leaned on him and said in a coquettish tone, "These people want to force me to marry Edan. These gold and silver are all my betrothal gifts." She rambled on about the cause and effect of the matter, especially describing the scene of Yifeng scolding North Moon as a demon. She said things like, "I'm not afraid of that demon even if he comes," and, "I have to flee at the sight of my master," in a vivid manner. Although she did not lie, she inevitably added details to make Yifeng and the others seem even more detestable. With every sentence that Begonia said, Yifeng and the others trembled all over. Every sentence was simply heart-wrenching. Begonia's eyes flashed with the joy of revenge. No matter what North Moon had come for after hearing these words, these people would not be able to escape death. North Moon listened silently and could not help but laugh. "Oh, this is very interesting." Half-jokingly he reached out and caressed Begonia's plump cheeks. He said gently, "I've made you suffer. This is all a misunderstanding. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Our master is Great General Edan, and we have long admired you. We never thought fellow Qiu would actually have a partner, so we thought she was just bluffing. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us, fellow Qiu." Yifeng changed from his brash demeanor just now and actually behaved politely. He referred to North Moon as Sir before clasping his hands deeply towards Begonia in the end. He actually seemed extremely sincere, without the slightest hint of a scoundrel who spoke without restraint. Yeah, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just about to pass on the position of sect master to Haitang and return to the depths of the mountains to cultivate in seclusion." Grandma Yu rubbed her hands together and smiled. Qiu Haitang hadn't forgotten to bring her along when she was narrating the story. Grandma Yu didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. She smiled like a blooming flower, and when she looked at Qiu Haitang, she even had a pitiful expression on her face as she silently used her bewitchment art. Begonia could not help but wonder, Granny Yu is already so old. Just how many more years can she live for? She's still my senior after all. It's all for the good of the sect of clouds and rain. Smack. There was a resounding slap. North Moon casually slapped Granny Yu across the face. Under the tremors of the ox demon, her protective layer of spiritual energy immediately shattered. Her head turned to one side and her old face was thrown into the air. Over a dozen teeth flew out of her mouth. "Your smile is so hideous. Keep it to yourself," North Moon said impatiently. Granny Yu was surprised, furious, and fearful. She clutched her swollen face and became even more afraid of striking back, nor did she dare to smile anymore. She murmured, "Yes, yes." Smack. There was another resounding slap. North Moon gave Granny Yu another backhand slap and waved his hand. "Forget it. You better just keep smiling. It'll only be uglier if you don't smile." Granny Yu became dizzy from the slap. Not a single tooth remained in her mouth. She stood there awkwardly. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Begonia returned to her senses as well. She knew she had fallen for the arts of charm again. Originally she was very annoyed, but when she saw Granny Yu's disheveled state, she could not help but burst out laughing. When she thought about how Granny Yu had swaggered around and forced her time and time again, she felt great pleasure. Smack. There was another slap. Even a person made of clay had a temper. Granny Yu was a mighty golden core cultivator after all. She said in surprise and fury, If you like it, I'll slap you again." North Moon completely ignored Granny Yu and said to Begonia gently. He could not copy King Yu of Zhou and toy with his vassals, but casually slapping them a few times was still very easy. "There's no need." Begonia lowered her head and said softly. Her cheeks were slightly red. She knew that he was standing up for her. She could not tell if she was touched or something else, but she felt a little dizzy. Just a moment ago she was being forced by Granny Yu, humiliated by Yi Feng, and treated coldly by everyone. Only Li Qingshan was willing to help her. As she thought of this, she could not help but look back. She saw Li Qingshan retreating far away, smiling and nodding at her. When she looked back again, everyone looked at her with eyes full of panic. They were afraid that if she pointed a finger at them, even if they were lucky enough to survive a few slaps, they would lose all face. Especially Yi Feng and the others. Their faces were ashen and they were panicking like stray dogs. She then saw Hua Sengzan's extremely complicated expression. She smiled brightly, no longer worrying about him, and found that she was actually a little proud. Go think about your Gu Yenying. It's not like I don't have anyone who wants me." Begonia bit her lip and pulled on North Moon's collar. She pointed at Yi Feng and the others. "And them?" Yi Feng and the others cursed her in their hearts for being a bitch, but they smiled dryly. "If you won't let us go, our master Yi Dan and Prince Si Qing will not let you go. Why do you have to go so far for a misunderstanding?" North Moon waved his hand. "Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't you get lost?" When Yi Feng and the others heard this, they were overjoyed as if they had been pardoned. They thought, as expected, he still has some reservations. This evildoer will die a horrible death in the future. They wanted to say a few tough words, but they did not dare to. They cupped their hands and turned to leave. Begonia was a little unwilling, but she did not forget that they were acting now. If they did not agree with each other and made him unhappy, it would not be worth it. Wait. Yi Feng and the others had already arrived at the edge of the rooftop. If they took a few more steps forward, they would be returning to the sea and they would be entering the mountains. However, Northman's wretched voice rang out from behind. He gulped and turned around. "Sir, do you have any other orders? You forgot to bring betrothal gifts." North Moon glanced at the gold, silver, and jewelry. Yi Feng and the others relaxed and walked back. They were about to put the small mountain of gold, silver, and jewelry into their 100 treasures pouches when they heard North Moon say, "Wait, you're going to bring them just like that? How do you want us to bring them?" North Moon raised his chin at the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry. "Eat them." "What?" Yi Feng was shocked and angry. How could these gold, silver, and jewelry be eaten? North Moon smiled and said, "You have to take back what you said. You have to eat the things you brought. You can't eat one less silver. P.S. Wow, the Dragon God is so smart. Congratulations, Dragon God Messenger." Tao Wu. Tipping 3 Alliance Masters and being promoted to the Great Alliance Master has made all my wishes come true. Alright, I have to do something. You know I'm not cut out for this. But from tomorrow onwards, I'll be back to my daily update schedule of 8 in the morning and 6 in the evening. Chapter 617. An enchanting smile immediately appeared on Begonia's face. She agreed. That's a good idea. Yi Feng's face twisted and veins popped up on his forehead. North Moon, don't go too far. Go too far? Are you talking about me? North Moon asked Begonia beside him. Do you think I'm bullying them? Of course not. Then I'll bully them a little more seriously. Eat it. North Moon grabbed a golden ingot and tossed it casually. Although the mirror clone only possessed a fraction of his strength, The strength of the ox demon was still terrifying even if it was reduced slightly. The moment the golden ingot was tossed out, it twisted and turned into a streak of golden light. It pierced the protective arcane artifact of a cultivator in black before piercing his body. The cultivator in black lowered his head and glanced at the hole in his chest in disbelief. He let out a high-pitched shriek. Rather than pain, it was more accurate to describe it as fear. He was not afraid of dying in battle, but the feeling of being casually crushed sapped all of his courage. Only after the golden ingot flew into the distance did a sharp whistle reach his ears. Fierce winds blew on the rooftop, and the expressions of all the cultivators changed. In North Moon's hands, a mere golden ingot was a terrifying killing weapon. He could kill Foundation establishment cultivators like slaughtering chickens or dogs. "Let's fight it out with him." Yifeng roared, but he did not sound confident at all. "Looks like you won't eat obediently, so I'll have to help you out." A pair of magnificent, fiery wings suddenly unfurled behind North Moon. In the eyes of the surrounding spectators, he split into 5 in that instant, appearing beside the 5 of them at the same time. He only attacked each of them once, either with a casual slap or a gentle tap. The 5 cultivators in black who had just leapt up and were about to fight to the death all collapsed on the ground. However, they were not injured at all. Only their spiritual chi and bodies had been suppressed by the spirit turtle's power. They all widened their eyes and were immobilized. Their arcane artifacts and 100 treasures pouches had all been taken away by Li Qingshan. Yifeng collapsed on the ground. "We've fallen into your hands today. It's us brothers who are unlucky. If you want to kill us, feel free to do so." North Moon praised. "Good. I admire a man like you, and I won't kill you. I won't cut you. I just want you to eat it." The fiery wings on his back flapped, and the pile of gold, silver, and jewels melted into water and floated in the air. It kept changing. North Moon moved his fingers, and 5 streams of scorching gold and silver water surged toward Yifeng and the other 4. They gritted their teeth and closed their mouths. However, his lips and teeth were instantly melted, and a wave of boiling heat went straight into his lungs. This pile of gold, silver, and jewelry that they had used to humiliate Begonia had instead become a talisman that hastened their deaths. Although their bodies were strong and their vitality was strong, they couldn't use spiritual energy, so how could they resist the scorching gold and silver water? Their strong bodies only prolonged the pain. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose, and after a while, a burnt smell could be smelled. The gold and silver water burned through the lungs. It flowed through their bodies. Li Qingshan blew again, and the gold and silver water immediately cooled and solidified, turning them into 5 gold and silver people. None of the cultivators present dared to breathe loudly after witnessing the cruelty of the fiendish demons. However, many were cheering in their hearts. "You guys are so arrogant and look down on us. You deserve to die a horrible death." North Moon turned to Begonia and said, "Have you calmed down?" Actually, he was trying to calm his anger. "A bunch of bastards, little bastards, and so on and so forth. Now you know how important it is to keep your mouth shut. I'll kill you little dogs and then I'll go kill that old doggy Dan." Begonia was very touched. "It's gone. Should I kill this one?" North Moon pointed at her, and Granny Yu leapt up like she had been scalded. She called out, "Spare me, Sir North Moon. Lord North Moon, spare me." Begonia finally could not bear to do it. She did not know if the effects of the charm technique were still lingering, but she bit her lip and shook her head lightly. "Just let her go." Grandma Yu was overjoyed. North Moon appeared in front of her in a flash, grabbing her by the throat. With a light squeeze, an old head flew into the air as she screamed, "I'll take you down with me." She wanted to detonate the golden core, but Northman's other hand had already reached into her abdomen and dug out the golden core. Then he took her 100 treasures pouch and shoved her corpse into the 100 treasures pouch along the way. He had saved up a little so that he could give Shaoan as a gift in the future. As for Yifeng and the others, he would just treat them as performance art and leave them to Yidan as a reference. He then reprimanded Begonia, "You really have long hair but short eyes. If you let her go, do you think she'll let you go?" Begonia felt wronged. "Then why are you asking me?" "I'm just asking. Let's go." North Moon extended his hand towards her. "Go." A sliver of confusion appeared on Begonia's face. "Don't tell me you want to stay here?" North Moon tilted his head. I'll go with you," Begonia called out, going up and grabbing his hand. North Moon took advantage of the situation to wrap his arm around her waist and take off into the air. She looked back, only to see the rooftop rapidly grow further and further away. Everyone's faces blurred very quickly. All she saw was Li Qingshan waving at her from afar. The resplendent sea of lanterns of the Clear River Prefecture gradually grew further away too, all the way until they reached the sky. The wind whistled past her ears. She turned around and looked at the side of his face. "Where are you taking me?" Her voice was so gentle that even she was surprised. "You'll know once we get there." "What are you going to do to me?" "What do you want me to do to you?" North Moon could not help but smile. Begonia found the smile to be rather familiar, but it was concealed by the inherent malevolence of demons, so she was unable to guess his true identity no matter how hard she tried. Li Qingshan was forthright, while North Moon did whatever he wanted and did whatever he wanted. Begonia felt her heart pound heavily. She was afraid to make eye contact with him. "I want to return to the dwelling and pack my things." "How troublesome. Where's the dwelling?" The two of them suddenly turned around and flew off in the southwest direction. After North Moon left, everyone on the rooftop could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Their bodies relaxed. Although North Moon had never targeted them the entire time, his vicious and heavy presence weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Everyone discussed what had happened just now. Hua Sengzan said to Li Qingshan secretly, "I hope you can treat her well." Li Qingshan's attention was completely focused on his mirror clone. He was currently enjoying Begonia's soft, delicate body. When he heard that, he smiled without saying anything. He called out, "Bring the alcohol." Granny Yu had been killed and Begonia had left. The disciples of the sect of Clouds and Rain were all unsettled. They dared not disobey Li Qingshan's orders, so they cleaned up the rooftop and brought up fine alcohol and delicacies. However, none of them dared to approach the gold and silver figures. Li Qingshan raised his cup high into the air. "Everyone, the performance just now has been extremely fascinating. Let's keep drinking." After experiencing what had happened just now, most of them were no longer in the mood to drink. However, when they heard what Li Qingshan said, all they could do was raise their cups, or they would seem like they had been frightened out of their wits by North Moon. They thought, "This Commander Li sure is open-minded." In the commandery city of Rui, Yi Dan's heart leapt. Something has happened to Yi Feng and the others. He immediately rushed over to the parlor of Clouds and Rain in the Clear River Prefecture. The banquet continued on the rooftop, except everyone seemed rather forced as they drank and laughed. Only Li Qingshan truly became more and more excited as he drank. He seemed like he was drinking alone, but the person beside him had not actually left. Instead they grew closer. Yi Dan descended from above, wiping away everyone's last bit of interest in drinking. His gaze first stared viciously at Li Qingshan before landing on the 5 gold and silver figures. "What's going on? Who did this?" There was silence. No one was bold enough to answer him. Li Qingshan stood up with a jar of alcohol and said drunkenly, "Those disciples of yours came to help you find a wife. Those disciples of yours came to help you find a wife." Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Chio's heart already belonged to someone else. "Those disciples of yours were too pressuring him, so he came to you and started a little killing. That's the result. Who was it? Tell me clearly. I'll definitely tear him to pieces." Yi Dan's face was scarlet red, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. These disciples were all the most capable of him. It had not been easy to raise them either. Originally he thought carrying out a mission like this would be a piece of cake, but he never thought they would fall prey to someone. He did not believe that Li Qingshan was capable of such a thing. Logically speaking, if Yi Feng and the others worked together, they would not be completely helpless even against a golden core cultivator. The terrifying aura that Yi Dan gave off was even stronger than North Moon's just now. He was like a ferocious beast in human form that was currently in a state of rage. All the cultivators broke out in cold sweat for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was unmoved. He burped and spat out 2 words, "North Moon. He's probably at Moon Court Lake. If you want to take revenge, you'll probably be able to make it in time if you hurry up." Lu Changqing could not help but sigh inwardly. How could this be possible without heroic courage? Although Yi Dan was very conceited about his own strength, he did not have absolute confidence in defeating that North Moon. He could only dispel his thoughts of immediately seeking revenge, leaving behind the 5 gold and silver figures that seemed to be mocking him. Furious, he waved his hand, and the 5 gold and silver figures were reduced to dust. Li Qingshan chuckled and tried to persuade him. "Please calm down, fellow." Yi Dan was tempted to personally kill this gloating little bastard right now, but when he remembered Si Qing's instructions, he held back his killing intent. "I'll let you be complacent for a few more days, you little bastard." Yi Dan left in a huff, and Li Qingshan lifted up the jar of alcohol and drank it all. How satisfying. Today's banquet has been extremely enjoyable. I, Li Qingshan, am extremely grateful for everyone's support. Let's disperse today and we'll get drunk together in the future. The cultivators had wanted to leave a long time ago. When they heard that, they were more than happy to hear it. They all stood up and bid farewell. Li Qingshan returned to the 100 schools of thought with everyone else, just in case Yi Dan schemed against him. Lu Changqing stayed behind, but he obviously did not do it for the sake of sleeping around. The sect of Clouds and Rain could be regarded as one of the sects with a very deep foundation in the Clear River Prefecture, and they had not suffered too great of a loss in the war, preserving most of their strength. Now that Granny Yu and Begonia were dead and one was gone, it was a great opportunity for him to devour this force. As a group of leaderless Qi practitioners, they obviously could not put up any resistance, but Lu Changqing was afraid to go too far either, as he was rather worried about what would happen if Begonia returned as the sect master one day. Elsewhere, Li Qingshan returned to the 100 schools of thought and immediately said he wanted to meditate and cultivate, as he wanted to concentrate on his clone. He closed his eyes before opening them again, and what he saw was Begonia's slender figure as she tidied up her things. Chapter 618. Li Qingshan had visited Ru Xian's cave many times. The decorations there were relatively simple, and there were almost no useless decorations. There were still traces of stone carvings on the walls, and the tables and chairs were all made directly from stone. There was only one reason for their existence, and that was to make cultivation convenient. As a woman, Begonia's cave was of a completely different style. Even though she also lived in a cave in the mountains, the stone walls were polished to the point that they could reflect one's reflection. Everywhere was decorated with complex and beautiful patterns, and the faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. The ground was covered with a thick carpet, and large and exquisite pieces of solid wood furniture were scattered throughout the large and small rooms of the cave. Li Qingshan ignored Begonia's gaze. As if he was in his own home, he wandered around and casually opened a few. He discovered that most of them were wardrobes, and they were divided into different categories. Some were specially for cloaks and some were specially for skirts. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a woman could have so many types of clothes, and that she had over 100 pieces of each type. Li Qingshan arrived in front of another wardrobe. Right when he was about to open it, Qiu Haitang rushed over and leaned against the wardrobe. "I've already poured you some tea. Can't you just sit there obediently for a while? What's the taste of tea? If you want to drink, drink wine." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Because of Yi Feng and Yi Dan, the banquet had to be interrupted twice, and ended prematurely in the end. However, he had not drunk to his heart's content yet. Rather, it could be said that he had become even more excited. If there was anything more enjoyable than watching an arrogant enemy lose his composure in anger, it would definitely be to kill the enemy with his own hands. Tonight he had experienced both of them. "Alright, I'll get you some wine." Begonia could not do anything to this powerful demon in front of her. She could only lower her head and rummage through her 100 treasures pouch. She found a jar of spiritual wine and handed it to him. Li Qingshan opened the mud seal and gulped down a few mouthfuls. "This should be fine, right? Hurry and sit down, I still have to tidy up." Begonia felt her waist tighten, and she could not help but fall into his arms. Her proud breasts were pressed tightly against his chest. Even though they were separated by a few layers of muslin, it was difficult to hide the wonderful feeling of softness and elasticity. Li Qingshan waved his finger and the wardrobe opened. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Inside the wardrobe were pieces of underwear. No wonder Begonia was so nervous. "Let me go." Begonia's face was red as she struggled with all her might. But how could he break free? Li Qingshan's milky breasts pressed against him, making him enjoy it even more. He casually took out a light pink undergarment from the wardrobe. The small undergarment was embroidered extremely beautifully, and it was as light as silk. He couldn't help but imagine what it would look like on Begonia. What kind of dress would she be wearing now? Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked down. He could see a deep, snow-white ravine. "Don't touch my things." Begonia's face turned even redder and she struggled even more. Her eyes were shy and flustered, and there was no trace of the calm clan master Qiu had in the past. Instead, it was more alluring than any kind of charm. Li Qingshan's lower abdomen became hot. He lowered his head and said, "If you move, I don't know what I'll do." "You?" Begonia also felt the change in a certain part of his body, and immediately did not dare to move. She had a feeling that she had just left a wolf's den and entered a tiger's mouth. This ferocious tiger could easily tear a group of wolves to shreds, but the situation of a lamb like her did not change at all. The only difference was that she had entered the tiger's mouth of her own accord. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose and caught a whiff of a heavy fragrance. It was like the fragrance of a flower, but it was a little different. Actually, at the banquet just now, when she was drinking with him, he smelled the fragrance on her body. At first, he thought it was the fragrance of cosmetics, but upon closer inspection, she seemed to have no makeup on. And with his keen sense of smell, the fragrance was not some kind of perfume but came from her body. He buried his head in the pit of her neck, and the fragrance filled his mouth and nose. He could not help but take a deep breath, and he felt that his lungs were filled with fragrance. The tip of his nose and his lips touched the skin of her neck, and it was as thin as sheep fat. Like a fierce tiger sniffing the petals of a begonia, he did not even dare to sniff too hard, for fear of damaging the soft petals. Suddenly he felt her body tremble slightly. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw that her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes were trembling like small fans. He could not help but smile and said, "I won't eat you, what are you afraid of?" Begonia opened her eyes and said, "I'm not afraid." Li Qingshan smiled and brought the wine jar to her lips. Begonia stubbornly turned her head away, and her big eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She thought that he would continue to use force, but she did not expect that he would let go of her and said with a smile, "You're already so old, yet you're still crying like a little girl. I originally thought that you were a good monster, but I did not expect you to be so detestable. You're practically no different from that Edan." Begonia covered her neck with one hand, and her face was red. She thought of the first time they met. At that time, she was also on the brink of despair, and he had descended from the sky to save her. He was not stingy with his words to ease her emotions, but it was nothing like this. "At least it's better than Edan. Hurry up and pack your things," Li Qingshan said with a smile. He casually stuffed the undergarments into his bosom, and carried the wine jar and continued to wander around. The building of this cave was extremely large. He walked up the stairs, passed through the moon gate, and arrived in front of the door of a room at the very top. He pushed open the door and a silver moonlight filled the entire room. When he raised his head, he could see the stars and moon in the sky. At the top was a large piece of transparent crystal that had been specially refined, so that the sky could be seen, and the situation inside could not be seen from the outside. There was a soft couch in the middle of the room. It was probably a place for both resting and cultivation. Li Qingshan rested his head on his arms and crossed his legs, lying on the soft couch. As he drank, he gazed at the sky and his thoughts drifted far away. After a while, Begonia returned. "I'm done packing. Let's go." Her lips pouted slightly, and her expression was rather displeased. She thought to herself, "Other than him, no one can protect me. I have no choice but to follow him." However, she did not dare to admit that she had some faint anticipation in her heart. She did not know what she was anticipating either. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Qingshan gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. "If we stay here any longer, Edan might catch up. He probably already knows that Yi Feng and the others did not kill us." Begonia walked up to him. "That couldn't be better. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you." Li Qingshan suddenly tossed aside the wine jar and pulled her into his arms. He flipped her over and pressed her under his body. He bent down and whispered into her ear, a strong desire burning in his body. "Although you saved me, and I have no choice but to follow you now, if you want to humiliate me by force, I'd rather die." Begonia closed her eyes, looking like she was about to die a heroic death. Li Qingshan found this very interesting and pinched her chin. "Do you think you can die just because you want to? I said no one can hurt you, including yourself." "Do you mean what you say?" Begonia suddenly opened her eyes, reflecting the moonlight and shining brightly. "Of course. What about you? What about me? What if you hurt me?" Li Qingshan smiled. "How could I bear to? You're hurting my heart now." "How clever." Li Qingshan broke into laughter. He pinched her nose and held back his desire. He flipped over and lay to one side, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and pulling her into his arms. "Does this count as hurting your heart?" Seeing how her words had worked, Begonia felt slightly complacent inside, but she also understood that if he really wanted to unleash his power, a few words would not be enough to stop him. All she could do was lean against his shoulder obediently and think to herself, I'm only doing this out of convenience, just in case I anger him. The room was quiet. Li Qingshan gazed at the stars and thought of beyond the 9 heavens again. He wondered what it was like there. He thought of Brother Ox and Little Anne. He wondered how they were doing right now. In the end, the stars turned into Han Qiongji's furious face again. He thought, Qiongji, oh Qiongji. You've allowed me to visit the parlor of clouds and rain anyway. I just found the sect master to accompany me. In the end, his thoughts returned to the present. Yidan and Si Qing were both powerful enemies. He had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. He would spend half a day at most dealing with the matter of the 100 schools of thought before going to find Ruxian and practice the way of water. Begonia opened her eyes and stared at his face as he pondered. Gradually, she no longer resisted this posture. Instead, she felt slightly at ease. Why have you come to the parlor of clouds and rain? Begonia broke the silence and asked the question that weighed the most on her mind. I just happened to run into you. Li Qingshan smiled. How can it be so coincidental? Begonia refused to believe it. I knew the new Marquis of Rui was coming, so I've always been looking into it. I know you've been wronged in the Marquis estate, so I specially came to comfort you. Li Qingshan made it up without thinking, but he never expected Begonia to believe him so much. She was touched and pressed closer to him. I didn't think you'd still remember me. I thought you'd forgotten about me a long time ago. Li Qingshan snickered inside and said tenderly, though, it looks like you've already found someone else, so all I can do is watch over you silently in the darkness. Find someone else? When? Begonia widened her eyes like she had been wronged. When she heard how he said he had been watching over her in the darkness the entire time, she felt slightly sweet inside. Aren't you very attentive to the man beside you? Li Qingshan purposefully acted like he was jealous. You're talking about Li Qingshan. Don't overthink it. He's my savior. He risked his life for me and offended Yidan, so I felt bad about it. I set up a banquet to thank him. I didn't have any other thoughts. When I first met him, I really wanted to kill him, didn't I? Then she told him about how she got to know Li Qingshan. She even did not hide how he had helped her kill Wei Zhongyuan. Begonia had no idea why she had to explain so seriously, but when she saw how displeased he was, she could not help but curl her lips slightly. She was no longer angry at his frivolous behavior just now. In other words, I do have to properly thank him. Li Qingshan was originally joking, but when he heard that, he felt rather strange. He could tell that Begonia really did not have any other thoughts towards Li Qingshan. Instead, she felt some affection for him, the North Moon, who she had only met a few times. Logically speaking, saving her was a piece of cake for North Moon, but Li Qingshan had truly risked his life. Chapter 619. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. The thoughts of women sure were unpredictable. Actually, this was normal. When Begonia first met Li Qingshan, not only did she oppose Li Qingshan, but he was only in his teens too. He seemed like a rough kid from the countryside, so why would she think like that? North Moon had appeared in her moment of pain and weakness. He was a handsome young man, and he even played the role of a friend of women. Afterwards, the two of them worked together to take down the Greenvine Mountain. It was filled with excitement and romance, leaving behind the deepest impression. Begonia grumbled, "What's it got to do with you? I should be the one thanking him. I've already promised him that I'll repay him with my body." "Then do you want me to send you off to fulfill your promise?" Li Qingshan pulled her into his arms and Begonia leaned against him. She turned her head away. "Whatever. I'm short on brains anyway and I can't help myself." Li Qingshan found this funny. Women sure were petty. He said with a stern face, "I think I'll just kill him." Begonia said in a hurry, "No. I'm indebted to him. It's not like it has anything to do with me." "It's not like it has anything to do with you, all right? You can thank him however you want, but you can't hurt or kill him." Begonia was truly afraid that he would do that. He had been the one massacring the 2 times they had met. In the eyes of cultivators, the name North Moon had never been gentle or kind. Instead, it symbolized wanton slaughter, where he could do anything in a moment of anger. "No, then wouldn't I be losing out?" Li Qingshan lured her in. "What do you want?" Li Qingshan smiled. "You have to thank me properly first and then I'll give him some benefits. Surely this can't be considered humiliating you and hurting your heart." "It's clearly the case. You're using words to trick me, but at the end of the day it's still for..." Begonia grumbled. She had experienced the craftiness of demons deeply. She had used words to shut him up earlier, yet he had turned around and tricked her. For what? The love between man and woman, the combination of yin and yang. It's only right and proper, that's what you said. I didn't. Stubborn. Li Qingshan raised his head and kissed Begonia's lips. He found that not only were they not hard but they were soft and tender. Begonia's eyes widened and she was at a loss of what to do. Such a scene. Who knew how many times she had witnessed it in the parlor of clouds and rain? However, this was the first time he had experienced it personally. His entire body felt as if he had been electrocuted, and he felt waves of numbness. Li Qingshan took a sip and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Qiu Haitang was excited. It was hard for him to control himself, so how could he answer? Li Qingshan kissed her again, forcing open her teeth and entangling her tongue. Begonia was even more defeated. He laid limp on Li Qingshan's body and kissed her until he was aroused. He climbed up to her full breasts that seemed like they were about to burst out of her clothes. He laughed and said, "Let me see if your heart has ever been hurt?" No. Begonia grabbed his hand. Li Qingshan was already aroused and could not care less. However, when he saw the pleading look in her eyes, his heart could not help but soften. Bullying a weak girl for the sake of a momentary desire was not what a man should do. In any case, he had already taken enough advantage of her, so he picked up Begonia. "Looks like no one will come. Let's go." After leaving the cave abode, Li Qingshan did not head in the direction of Moon Court Lake. Instead, he came to a quiet valley in a mountain range. There was a beautiful little lake there. When Li Qingshan first came here to refine the water vein, he felt that the scenery here was very good. The spiritual qi here was rather dense. Although it was not suitable for building a sect, it was extremely suitable for establishing a cave abode and cultivating alone. Li Qingshan had Begonia wait by the lakeside while he dove into the lake. A moment later, the surface of the lake parted, revealing a path. Begonia walked into it and arrived at the bottom of the lake. A large space had been opened up at the bottom of the lake. The dome was borrowed from the large crystal in Begonia's original cave abode. When she looked up, she could see the rippling waves and the swimming fish and shrimp. Li Qingshan spread his arms and smiled. "How is it?" Begonia was secretly satisfied, but she said, "It's like being in prison. It's so suffocating." Being in prison is better than being someone's concubine. Isn't cultivation like this in the first place? Stop thinking nonsense and cultivate properly. Then your cultivation won't be so weak. "I'm not yet." "Not yet what?" Li Qingshan asked mischievously. It did feel like he was keeping a mistress in his house, but he probably did not have much time to visit this beauty. Moreover, this beauty was not willing to be visited by him. It's nothing." Begonia snorted coldly and did her best to recover the appearance she had when she was sect Master Chiu. "Here, take it." Li Qingshan then passed Granny Yu's 100 treasures pouch and golden core to her. He glanced through the items in the 100 treasures pouch, but there was nothing that caught his eye. She was not even as wealthy as Yi Feng and the other foundation establishment cultivators. Granny Yu had only become a golden core cultivator after so many years, so she had basically used up all of her resources. After becoming a golden core cultivator, she had been killed off before she could even accumulate more. The golden core could not actually be regarded as a golden core. Instead, it was pink and possessed a hint of softness and charm. It was not a regular golden core, but a special golden core condensed from a special cultivation method, just like the ocean pearl condensed from the arts of the boundless ocean. Its element was far too different, so swallowing it would not bring much benefit. Begonia was rather surprised. According to her knowledge, the golden core condensed from the major method of clouds and rain of the sect of clouds and rain did not look like this. If she refined it carelessly, it would only bring more harm than good. Granny, you must have come across some other fortuitous encounter. She shook her head. "I don't want it." It was already rather strange right now. If she took this precious item from him as well, wouldn't she really be like a concubine? "Cut the bullshit. I told you to take it, so take it. If you talk back again, I'll spank you immediately." Li Qingshan glanced at her plump bottom that propped up her dress. It should be quite nice to the touch. He was rather eager for her to talk back. As the saying went, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Under the gaze of his scarlet eyes filled with lust, how could Begonia be bold enough to say anything else? She accepted the golden core and 100 treasures pouch, which left Li Qingshan rather disappointed. In the end, Li Qingshan gave her a jade pendant with a sliver of his soul sense embedded in it. "This place is rather well hidden, and it's protected by formations, so there shouldn't be any danger. If there really is an emergency, crush it. Even if I can't rush over immediately, I can immediately mobilize the water and help you repel the enemy. I'm helping you all the way. Are you leaving? Qiu Haitang suddenly felt a little reluctant. If I stay any longer, I can't guarantee what I'll do. Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile. He leapt up and charged out of the lake water without even looking back. He unfurled his wings and took off into the air. Begonia gazed at him for a while before lowering her head and sighing. She thought, if you can stay here with me forever, so what if I let you do whatever you want? As soon as she thought of this, even she leapt in fright. With further thought, even if she had no other choice, she would never allow a man to take advantage of her. Moreover, she did not feel any resentment or blame after that. All she could blame was him for leaving too decisively and too heartless. She did not want to think too much about it. She cast down the formations first before fixing up her new home at the bottom of the lake. She nodded in satisfaction. Although it was a little small, she no longer had to worry about the matters of the sect of clouds and rain, and no one would disturb her. Just like what he had said, it was a good place to cultivate in peace. Sigh, why am I thinking about him again? He might not even come back in the future. She could not help but sigh inside, but another voice immediately leapt out. He didn't succeed today, so he'll definitely come again. Men no male demon. So what if he comes? With his nature of doing as he pleases, how could he possibly be restrained by a mere woman? You're a little too lacking in confidence in yourself. Didn't he specially come to see you? He's even jealous because of you. He saved you from disaster twice. Fate has brought you together. The two voices continued to argue. Begonia lowered her head and looked at Granny Yu's 100 treasures pouch. What's this? A pink jade slip had appeared in her hand. Jade slips like this were mostly used to record cultivation methods. The last thing Li Qingshan lacked were cultivation methods, so he obviously did not care about it. Begonia recalled Granny Yu's wondrous golden core. She closed her eyes and focused, sending her soul sense into it. Quite a while later, she opened her eyes and sighed in amazement. As it turned out, this cultivation method was called the heart-dyeing art. It was even more profound and wondrous than the major method of clouds and rain. The foundation of the major method of clouds and rain was still dual cultivation. The arts of charm were only an extension of it. Both men and women could practice it. However, this heart-dyeing art could only be cultivated by women, and it possessed the ability to charm in itself. Rouge was originally a cosmetic that mortal women applied to their cheeks and lips to enhance their beauty. However, for a naturally beautiful woman like Begonia, even without any cosmetics, her lips would still be as red as vermilion, and her face would be as beautiful as a spring flower. Rouge was actually dispensable. As the name suggested, this heart-dyeing art was like applying rouge to one's heart, increasing a woman's charm from the very foundation. The deeper one cultivated, the greater the charm. Even without deliberately using enchantment, one could still fall head over heels. The golden core that was condensed was called the Rouge Heart. Without dual cultivation, Begonia's greatest problem was solved. She was unwilling to easily give up her body for another, so she had never had a dual cultivation partner. With this cultivation method, she would not have to worry about that. It's no wonder Granny Yu managed to undergo the tribulation in secluded cultivation despite her age. Turns out it's all because of this cultivation method. However, Granny Yu was just too old, so she could no longer unleash much of her charm. She also faced Li Qingshan, who practiced the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, so she still failed to escape death in the end. To Begonia's great surprise, there were also a few techniques with wondrous effects recorded in the heart-dyeing art. With a gentle brush of soft hands, the enemy's body would become limp and immobilized, while once rouge makeup was used, no matter if the enemy was male or female, no matter how vicious they were, they would not be able to harm you. Begonia believed that this was how she had fallen for it. She had never been a soft-hearted person. She had known Wei Zhongyuan for many years, yet she had still killed him as she pleased. Yet, when she was forced to such a degree by Granny Yu, who she was not familiar with, she could not help but speak up for her at a crucial moment. As for the technique that interested Begonia the most, it was called Yearning Stains the Red Thread. It used her virginity as a medium, and it could only be used once in a person's life. It could make a man fall in love with her for the rest of his life, infatuated with her and never tired of yearning. Even tempered steel would become soft. Even if he was not a lover, he would become one. Chapter 620. Did little Hua fall victim to Gu Yining's technique? Begonia shook her head and dismissed this absurd thought. Not only did this technique require a man to be infatuated with her for the rest of his life, but it also required a woman to be infatuated with him. If she stopped thinking about him, the red thread would fade, and she would have wasted her only opportunity for nothing. She sank into her thoughts again. She could only use this technique once in her life, so she had to be extremely cautious. She became slightly excited inside. They all say that people with the aspect of peach blossom will not be able to find love in the end and die of depression. I refuse to believe that. Master, oh Master, watch as I break this fate. If she had obtained this cultivation method a few years ago, she definitely would have used it on Hua Sengzan without the slightest hesitation. However, it took her quite a bit of thought now. After much thought, she finally decided not to think too much about it for now. She would practice this cultivation method first. Switching cultivation methods had always been difficult. The major method of clouds and rain was rather similar to the heart-dying method of rouge, and they both practiced profound spiritual qi. On top of that, she possessed a rouge heart. North Moon, if you're really bold enough to use force on me, don't even think about getting away scot-free. Begonia smiled proudly and immediately sat down with her legs crossed. She held the rouge heart and began practicing the heart-dyeing method of rouge. Gradually, a smear of red light spread out, dyeing her surroundings. It illuminated the pitch-black bottom of the lake in an extremely magnificent manner. As Li Qingshan controlled his mirror clone, he continued to refine the rivers and lakes of the Rui Commandery. Although he had refined many large rivers and lakes in the past, he had always swallowed them in one go. Now he was chewing on them carefully. He wanted to refine all the bodies of water in the Rui Commandery so that he could make preparations for his breakthrough to the 5th layer of the Spirit Turtle or even the 2nd Heavenly Tribulation. On the other side, he spent half a day dealing with most of the matters regarding the 100 schools of thought. Then he went to the School of Medicine's Benevolence Island in search of Ru Xan. In the alchemy room, Ru Xan had already refined the jade melting cauldron. She was currently refining a cauldron of pills as she frowned slightly. He looked a little uneasy. When he suddenly heard Li Qingshan calling him from outside the door, he got up and opened the door. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you've taken in another beautiful woman. From now on you'll only be envious of Mandarin ducks and not immortals. It was rare for Li Qingshan to hear that she didn't say anything harsh this time, but the ridicule on her face was simply undisguised. He couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you don't know that figure, that voice? Ru Xan interrupted. Then what are you doing here? Don't make me keep explaining. Didn't we agree on this? TSK looks like he didn't succeed. I'm not as lecherous as you think. Li Qingshan was not boasting. If he really was lustful by nature, then just how many women were there among the night roamers for him to enjoy? They came in all shapes and ages. Even a harem of 3,000 paled in comparison. As long as the night roamers prospered and developed, he could switch to a different one every day, all the way until the end of time. That would be too stupid. Ru Xan could not help but admit this. Even the minor qi practitioners of the 100 schools of thought would often go drinking with prostitutes. It was completely normal for them to have a few concubines outside. Li Qingshan could already be regarded as relatively disciplined in this aspect. Let's go, you lecherous man. Ru Xan stowed the jade melting cauldron away. She no longer had to watch over the cauldron at all times. Where are we going? A place to cultivate, obviously. Ru Xan took off, and Li Qingshan followed closely behind. They left the 100 schools of thought. They arrived in the sky. Ru Xan closed her eyes as if she was sensing something. A while later she chose a direction. They flew towards the south. In the distance, Li Qingshan saw a black curtain of clouds on the horizon. Rain as thin as a cow's hair drifted down from the hazy sky, moving with the wind. It was like white mist, silently nourishing everything on the ground. Ru Xan descended from above and landed on a plain. The verdant grass reached all the way to her waist. So you were looking for a place where it rained. Li Qingshan landed close behind her. This is the first lesson. Ru Xan extended her right hand, and the rain in the surroundings swirled and danced, gathering in her palm and turning into a white ball of water. That's easy. Li Qingshan raised his hand, and all the rainwater within a radius of 300 meters was suddenly sucked away, forming a semicircular hole without any rainwater. It gathered into a huge ball of water in his hand. As long as he wanted to, sucking away all the rainwater within 5 kilometers was nothing difficult. In terms of control over water, even as a merfolk, Ruxan paled in comparison to him. Fool, it's not like this, look carefully. Ruxan handed the white ball of water in her hand to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan found that every drop of rainwater was dancing, but they did not merge with each other. In the seemingly chaotic dance, there was not a single collision. Ruxan's eyes drifted like the mist in the rain, as if she was immersed in a very deep memory. Li Qingshan threw away the big ball of water in his hand, and stretched out his hand again, gathering the rainwater again. He found that it was not an easy task to maintain the whole ball, but also to maintain the dance of thousands of rainwater. Let's go. Ruxan casually threw the ball of water in her hand at his face, and it turned into a cloud of mist in midair, landing on Li Qingshan's face. He just felt a little wet and the cloud of mist dispersed. He said in surprise, "Go? You haven't said anything yet?" Ruxan said, "This kind of free class, what else do you want to listen to?" Li Qingshan curled his lips. "How much do you want?" "I don't want to say how much. Take that thing in your hand." Ruxan flew away and came to the edge of a village, a small fenced courtyard. A yellow dog that guarded the yard barked at her, and when she glared at it, it immediately whimpered and went back to its kennel with its tail between its legs. Then she pointed at a water tank in the corner, and with the same stare at Li Qingshan, she said, "Put your head in." "What kind of cultivation is this? I've seen many big rivers and lakes, what can a water tank do? Don't try to fool me." Ruxan smiled slightly, or more accurately, it was a fake smile. Immediately, Li Qingshan looked at her for a while, then helplessly walked to the water tank, and plunged his head into the water tank. In the house, a farmer woman held a kitchen knife in her hand, and looked out through the crack of the door in fear, and saw this strange scene. A fairy-like woman in white stood in the middle of the courtyard, and a tall man plunged his head into the water tank. After a long time, Ruxan knocked on the water tank and said with a smile, "Let's go." Still without any explanation. Li Qingshan ran around with Ruxan, and saw all kinds of water, from wells to puddles, from small streams to deep pools. Except for the water ball that was in Li Qingshan's hand at the beginning. It felt a bit like cultivation, but at other times, it was completely performance art, or more like he was being played. For example, the well that he jumped into turned out to be a dry well. He said, "There's no water here." Ruxan said, "No water is right." Then she sealed the well cover, and it was sealed for a whole day. Li Qingshan sat at the bottom of the well. He even had the intention to kill. If someone else were bold enough to trick him like this, he would have punched them in the head a long time ago. However, Ruxan's various requests really were similar to performance art. They seemed very silly and pointless, but they also seemed to carry a very deep meaning. For the sake of cultivation, Li Qingshan could only endure. You felt it? Ruxan seemed to be in a rather bad mood. She did not even crack a joke. Her face was sunken and cloudy. Only when he finished cultivating, or in other words, when he was fooled successfully, would she crack a smile, like the sky had cleared up. Of course, he was not the kind of infatuated man who was willing to do all kinds of stupid things to make a beauty smile. All of this was for cultivation. Yes, that's right. Even if he felt that the smile was good, it was nothing more than friendship. Several days later, under the dripping eaves of a broken temple on a barren mountain, Ruxan just sat on the stone steps, holding her cheek, staring at the cloudy sky, for a long time without saying a word. And Li Qingshan sat beside her, looking at the water droplets. Like millions of their predecessors, they fell into the dents on the bluestone slabs. Smashed to pieces. What was the meaning of this behavior, she still didn't say. Li Qingshan listened to the sound of the rain, and his mood gradually calmed down. He recalled the various kinds of water he encountered in the past few days. The water trapped in the vat silently seeped through every crack. The bottom of the dry well revealed a moist breath. The deep and dark pool could not be seen at a glance. And the turbid and shallow puddle clearly reflected the sky in her face. Ruxan suddenly stood up and stretched. Well, it's almost time to go back. What is the meaning of all this? Li Qingshan couldn't help but ask. How do I know? Ruxan spread out her hands. So, you admit that you have been fooling me these days? Li Qingshan approached her with a bad look. Do you know what you mean to me? Ha! Li Qingshan was startled and stopped. Just like I don't know what I mean to you. Water has no shape and law has no fixed law. I can only let you see and feel. As for the meaning, you can only ask yourself, and it depends on your hand. Li Qingshan looked at the water ball in his hand. Under Ru Xian's request, he had been maintaining it for the past few days. Unknowingly, it had become stable. Although there was still a gap between him and Ru Xian, it had improved a lot. Seems like you have a point. Ru Xian was silent for a moment. These words, I didn't say it, my mother told me. Your mother? Did she also let you plunge your head into a bathtub, or lock you in a dry well? What Li Qingshan really wanted to ask was not this question, but looking at Ru Xian's expression, he couldn't bring himself to ask it. How could my mother fool me? Ru Xian had a look of, are you an idiot on her face. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, then smiled in relief. This guy had finally returned to normal. Ru Xian suddenly took out a neatly folded 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman and listened attentively for a moment. Master is calling me. Hey, Chu Tian is awake. Then I have to see. Li Qingshan smiled. He also knew that cultivation was not an overnight success. Since he had seen what he needed to see, the next step was to comprehend and find the meaning. The two flew together into the sky. As they passed through the clouds, Li Qingshan suddenly said, if you don't tell me, of course I don't know what I mean to you. And if you want to know what you mean to me, you can ask me directly. People are not water, people can understand each other. Above the clouds, the sun shone brightly, the blue sky was blue, and the pure white sea of clouds rose and fell continuously to the horizon. Ru Xian was slightly startled, then smiled brightly, maybe. Chapter 621. In the underground library of Benevolence Island, Chu Tian floated amidst the faint light emitted by the water of recollection, like a soaked sponge. His chaotic sea of consciousness was like a pool of stagnant water. Bubbles rose and rippled as he was forcefully stirred up. Suddenly, Chu Tian's eyes opened once more. He stared at the darkness before him, no longer empty and numb. Another flash of inspiration appeared. Where is this place? Bang. He struggled to punch the glass, then a second, a third. His fist was soon a bloody mess, blood permeating the light blue water of recollection. Crack. Cracks appeared on the glass. He punched harder and harder, causing the cracks to spread. Finally, with a crash, the glass shattered and the water of recollection flowed out. He fell to the ground. He wanted to prop himself up, but for a moment he was powerless and unable to move. The light in the passageway gradually brightened until the surroundings were illuminated. Wuxia walked up to Chu Tian. You're finally awake. Chu Tian's lips trembled for a long time before he managed to say, who are you? And who am I? Qian Rongji slowly opened her eyes. She felt that she was lying on a bed, covered by a thin blanket. She could hear the sound of waves coming from beneath her, and the fragrance of lotus flowers was everywhere. In a daze, she felt that this small room was heaven, because she had just returned from hell. This is the waterside pavilion of listening wind. After a brief blankness, her memories quickly returned and occupied her mind. She sat up and the thin blanket slid over her body. Only then did she realize that she was naked. She subconsciously touched her skin. Her torn and shattered skin had already recovered its smoothness, but it was still somewhat pale from the loss of blood. She got off the bed and walked to the mirror, only to see an alluring figure reflected in it. She had perky breasts, a smooth abdomen and slender legs. Although her appearance wasn't peerless, she could still be considered beautiful. However, her expression was gloomy. There was no pride or dissatisfaction that a woman should have when looking at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were calm and unperturbed, as if she was looking at a rotting corpse. She turned her body around and reflected her back in the mirror. Her face, however, was still facing the mirror. Her posture was extremely strange, as if she was a beautiful snake in human form. And on her smooth and clean back, there was the existence of a snake. It was still that gorgeous little snake. However, it had become much larger, curling into the shape of an 8. It bit its tail as if it wanted to devour itself as well, but it didn't move at all. It seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. A smile appeared on her pale face. She recalled the situation at that time. Dozens of hell snakes were biting her body. Originally, the effects of the hell torture were intermittent. However, the existence of dozens of snakes meant that the pain would never end. This was the most realistic situation for those souls that had sunk into hell. However, she would not sit and wait for death. She maintained a sliver of consciousness in the pain that was on the verge of collapse. She controlled the colorful little snake from the beginning. It swallowed the other poisonous snakes one by one. In the end, that gorgeous little snake treated its own tail as another poisonous snake and tried to devour it with all its might. Only after she comforted it did it calm down and fall into a deep sleep. At that time she also fainted. Qian Rongji retracted his gaze. She walked out of the door. Gu Yenying sat on the edge of the balcony, holding a long fishing rod in her hand. The silk line hung into the lotus pond. She looked back and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Qian Rongji stepped forward and knelt down. She bowed. "Qian Rongji begs master to teach me the Naraka scripture!" Gu Yenying reached out and stroked Qian Rongji's face, sliding down to her neck. She gently grabbed it. "Perhaps killing you now is the best choice, what do you think?" "I think so too. Otherwise I will kill you sooner or later." "Silly child, why do you have to suffer like this?" Gu Yenying sighed slowly. There was a trace of pity on her face. It was not fake. However, this made Qian Rongji even angrier than humiliation and coercion. She straightened up, and the hell snake behind her immediately woke up and flicked its tongue. "Master, why do you have to suffer like this?" "Then I'll wait and see. The fish has taken the bait." Gu Yenying waved her fishing rod, and a carp jumped out of the lake. She threw it to Qian Rongji. "Go and cook it. Show filial respect to your master." Qian Rongji was stunned. She had never done such a thing in her life. Although she was bullied in the Qian family, she was still a Qi practitioner after all. "Hurry up and go. You can't possibly think that I'll just pass on the highest secret technique of the school of legalism to you so easily, right?" "Yes, master." Li Qingshan and Ru Xen came to the underground library of Benevolence Island. They saw Chu Tian sitting there quietly with a blanket draped over him. Although his cultivation was destroyed and he was not much stronger than a mortal, he gave off a deep and lofty feeling. "I'll leave this place to you. He has recovered some of his memories from his previous life, but he seems to have lost all of his memories from this life. However, we can't be sure." Hua Xiai told Ru Xian and turned to walk out the door. He had completed his responsibility as a doctor. Li Qingshan and Ru Xen looked at each other, then at Chu Tian on the ground. "Fellow cultivators, please tell me why I lost my memories from this life. And how did I suffer such heavy injuries?" Chu Tian asked. In fact, what he wanted to ask the most was where the sky-climbing vine seed buried in the depths of his soul went. Were they taken away by these two people? Li Qingshan was not used to this. If the original Chu Tian was a hot-tempered primary school student, then this person in front of him was a calm university tutor. They were two extremes. "What? Because you're a bastard?" Chu Tian revealed an interested expression. "Fellow cultivator, please explain." Li Qingshan told him about the shameful things Chu Tian had done. Chu Tian heaved a long sigh and bowed deeply. "I didn't expect this life to be so unbearable. No wonder I ended up like this. Please forgive me if I've offended you. You've really turned over a new leaf. You're the reincarnation of a celestial being. I wonder which layer of heaven you came from, and what does it look like up there? Tell me." Li Qingshan squatted down and carefully sized up Chu Tian. He was also very interested in the world outside the well that Golden Cicada had mentioned. "Although I have recovered some of my memories from my previous life, they are incomplete. I'm afraid I can't answer your questions in a short time. Who knows if you're lying or not? Maybe you're pretending to be apologetic, but you actually hate me and are thinking about how to take revenge in the future. You might as well kill me with a palm." Li Qingshan raised his hand and was about to slap Chu Tian, but Ru Xen pulled him back. "My master woke him up with great difficulty. I was the one who rudely provoked you first. Even if I'm killed, it's reasonable. Besides, it's just a hand that was cut off. How could I dare to have any resentment? If I can recover my memories, I'll tell you everything you want to know." Chu Tian silently ruled out the possibility that Li Qingshan had taken away the sky-climbing vine. He felt that Li Qingshan's voice was very familiar. He had fallen into a deep coma and seemed to have been awakened by this voice. "Okay, I'll let you go for now. You'd better turn over a new leaf and look out for yourself." Li Qingshan withdrew his hand. He was not afraid of Chu Tian's revenge at all. So what if Chu Tian was the reincarnation of a celestial being? Now that his cultivation was ruined, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to return to the Golden Core realm. At that time it would be a matter of one move. And what surprised him was that just now, his murderous aura was awe-inspiring, but Chu Tian didn't even bat an eyelid. Instead, he looked like he was deep in thought. This kind of willpower, not to mention the original Chu Tian, even people like Lu Changqing couldn't compare. Ru Xian moved to the side. Okay, since you've already woken up, you can leave. Let me remind you, it's best if you hide your identity and leave quietly. Otherwise your life might be in danger. Chu Tian said, does this have something to do with that woman named Chen Rongji? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Just now, when he was denouncing Chu Tian's various evil deeds, he mentioned that Chu Tian deserved to know Chen Rongji. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian remembered it. If it's just a simple qi deviation, why would I be treated in such a secret place? Although I've offended this fellow Taoist, he's broad-minded. I don't think he would make things difficult for a cripple. He must have some powerful enemies outside. Please don't hesitate to tell me. Although I don't have anything on me right now, once I recover a bit more of my memories, I will definitely repay this life-saving grace. Chu Tian said very sincerely. In his heart, he was already cursing the original Chu Tian. As his reincarnation, his talent and perception far surpassed ordinary people, and he also had a strange treasure like the heaven-climbing vine. But in 20 years he had only passed one heavenly tribulation. He was simply a waste. His character was so bad that he didn't even bother to pay attention to his savior, leaving him to fend for himself. Fortunately, he was very lucky and did not die from this unexpected disaster. He even recovered some of his previous life's memories in advance, so he did not have to worry about the memories of the two lives. It could be considered as a blessing in disguise. The most important thing now was to understand his current situation and what kind of world he was in. Only then could he slowly recover. Ru Xian talked about Chu Tian's background and basic interpersonal relationships in the 100 Schools of Thought. From an objective point of view, she supplemented Li Qingshan's story. She also mentioned that Chen Rongji came to visit him. In the end, she agreed to let Chu Tian stay here to recuperate and left him some food and books. After Li Qingshan and Ru Xian left, Chu Tian said softly, Chen Rongji. When Li Qingshan lambasted him for his various evil deeds, and even threatened his life, he could maintain his composure. But every time he heard the name Chen Rongji, his mood would involuntarily become agitated, and he would feel a deep hatred. He had lost all his memories, but this thought could still be preserved. His hatred was so deep that even he felt surprised. It seems that the heaven-climbing vine was most likely taken by Chen Rongji. I have to find a way to get it back. Moreover, I can't let go of this hatred. It's not good for my cultivation. I have to put an end to it. After Li Qingshan left Benevolence Island, he returned to the Qingshao abode and began a new round of secluded cultivation. He wanted to comprehend what he had experienced over the past few days and turn it into actual cultivation. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Danqing's call came from outside the abode. Qingshan, are you inside? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.